na. So to the bottom of the so to the makum upper kirma bar so to the shahota samni raste.
अरे आजा यार तेरा नाम काट देता विचों
खेतर दे एक मैच भरा ना ना दे दो बेचना
एक बार पूछ लीजिए सब ठीक है कि नहीं, स्क्रीन्स वगैरह। हाँ वो मैंने देखी। वो पूछ लीजिए आप पूछिए। Are you all set to start? No, that is different. But वहाँ पे स्क्रीन्स वगैरह ओके, स्क्रीन्स कवरेज कैमरास। Okay, so we are giving 2 minutes and then we are starting.
Filling side coming, please. Batsman, get ready. Be quick. Filling team, be quick.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day here at the Nordic Smash. We have 3 big T20s coming your day, and let me be the first to say Gulort Midsummer, or Happy Midsummer to everyone here in Sweden, I suppose everyone in the Northern Hemisphere as well. Midsummer is celebrated on a Friday, the same week as the longest day of the year, which is coming up this weekend. So, yeah, expect plenty of sunshine and expect plenty of action out here in the middle at the Bochirica Cricket Centre as well, as all 6 teams will be in action. And, of course, at the end of the day, we have to make the cruelest cut of all, with 2 teams missing out on the semi-finals, which will be coming up tomorrow. So I know that we're pretty keen to get things going here. It's been it's quite a nice morning so far, quite mild, 19 degrees. I actually think this will be the warmest day we've had so far. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 24 degrees, so certainly worlds away from the conditions we had earlier in the week. News from the toss is that Västerås United have won the toss and elected to field. A couple of selection decisions from them. I suppose going into the semi-finals tomorrow, they thought this was a chance to rest some of their players that have played every game. So no Will Presisto and no JP Mead in the lineup for Västerås United. So the captain and their first choice wicketkeeper will be sitting this one out. For Stockholm United, they have also decided to rest their captain, Jakarti. But anyway, time to go here. 9 o'clock local, and we'll start with a single as Gunatilaka is out there. I suppose Stockholm United, we saw them playing in the early game on Tuesday, and they really had a bit of a shocker of an innings. Couldn't really get anything going. I'll be hoping that this isn't the same way. Maybe they're just not warning people, but for them, they've got a lot to play for. They're currently in 4th place, and I can't see them holding on to that unless they do win this game. So it feels like do or die for United. As Varun Chowdhury is out there. Guy who plays his local cricket for Jinnah CC Stockholm, formerly Pakistanska Förening, who are a pretty strong club here. Saw their under-19s in action earlier in the week. Hey, also want to say quick hello to everyone that is watching on our YouTube channel, Nordic Smash T20. It's great to have you with us, and I'll certainly be jumping into the chat pretty soon to give a few shout-outs. For Västerås United, they're currently sitting second, clear in second on 6 points. They were a 3-1 record. The only loss was to Stockholm City earlier in the week. Now, they could still finish top, but they could finish as low as 3rd, depending on the result today. So I suppose they are short of a spot in the semi-finals. You wouldn't want to finish top 2, though, so you've got that higher seeding, just in case there is some weather tomorrow. And tomorrow the forecast is hot, but chance of a thunderstorm. So, yeah, if you were playing a semi-final and for whatever reason, due to the storm, you couldn't get a result, then you would want to finish higher to stay in the running and to play the final. Of course, plenty of partners here as well have made this possible. Desibox.co, they've got those banners around the ground. If any batter hits a 6 into one of those banners, then they will win a €500 cash prize. And we went pretty close a couple of times yesterday. Hassan Ali, of all people, the Italian bowler, I suppose he'd say bowling all-rounder, he went pretty close to hitting it. It's just too far, actually. That's a nice shot. Launches into this drive, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, Pierre Duplessis has been given this opening over. He had the debut of a lifetime yesterday. The Djurgården player took 4 wickets, 2 catches, and really dominated proceedings, but he has a bit of a reality check early on here as the former Sri Lankan international takes him deep. Maximo away on day 5. Happy Peacock Friday as well to everybody. I'll certainly put my best Peacock shirt on. Tina's looking pretty good as well. She'll be with us shortly. And Gunatilaka, he found it hard going when he played in the first innings on Tuesday. But that's a very classy shot from an experienced individual. Hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Great to have you with us. It's Duplessis has to come back. Pulled away this time. Should get 2 here. Unlikely foot stop. Pulls it back. That's Sami Ibrahim Keel down there. That will take us to the end of the over. So, gives me another chance to welcome Paul Kempen. Hello to you. Hopefully you are well. Also, we've got Johnny Heesum in there. Happy birthday +2, Johnny. And Nick from New Zealand. Hello to Rajesh as well, saying, let's go Abe Tipnis. Yeah, Tipnis is in the side. And I wonder how long before we might see him as part of the action. So, I mean, I think it's intelligent to use your squad here for Vestros United. Still would think that they've got the kind of players that can get the job done here. More experience for Kian Gase as well, who is leading the side in the absence of regular skipper Will Basisto. Avish Singh Mian then gets the job behind the stumps in place of regular keeper Jean-Pierre Mead. Tippers has got a lot of love in the chat. A lot of people want to see him with the ball, but we'll have to wait a little bit. First, we've got Saeed Ali Gilani to bowl from this clubhouse end. Beautiful sunny morning here in Stockholm. And yeah, Midsummer is celebrated today in Sweden, and it's I suppose it's a festival of light in a way. There's a lot of flowers. It's kind of a summery theme because, of course, the winters are quite bitter here in Scandinavia. And to give you an idea of the sunrise and sunset time, the sun came up this morning at 3:30 and it goes down at 10:10 tonight. And then even after that, there's certainly a glow in the air. It never really gets dark at this time of year in Sweden. So I'm looking forward to celebrating that a little bit later on. Also, there'll be festivities here at the ground from 2 p.m. The Midsummer Festival Party. Driven and beats the fielder. Kesrick thought about diving, then thought better of it. Not really all of the timing there, though, from Gunnar-Tilaka, who'll have to settle for 2. Yeah, and Kamran Rashid, he's jumping in as well. Hi, Kamran, hopefully you're well. And yeah, make sure to get some good fika for the commentators. Well, if we get a chance, Gilord Midsommar to you. And all of our Swedish viewers, and of course, across the Nordic region. A bowled by Gilani, beats Gunnar-Tilaka outside the off stump. Good carry there. This pitch has seemingly played better when it has been dry. I think earlier in the week, skidding on. There were a few more, you might call surprises off a length. Still get the odd one doing a bit, but for the most part, I think the par's gone up about 20 in sunny conditions. A little chip this time. No one in that region. So we'll take a single. Maybe you wouldn't know it, though, yesterday with some of the scores. Quite a dramatic last game of the day where the previously winless Malmö Mavericks recovered from 8 for 3 to scrape together 142, and then Stockholm United couldn't chase it. Dramatic collapse saw them all out for 116. Probably wide. It was a short ball. Not badly directed, but I think just bounced a bit too much and over the head of Chowdhury, so that one will be rebowled. Also will be the one bouncer for the over. So yeah, that was a dramatic game, wasn't it? In the previous game, Uppsala only able to manage 130. That wasn't enough against Västerås United. Chased it down with 5 overs to spare. Having said that, we did see the 200 breach for the first time with Stockholm City posting 204 in this corresponding fixture yesterday, and the Phoenix were never really in the chase, ending up putting together 114 in their innings. So the table is pretty interesting. With 3 teams on 1 win, you feel like there's only room for one of those teams in the semi-finals. One of those teams is Stockholm United. The other 2, the Mavericks and the Phoenix, playing the last game of the day. against each other. Driven, Well fielded there. That's Abe Tipnis. He's got a lot of love in the chat. And does a good job there to keep that in the infield. End of the over, it's 18 without loss after 2. As we say good morning to everybody, including Samantha De Bruyn. Wishing the Chad all the luck for London. Yeah, we might have a few team changes today. Might notice those as the day goes on with some other commitments. It's always part and parcel of the franchise setup, isn't it? But one person that is here for the duration is my commentary partner, Tina Goff. And Tina, welcome. And let me be the first to wish you Gilot Mitsoma.
Thank you very much. And likewise, as I've dressed the part, I thought if I can't get the flower power suit out for midsummer, then there's something wrong with me.
Yeah. Pick up Friday as well. Just a lot going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moving. It's been final chance for these teams to score points as well and qualify for the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those days where you've got to leave everything out there, especially the matchups we have. Gothenburg Phoenix, Malmö Mavericks, final game of the day. That could be a juicy one, but still a lot on the line for these two. As Pierre will bowl second over, and that's an elegant shot there from Danushka. Doesn't take any time at all to line up the left armour, left-hander to left-hander, and it's the batter who wins the first battle here. Pierre, of course, very successful in his game yesterday, picked up 4 wickets. He's a bit of an icon, isn't he, with the 80s style headband and the long flowing locks, but that was an iconic shot from Danushka, straight over the top. Lovely. Good start then for United.
He's hit nicely through the ball today. This time horizontal bat shot, but doesn't get the time. He was through it too early that time. Tilaka kind of off the end of the bat. There's Sami Khalil. Gets his chance. I suppose that's also a positive for Westeros United. You know, resting a couple of their senior players does give someone like Sami Khalil another run. You've got Sami Ibrahim Hill as well. No relation in there. And young players like Tipnis. Mian gets a chance behind the stumps like that. Really feels in their camp they're making every effort to try and develop some of these younger players and give them a bit more responsibility. Right now, Chaudhry has the responsibility of scoring in the power play. Gets another short ball. I think it bounces just inside the rope. Oh, maybe not. It's gone all the way. Maximo! As Chaudhry will score his first of the day. They've tried him out with the short stuff, haven't they? It was a bounce that never really got up. Yeah. So, yeah, it does get the legs. Six runs to the total. Yeah. With the comeback ball. It's a good one. It's pitched up. Coming forward is Chaudhry. Tilaka made to work for it, but this is big trouble. That could be a 5. It will be a 5. First one of the tournament. To be honest, I liked it that they made Gunatilaka run. He was cruising, but the throw was, let's just say, violent towards the keeper's end, and Mian couldn't handle it, and there was nobody at short fine leg, so there's no one to back it up. So Chaudhry will get 5 on a push. So 4-1-6-5 call now. It's a very unusual start to the third over, Tina.
Pierre not entirely impressed with that effort from his teammate standing at the top of his mark with the double teapot. You can see there he turns away in disgust. It's an absolute freebie for Stockholm United. The post-mortem begins for Westeros.
He'll back dab this time for Gunatilaka. Yeah. I like the intention there. And you would hope, number one, that they throw somewhere near the keeper so that they could stop it. You then hope that someone can back up, but it wasn't the fact that no one wanted to back up. It was the fact that the field they'd set meant that there was no one in that particular area. Up in the air. We'll get over the fielder. Gase, the acting captain, will do the fielding. Gunatilaka has zero interest in a second, so he'll retain the strike. And at the end of the over, it's 35 without loss. Anyway, Tina, we're excited for a big day here in Sweden. What did you get up to last night?
I had a very restful night after the excitement of the World Cup the previous night. I did go into the sauna, which...
Oh, you did?
I did in the end, which was quite nice, although there was 2 ladies in there talking quite loudly, so it did ruin my piece a little.
There are two types of sauna people, and I've learnt this actually, and it's kind of by country as well. It depends by country. There's somewhere it's kind of okay to talk in the sauna, and there's some places where it's more of a library where you're expected to keep your mouth shut. I know which camp you belong to, even though you're a chatterbox outside the steamer. Obviously, you like a bit of peace and quiet in there.
Well, it's the contrast. If I'm talking for 12 hours a day, the one time I go into a sauna, I'd quite like to not be spoken at or around. They weren't talking to me. They were, in fact, I assume speaking in Swedish, so I very much zoned out of the conversation.
They probably thought you were eavesdropping.
Yeah, well, the lady then turned to me and spoke in English, and I was actually quite upset that she thought I wasn't Swedish, because I thought I was assimilating well.
You always get the cred, don't you?
Yeah.
Happened to me so much.
Maybe they were just talking about me, and the fact that I didn't react in any way, they were like, yep.
Oh, lucky. Here's Abe Tipnis, who is going to get a chance here. Bowling in the power play, so it's a bit of a challenge for the young left armour. And it will be a challenge to find this ball, because that is boned by Gunatilaka Maximo. And, Kobe, I'm particularly interested in finding it. He'll begrudgingly jump over the fence. But, wow, that was a bomb, wasn't it, from Danushka Gunatilaka?
Yeah, he looks like he's in the mood this morning. Just eyes it up. Says, thank you very much. Previous over, Pierre's first ball went to the rope. And on this occasion, Abe suffers the same fate. This is a roaring start here from Stockholm. Interesting,
he's going around the wicket, left arm around to the left-hander, which is probably not the traditional way you'd see it happen in limited overs cricket. I suppose he's just trying to create an angle across, but didn't really work that time. Tilaka just put his big front foot down the wicket and played it on length, made the ball disappear. He's going to stick with the tactic, though. Reverse this time from Gunatilaka, gets it into gap, and that's going to be 4 more. His field seems to be running a little bit quicker as well, doesn't it, Tina? We've had a bit more sunshine over the last couple of days. You start to see the batters getting more value for their shots. So he goes left-hand, right-hand tactics, and back-to-back boundaries to start the 4th over.
It's been a good couple of days since we've had proper rainfall, and you can tell by the way the ball's zipping away. The last couple of mornings, it's just taken a while to speed up, but this time races away, also finds the middle of Danushka's bat. He goes again. This time, well, he gets enough on it again. That's probably one that would have held up in the last couple of days. Doesn't quite follow through with the shot, but it's enough to roll away, and this is danger time for Abe as he goes for triple boundaries.
I think you've got to try over the wicket now. You've got to try something different. Ask a different question. Because we're on the power play, we've got only just the 2 outfielders in play, deep forward square and long on. Still a big gap between those two. He's going to stick around the wicket though, Abe. The youngster certainly being put to the test here. Moves his square leg just a bit closer to mid-wicket. Well bowled. Really well bowled, actually. You can see that Gunatilaka was shaping for that slog sweep again. It was a bit slower from Tipnis, and it just kind of floated away from the lefty. And marked that down as a small win for the bowler. But also Gunatilaka wasn't going to play a lazy shot and throw his wicket away. He's batting that side off stump now, the Sri Lankan. He misses out on this. Again, just a little bit early through the shot, I think.
He's in no mood to hang around this morning. Gunatilaka going almost 200s. Abe does get one through, and you can see that he's trying to get the revs on the ball, persisting with this diagonal angle to the left-hand batter.
It's been a good comeback, actually. When you look at this first half of the over, went for 14, but the second half only goes for 1. So Tipnis at least can hang his hat on that. The 50 partnership has come up, and of course the 50 total. And the score at the end of 4 overs, 50 without loss. Good start this from United. Hard to believe they're the same team that kind of only managed to grapple their way to 121 on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, absolutely. They've kind of shown us all the good and bad sides of them in this tournament so far. They've had some thumping wins, especially when the likes of Gunatilaka have clicked. But they've also shown quite a bit of sloppy cricket, especially in the field. They look like they're in the mood this morning. And maybe knowing that finals day is happening tomorrow. They're just about hitting their stride at the right time, and that's where they rely on the international experience of the likes of Kanwar and Danushka, and of course the captain, who's not playing today, but he's someone who I'm sure will be eagerly watching this game, hoping he can feature again in finals day tomorrow. Ali Gilani will continue then. Decent over from him. He's the only one really of the bowlers so far that has avoided being punished. Went for 7 in the first.
Anyway, this is Gilani. He's going to switch ends, but the luck isn't switching so far for Västerås United, because Stockholm have come out in a mood, haven't they? Nice kind of top of the bounce punch over the point fielder, and another boundary for United.
Well, I was just saying he's the only one that's been pretty tight so far, Gilani, but it's the 3rd or 4th over where the first ball has gone to the rope. Looks like United are kind of targeting that early couple of balls in the over to see if they can put the pressure straight back on the bowler.
Yeah, good comeback though from Gilani.
He's been a good bowler for Västerås. Often thrown the ball in the middle overs to try and gain back a bit of control. He has 3 caps for Sweden. Picked up an international wicket as well.
This is up in the air. Again, this will be a test of the outfield that has been running a little bit quicker. Nice work. Accurate. Kind of scoop back as well, but batters will trot through for an easy 2.
What did you get up to last night? It was a bit of a quiet one for both of us, wasn't it?
I was engrossed in the FIFA World Cup, got to be honest. And, just kind of caught up on a few things. Of course, long days here at the moment. I'm pretty much setting myself for a journey out tonight as Australia play USA, and it's a big game for my birth country.
Big one, isn't it?
And talking about perhaps Australia getting the nuclear codes if they can get over the US tonight. We'll see.
Is it the nuclear codes derby? Is that what it is?
Could be. Well, Trump's going to follow through on his promises as well. So
always.
Yeah, it should be a really good game. I saw actually the Australian fans have taken over Seattle, including taking over their baseball games, the Mariners.
Nice.
And so I saw a video this morning, and the famous or infamous beer snake, which it was a bit of a novelty for the Americans. In Australia, they always kind of take it off you before it gets too big. But Seattle really embracing the Aussies. I wonder if they'll be so friendly tonight though when it's game time. Gilani's wore that one in the leg, and just feeling a bit of discomfort there. Or maybe it was the leg, or was it the hand? Maybe it went finger to leg. So I think he might have a dislocated finger, and he's going to get a bit of the old magic spray. Where would we be without the magic spray? We've got the whole kit out, actually. What would you advise? Maybe a stick to bite down on and finish the over?
Yeah, well, he does look in a bit of pain. Then again, he looks unbothered at the same time. I mean, speaking of injuries, that one yesterday in the World Cup.
Less said about that one, the better.
That I don't think will be fixed by magic spray.
Yeah, perhaps not. Well, Corey would say just empty the can. So it can't hurt. It is his bowling hand. That's the thing as well. It looked like his middle finger, which is your 2 most important fingers, your index finger and your middle finger as a seam bowler. And the fact it is that middle finger it's going to be a complicating factor for Gilani, and you start to wonder if he can finish the over. The other thing is when you're bowling, you typically can't have tape or anything like that on your bowling hand. So given the length of this delay, it's becoming less and less likely I think he'll be able to finish the over. Well, let's see what else we've got in the kit.
I mean, what could he possibly pull out of there that could in any way be helpful to Gilani in this situation?
Maybe an IV, some rapid pain medication.
Antihistamines, they made me feel better yesterday.
Yeah. I feel like a pharmacy here. Everyone's been grabbing the antihistamines off me. But hey, why don't we take this opportunity to thank some of our partners as well. And of course, tomorrow, thanks to Stride, that's STRIIDE, we'll have a women and girls coaching clinic down here. It's free to register. You still can. I'll put the link in the chat. pretty soon. And Kajal, I know, is around from 19 yards, and they're big supporters as well of everything going on here this week. Also, we can thank Brand Mavericks for their support. And I know that a lot of people have worked very hard to make the Nordic Smash happen this week. Good news is Gilani's stubborn, doesn't want to give up his over. Might have been one of those ones that's just affected the nail, on the right hand.
Yeah.
It's also Stumpy is in operation again today. There's been some great footage from Stumpy during the week. Stumpy bringing stump cam technology to the masses. This is the first time it's been used in this part of the world. And meanwhile, Gilani does manage to bowl, but it's not a great result from Gunatilaka. Racing towards a half century, moves to 44.
Yeah, maybe Gilani would have been better off going off for a bit of treatment. It's one of those as well where if you get hit, your confidence just takes a bit of a knock. You certainly don't want to get in the way of another one when Gunatilaka's in such good form. And he's going to soldier on here, just one ball left of the fifth. He's already gone for 2 boundaries.
Looks like a cross seamer here, Gilani. Oh, he's given him. Oh, he's out. Wow. Well, that's a ball that Gunatilaka tries to turn around the corner. And, yeah, it looked like a cross seamer. So, Gilani, despite bowling with maximum 9 good fingers, is going to have to go. Yeah, I mean, it does get a long way across. The question is, where's it pitching, where's it hitting him, and is it going on to hit the stumps? That's a huge moment in the game because Gunatilaka was flying, wasn't he? I mean, initially, we saw it from our angle, and it seemed, okay, it looks leg stumpish, but if you actually look where it pitches, that might be questionable. A bit hard to tell with the brightness of this time of the day. But if it pitches on the stumps, it hits him in line, I don't think it's going over. It might be a very, very good call from the umpire there. 60 for 1.
Yeah, it's one of those where your instinct is that it's going down leg side, but on the replay, he steps right across. He's pretty much outside off stump, which means that his right pad is in front of the stumps. I think it's a fair call.
I don't think there's a chance the ball is missing the leg stump.
No.
Put it that way. The question for me is where it bounces. So, Vanan Boshoff will come out number 3. A pretty eventful time in the middle yesterday. Looking pretty good as well. Before he was LBW himself. Survived a shout for Court first ball, but ended up getting a reprieve as they determined it was the second bouncer of the over. So it's a nice opportunity for him as well. His screen name is Waynad. But tell you what, I'm pretty sure Vestros United are breathing a little bit easier after the wicket of Gunatilaka. Ali Gilani. Basically, it's a win for the Brave, isn't it? Because he took that blow on the finger. Weren't sure if he was going to finish the over. In the end, he did. He finished it in the best way possible. Kian Gase, acting captain for Vestros United in this one. He's going to get a bowl here. He's had some success in the tournament. Just consistently tends to pick up a wicket or two. Hello to Benedict, your Gordon stalwart. Benedict, always happy to see you in the chat when I'm up here in Sweden. And he's cheering Vanan Boshoff coming to the crease. But of course, his loyalties are split because Pierre Duplessis also plays for your Gordon, and he's part of the opposition. So who knows, he might have a bit of your Gordon action. Like a double noise there. He's gone. Or is he gone? Well, I saw a finger go up. It might have been the fielder behind the umpire that I saw. It's almost perfectly synced from my viewpoint. The umpire, he was getting a bit twitchy, but yeah, for sure, for me, that was inside edge. Yeah, I think a few heart attacks going on there, but I think the right decision's made in the end. Umpiring's been very good in this series, we'll say. Just 3 umpires on field doing the entire week, so they must be feeling it a little bit as well. This one floats a little bit wide of the mark. Boshoff faces up. Drove really well yesterday down the ground. That was a feature, wasn't it? Really crisp drives. The regular Swedish national team wicketkeeper since he's qualified now, and was involved in the tour of Indonesia recently, which I think it's great. I mean, with the, I suppose, lack of funding available to some of these countries, it's tough to go on these kind of tours. It's going to be glanced away into the gap. And with this outfield, I think it will run very close to the rope. Not quite. Did hold up at the very last moment. But, yeah, that's the thing, Tina. We're so used to, and, of course, as a German international yourself, typically you're playing your neighbouring country just for cost reasons. I know that you've had the chance to play cricket in Africa. Wouldn't it be great if for somehow teams could start playing similarly skilled teams? Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, this is a replay that will be potentially viral because Titmus loses his footing. He ends up sitting down and it bounces just in front of him and bounces over his head, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's more act of God, act of grass than anything that Titmus could do about it. I really hope we've got this replay because that was a classic European cricket potentially viral moment. It will be the end of the over. And there's 70 for 1. Check this one out.
Yeah, slightly mishit, wasn't it? He goes into his crunches, sits down, goes up, reaches up, tries to get the ball, looks away in disgust.
I mean, he almost got it. If it bounced a little bit less, he would have had a chance.
It's like he was at the very top of a sit-up.
Yeah, well, as far as crunches go, they don't get bigger than that. But anyway, it's 70 for 1 after 6. So, lost my train of thought now.
Playing different countries.
Playing different countries, and Sweden touring Indonesia. That's pretty cool. Tell people about some of the countries you've played in for the German national team.
Yeah, so we've played a series in Oman, which is a beautiful country, one of the most stunning locations I've ever played cricket in, and just looking around the countryside. And that one is cut away nicely, and it should be stopped. So B2 as Waynard comes back. Played in Rwanda. That was an unbelievable experience, and that was one of probably the best cricketing experiences because that was when I managed to play against lots of different countries. So Rwanda, Botswana, Tanzania, Kenya, Brazil were in that tournament as well. And got to go on safari, saw the Big Five. So that was another brilliant experience. And then, of course, went on tour with MCC to Brazil last year. So it's all these incredible places, and it's one of the key features, I think, of what associate cricketers say is that cricket takes them to some incredible parts of the world that they might not otherwise have seen. Yeah,
I can definitely vouch for that. But I suppose there is always the almighty dollar, is it, that determines what's feasible and what's not. Yeah, hopefully more adventures like some of your adventures going forward for some of these European cricketers. Sarkar with his off spin now. He's trying to stop the bleeding. I suppose at least at the end of the power play, you've got a bit more protection in the outfield.
Good start here from Sarkar. Has at least stemmed the flow of boundaries. That one wide ball just drifting foul of the line. That one's exactly where you want to throw it to Farhan, who's trying to smear everything to the leg side. Just get it above the eye line, tease him. Yes, you might get hit for 1 or 2 boundaries, but I think that's ultimately the way to try and get him out.
Yeah, nice bit of flight here.
It's just the wrong shot as well, isn't it?
A sweepy Yorker outside off stump. Not necessarily the cleanest. Bit of work behind the stumps. This time it will be. So there, it's a big moment. Sarkar kind of dangled the carrot, didn't he, for Chowdhury? I suppose. Mian takes the one that counts. Avish with the stumping, and the second wicket falls, 74 for 2. Well
bowled there, Sarkar. Kept bowling that brave length, just forcing Farhan to do something, and that's a sorry sight for any batter. Stumps obliterated, Take another look at this one. This one he does drag it a bit wider, a bit shorter, and Sarkar gets his rewards. Good work behind the stumps. Had to fetch it from quite wide.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that all you've got to do is glove it cleanly. He's out by a mile. But Chaudhry, again, just showing a little bit of a weakness of his game. Still trying to hit that ball over the leg side. You've got to be able to drive it over cover. If you are using your feet, that's fine. But again, these are the kind of things which will be highlighted as he's playing, in these high-profile tournaments. And not a bad effort from him, but he'll be disappointed about the manner of dismissal. And Sarkar will get the breakthrough.
Been a good comeback from Västerås. It looked ominous for them at the start with the two openers in, especially Danushka. But they've broken through, and there's a lot on the shoulders here of Boshoff, who saw glimpses of what he's capable of yesterday. Of course, he had that early reprieve, used the second life, but then ultimately fell earlier than he would have hoped. And he's joined now in the middle by Saru Kanwa, the lesser spotted Kanwa. Had that one brilliant innings, didn't he, first up, and didn't bat in the next game. He scored 89 off 32 in game number 2.
Yeah, it was one of the innings of the week, wasn't it? He's looked very good when he's been on song. Just got one ball to face in the 7th over here from Sharaf Sarkar. Sarkar's really slowed it down. He was able to tempt Chaudhry into a couple of false strokes, resulting in his wicket. And very good over in the end, 74 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, probably the best over so far of this bowling innings for Västerås United. First bowler to really bring a bit of control. I suppose skipper, standing skipper.
Sorry, I just saw after the stumble we almost had a high five gone wrong, and Sarkar almost burst the high five into his keeper's face there. He just swayed out the way at the last moment, but you can see the enthusiasm from Västerås United. At least they've got a pretty handy backup on the bench if he does get knocked out by his teammate. Ken Gase ready to bowl the 8th over.
Yeah, these two looks like it'll be an important bowling partnership. Gase and Sarkar, the best two bowlers so far. Pilani, I suppose, he did pick up that early wicket, but seems to have done himself a bit of a mischief to his finger as well.
Taking his finger and exited stage right for now. Here's Gase, who digs it in short, hooked away. I think this one does get to the boundary. So Boshov's been strong off the front foot this time. He's asked to rock back and shows he plays the horizontal shots well as well. 4 runs. Gase just getting a bit short, asking a different question, I suppose. He'd have some protection square of the wicket, but it was more of a forward square leg. That one went behind square. Push off though. This is the next one. Good comeback from the acting skipper.
Stockholm United's innings just had the brakes put on a little here. That one's hit nicely through the covers, but again won't find the rope. Gase has the honour of being the captain in this early game on Friday. He's doing well, both in that, just rattling through his overs and also making sure there's not too much width on offer, because both Boshoff and Kanwa seize upon that. Squeezed out this time, and a good one-handed stop there. Hurft almost overran it on the boundary. A wry smile from him. It would have been one of those classic run past it and see the ball fly across the boundary, but manages to stick out a right hand and stop anything more than a single. And that one goes through everything, including the keeper. Unlucky there, Gase, to not pick up a wicket on the final delivery. Will go through for a bye, but it's an excellent over from the skipper. Goes for just the 7 runs. So at the end of the 8th, the score is 81 for 2 for Stockholm United. Projected score is still over 200. I think I'd probably roll that down to about 180, just because 2 dangerous batters, the 2 openers, are both back in the shed. Since then, Boshoff and Kanwa have been a bit more circumspect, just wanting to build that partnership back up. The opening partnership between Danushka and Farhan was worth 60 before Danushka first fell to the LBW bowled by Ali Galani, and then the stumping. Nice glove work from Avish behind the stumps to dismiss Chowdhury. Unsurprisingly, then Sarkar will continue from the grassy knoll end. That's not a good ball, though. Has been hit high in the air, and he might get a wicket for it, and he will. It's a great take on the boundary by Kobe Hurft. And almost a word of apology there from Sarkar in the direction of Boshoff, because he knows he's got away with one there. Should have really ended up in the neighbouring field. In the end, ends up in the hands of the boundary ride. Let's take a look at this one. It's a rank delivery. Sarkar probably feared the worst. Looks over, though. Kobe Hurft, safe pair of hands, still had to take it on the move. He pouches it. And that's an unfortunate one for Boshoff. He'll be kicking himself, the Swedish international, as he has to trudge off the field. Stockholm United do lose their third, 81 for 3. And let's not forget what happened in that game late last night. Stockholm United looked like they were cruising to victory against the Malmö Mavericks. It was quite a modest total that they had to get, 143, and it looked like they were well on the way. And they were at 77 for 3 and ended up collapsing to 116 all out. And I think they'll have that in the back of their minds here, Stockholm United. New batter here is Zabi Zahid, who came in at number 5 yesterday as well, but just wasn't able to contribute much. Finished 3 off 11. He's got a job here to rebuild. Saurabh Kanwar has only faced the 3 deliveries so far. And we need one of his dangerous innings to get Stockholm United to a competitive total. The good news for them is they have plenty of time left, not even at the halfway stage yet. Sarkar is bowling a innings-defining spell here so far. Knocked away into the covers. It'd be a single, but again, nothing for Busteros to be worried about here. They've really pulled this one back. They do bat quite deep, though, Stockholm United. They've got Anurit Singh, who can hit a long ball, and this is a long ball. Has it got long enough? Well, it hasn't, but it's been made a bit of a meal of there on the boundary by du Plessis. I think he was conscious of the Toblerone behind him, also there pointing out that he was conscious of the sun, which is currently behind the cloud, but it is quite of a difficult sky to pick the ball out of at the moment.
Yeah, just dropped on him. It's not too much of a breeze, but any breeze there is was kind of blowing it back towards the pitch, wasn't it? And in the end, du Plessis, fortunately, he's come back crashing to earth with a bit of a thud today. The York Gordon all-rounder. And an opportunity is missed. 2 new batters at the crease here. Kanwar, obviously, he's been one of the batters of the tournament when we've seen him there. And Zabi Zahid, haven't seen too much from him yet, but I know he's a very, very good player. Strikes it cleanly. Kanwar launches into this one, and that's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo! Well, Sarkar himself gets a bit of a reality check. 4 and 6 to pick up 6, and at the end of the over, it's 92 for 3. Big thanks to Tinikoff, as always, for doing such a sensational job with the commentary. But I do have a special guest commentator, and I thought that he might like to join me for a few overs, talk about his experience this week. You might have noticed Busteros United this morning without their captain, regular captain, Will Basisto. That's because he's having a rest, but he's had enough of a rest. It's been 9 overs, so I've got him up here with me. Will Basisto, welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, it's you've got the best seat in the house up here, so perhaps a bit different to what I'm used to out in the middle, but good view of the ground nonetheless. Yeah,
definitely. What were your first impressions when you saw this facility? You would have seen on Monday, or I guess for the first time, or maybe Sunday. Bet you never imagined that you'd be playing cricket in Sweden.
Certainly didn't. I certainly didn't think I'd be playing in constant rain either. So that was a new experience. It was a fair bit of rain that came down on that Monday, but it's been absolutely beautiful the last 3 days. So hoping for more sunshine the rest of today and into tomorrow for the finals.
Yeah, well, I know that everyone's really excited that you're here. Obviously, a career that over a decade, I suppose, now in the professional game, as young Abe Titnes is going to bowl left-arm spinner to Zabi Zahid. So a couple of the Swedish base players going head-to-head. What's it been like, your interactions then? Obviously, you've got such a diverse team, some Swedish local players, some from wider Europe, and then obviously you've got some internationals like Kesrick Williams, more experienced players. What's it been like captaining the side this week?
Yeah, as you say, we've got a real mix of youth and experience, and it's been fantastic getting to know some of the local players and seeing some of the local talent on show. I mean, some of our seam bowlers in particular have had some great tournaments so far. We've seen Pierre Duplessis have a great game, his first game yesterday. We've had Aditya have some great performances. Galani has had some great performances, been tearing through the wickets. So, yeah, it's nice to have those guys showing their wares, and hopefully that sort of sets the standard for them to get more opportunities in Swedish national colours. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, obviously the biggest game changer for European cricket and probably global cricket outside the main nations was back in 2018, where the ICC said that from 2019, all T20 internationals between ICC-affiliated countries would be recognised as international matches, and that's really given a structure for these players to work into. And there's been a bit of an explosion in playing numbers as well across Europe, with a lot of immigration from cricket-playing countries into these areas. Cutaway beats the infielder. The running hasn't been particularly good so far this morning. That's one thing, actually, I've got to say, your team have probably done better than anyone else, really squeezing between the wickets, trying to turn ones into twos and twos into threes. Is that something you talked about consciously before the tournament?
Yeah, it is, and I think it's become even more apparent once, to come back to the conditions. It's not the easiest to bat out there. So, I think once we realise that, the outfield's a little bit slow, it's hard to, time the ball through the field along the ground. There's not a great deal of value for shots. So I think that's where the running between wickets becomes crucial, because, it is tough to field. If you're attacking it on the boundary, it's hard to keep the twos to ones, and if you're in the infield, even if it gets smoked straight to you, it's a little bit bobbly, so it's going to be tough to, a pick up and direct hit is unlikely. So we've sort of been really pushing it as a batting group, and I think it's like you say. I think when I look at some of the other games going on, I feel like our running between wickets has been a real asset for us. Yeah,
definitely. And I was talking a bit earlier in the week about our background's been quite similar in the way we were being coached growing up. I went to similar schools as well, grew up in the same place. And I remember sometimes we would do whole sessions of just running between the wickets and calling and kind of getting those fundamentals down. Not everyone in the setup in Europe has had that experience, I suppose. I will say also with this ground, it's probably one of the truer outfields that you'll see in Europe. And often, obviously having played with and against quite a lot of guys that have made it to the top level, I often wonder how they go in some of the conditions I've seen. So some of the fields, for example, that are very uneven and balls getting hit very, very hard. You know how, like in golf, you only get to the Masters like the toughest course, but in cricket it kind of gets easier as you go up. You get to field on billiard tables, and I often wonder, picturing kind of Glenn Maxwell trying to handle a ball which every bounce is more crazier than the last. We already had a bit of a almost viral moment with Titnes unfortunately losing his footing down there at long on and trying to jump from the seat of his pants. But I mean, I think with European cricket, what I've learned, you've got to embrace the chaos. You realise that it's a work in progress, and you have to be pretty excited about where it might be, given the right investment and coaching, given the playing numbers that have been exploding over the last few years.
That's right, and ultimately, to get more youngsters into the game, they need to have exposure, and they need to have people, whether that be role models or people that they can watch and see doing what they aspire to be. So, having tournaments like this and hopefully, expanding on this concept provides opportunities for younger guys to see what cricket's all about, and it's a great game. I'm a firm believer in it's a bit of a game of life in some ways. There's plenty of ups and downs, but when you enjoy your teammates' success and get sort of exposure around the world, it's really, really, really rewarding.
Yeah, definitely, and that's, I think, the primary focus of this tournament is developing some of these young players. Seeing one of them now, Sami Khalil, who plays for Albi Zalmi. This is their home ground, and for him to play against some of the players and with some of the players this week that he has, I think is such a wonderful experience for him. One thing that I do notice in Sweden, probably more than a lot of the countries I visit, I've probably been to around 25 countries in Europe for cricket, is that they've got more playing numbers, number one. They've got about 70 teams in the whole of the country, probably around about half of them here in the Stockholm area and half in other localities. But even it's pretty rare to see, for example, a full under-19s game the other day that we had at club level, and to have that buy-in from the juniors. A lot of these players also, they're second generation, and so a lot of them are born in Sweden. They play their cricket here. They speak fluent Swedish. They go to Swedish schools, and they have the opportunity to introduce others to the game that otherwise wouldn't be exposed. So it's a really exciting setup here. As Tipnis is going to get his third over, a little bit of an edge there. And so I've got Will Baziso here with me. He's not playing today. What's the thinking behind that? Just kind of gearing up for the semis tomorrow. Thought it was a good opportunity to sit out?
I don't think our position on the table can change regardless of result, or if it could, I think it was heavily reliant on results of other matches. So, we felt like it was our best chance, given that we're into the playoffs tomorrow, was to expose, as many of our locals and guys who haven't had as much opportunity to this point to, hopefully get them in some really, really good touch heading into the finals day tomorrow. That was the thinking.
Yeah, you can understand that. You're currently sitting second. I mean, theoretically, you could finish first or third, but it would be dependent on other results. And you can't miss the finals. That's the thing. And I suppose with the 1 versus 2, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 format, you want to hold on to second maybe just in case of a washout. But I think, you're thinking long term. You're thinking the development of the cricketers around you, which I think is a really, really good philosophy.
And that's right. Ultimately, the competition is about, exposure to the Swedish locals, giving them opportunities to play with more experienced players, with experience in other conditions and in other cricketing cultures. So, fantastic, like you say, to have guys like Kesrick Williams here. He's played international cricket for a number of years, played franchise cricket all around the world, so invaluable experience, and he's been a terrific asset to the group. He's been very, very generous with his time, sharing his knowledge, helping some of our local pace bowlers, and I think they would agree that he's been a massive asset.
Yeah, definitely. Tipnis has come back well after getting a bit of treatment earlier in his spell. You look at his figures now with that wide 22 conceded off 16 balls bowled. So, what are your impressions of kind of the raw talent here in Sweden as someone who's played cricket all around the world?
Yeah, it's there's plenty there, and I think coming back to the discussion around conditions, I mean, ultimately when the conditions are tough, it has a tendency to sort of bring everything back to the drawing board a little bit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the better players really, really stand out as such. It doesn't necessarily mean that. So it's hard to get a gauge of the the extent of the talent, because I think the wicket itself is pretty challenging. Balls taking off a length and some shooting a little bit low. So I've been impressed by the ability to adapt, especially from the locals. They seem to be pretty familiar with the conditions. There's no fuss, no complaints. They just carry on with it and give it a red hot crack. And I love seeing smiles on faces. Like, there's been some pretty epic wicket celebrations and
definitely
some great one-handed catches, and
including your own the other day.
I think it's funny. I think I took one that I probably made look harder than it was. I sort of misjudged how far away I was from the boundary, and then we've had 3 or 4 other guys that have taken some blinders. So we've fielded well, and probably why we're sitting in second at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny what you say about the celebrations, and there's a real kind of raw joy about European cricket. I think quite often things go viral and you might only see the extremes, but if you kind of see it day in and day out, as I do, you actually see it's the best of it. It's the best of cricket. It's guys playing for the love of the game right now.
Is that a chance?
Maybe not.
Over the top.
As Kanwar goes maximal off Khalil, took on the fielder and won there. So Stockholm have just hit a little bit of a dead spot after being in an ideal position. A couple of wickets, the opener's going down, and then a third. But Kanwar, this is a guy you can tell he's got a lot of first-class experience, and he knows how to hit a cricket ball.
It was a nice first over from Samiella, but just over-pitching a fraction there, and again.
Yeah, that's going to go the other way, and beautiful swing of the bat right over cover. Maximo back-to-back after a bit of a dead spot. They're flying back into it. And obviously, you still want to win this game, but I suppose, as you said, you've got the broader priorities of trying to develop some of the younger players. Okay, I'm going to ask you a few random questions. What did you know about Sweden before you came? ABBA?
Great question. Not a whole lot. I was going to say Volvo and IKEA were the first two things that came to my mind.
Where I'm saying is across the road from the world's biggest IKEA.
There you go.
Did you know that? It is huge. It's about more than 4 cricket fields.
Right. Okay. And they've very cleverly designed, obviously, by the Swedes. They make you walk the whole way through to no matter what it is that you're looking for.
Don't worry about going to the gym.
Walk. Yeah.
Don't worry about going to the gym. Just go to IKEA and you'll walk a half marathon.
That's right. Yeah, my wife loves a trip to IKEA. You go in for one thing and walk out with 15.
Yeah.
No, Stockholm, obviously, an absolutely beautiful place, and from what I've seen, I mean, the city centre is absolutely stunning. It's sort of, surrounded by water. The architecture is beautiful. There's obviously that real sort of old heritage or history, if you like, which a lot of Europe seems to have, coming from Australia, which is in the scheme of the world a relatively new country, obviously. So we sort of don't have that, old, gorgeous architecture like a lot of the European cities do, the cobblestone streets and things like that. So, it's a stunning place. The people are super, super friendly. Everyone's been really welcoming. The local cricketers have been fantastic, embracing some different ideas and sort of different philosophies and, perhaps bringing a level of professionalism to the game that they haven't perhaps been exposed to. So, I suppose coming back to the tournament and what it can do for Swedish cricket and European cricket more generally, that's the sort of the real benefit of having overseas players involved, is that they can, bring that experience and, help take the locals to the next level in that sense.
That's probably one thing that I've noted. Obviously, I've had quite an extraordinary experience in European cricket over the last 5 or 6 years. And there's been an explosion of cricket, particularly short-form cricket, T20, T10, obviously T20 internationals, now full T20 internationals being played in heaps of countries around Europe. But European cricket is a bit unique, even compared to other associates, like I know there's cricket in Asia, there's the South Pacific, there's South America, Africa, North America even. But European cricket, because of the amount of countries in a geographical, quite a small space, they can play each other more. But I've noticed European cricket almost exists in a bubble. So those who know cricket, I've got a lot of our viewers, of course, have tuned in for this Nordic Smash. They kind of understand it, whereas it's not that well understood outside, and there's not too much interaction between the worlds. So we did a tournament called the Western Shield last year, which was great. We had Ross Taylor, we had Kevin O'Brien there mentoring. We had a lot of emerging stars from around the world playing the T10 format. And that was really great because you've got to be exposed to the other world if you want to aspire or at least have a pathway to that. And because of that tournament, we had European cricketers getting club or county contracts in the UK, and just it opened up some pathways that I suppose the tracks are being laid now because it's such a new phenomenon. The kind of plans are a little bit behind the reality. And that's probably something you've realised here with the enthusiasm around the ground for the game. Whereas if you went into the centre of Stockholm and asked people about cricket, they probably wouldn't have too much of an idea about it.
Yeah, spot on. I've had a few funny looks even in the lift at the hotel when you've clearly got sporting kit of some extent on, and people are sort of saying, "Oh, what are you here for?" and that sort of thing. And you say cricket, and a lot of the people have not actually even heard of cricket almost to that extent. So it's obviously not the number one sport. With the FIFA World Cup on, there's a hell of a lot more traction for the football team than there is the cricket tournament happening in Stockholm. But hopefully that grows, and all good things take time. And I think you look at a country, another, I suppose, associate country building like a Nepal or nations like that, and that they were probably starting from a lot lower bases 5-10 years ago, and just with regular exposure and more players getting opportunities, the standard increasing, it's amazing how a good thing can happen when you get the right people involved and you have passion for the game. So hopefully Sweden can jump on the back of some of those countries that have really grown the sport. Look at the Netherlands. There's other countries in Europe, obviously, that are playing in on a much higher scale.
Absolutely, a test nation.
Yeah,
that's a good shot by Kanmar, wasn't it? He actually launched into Sami this over. It's his third 6 of the over. Well, we're
just over pitched a few times, hasn't he? He's bowling that step hit length that's getting hammered. So hopefully he can just drag it back a little bit here.
not really a huge side spinner of the ball. So if you bowl the half volley, you could go the journey, and it will be a fourth of the over maximal. As this one goes magical. Magical over is what we call 20 plus, and definitely in the ultra short form of the game, we get plenty of those. Right now, Sarul is out of the box. He's 40 off 17, and the score 129 for 3 after 13 overs. Yeah, it's funny. You talk about how cricket is unique in all sports in the sporting world, in that it's the second most watched sport on planet Earth, but in 90% of countries in the world, it is almost unknown. It's fringe. It's it's not in the zeitgeist. So this presents such an interest, but where it is known, they're crazy about it. Obviously India has 1.4 billion people, most of whom are cricket crazy. In countries that were colonised by Britain, it's quite big, but it's spreading, and the world's getting more global. But yeah, I like Pavel Florin. Don't you have heard of Pavel? But he went a bit viral in the first ever European Cricket League.
Romanian cricketer.
Plays for Romania. But he made it. He had one quote that always stuck with me, and he said, because then he got offers to play in England. He's played in Australia as well, which is fantastic for the game. But he had one quote that stuck with me, and I'll share it with you after this ball from Tipnis, who's going to bowl out, trying to bring it back to sanity here. So he'd been a bit of a handbrake, but I suppose he doesn't have to do much with Kanwar going great guns at the other end. Facing up, missing this ball outside the off stump. But Pavel said the difference he sums it up like this: in the cricket world, when I'm walking down the road with my bat in England, they know I'm going to a cricket game. When I walk down the road with my bat in Romania, they think I'm going to a fight.
Yeah, I mean,
sums it up.
If you don't laugh, you'd cry if you heard that quote. So, yeah, that probably does sum it up.
And also, I mean, here in Sweden, people tend to think it's croquet. The game where you play with the mallets.
Yeah.
Or for some reason, they think it's polo.
Okay.
And they or not just in Sweden, but around Europe, they think, he must be a good horse rider then.
Right. No, can't say I've played croquet. Oh, there you go. Trapped him in front.
Yeah, he has. That one going on with the arm, and Zahid never really got going, did he? I mean, Zahid's one of the top players in the Swedish club competition, but it's been a tough little initiation here for him this week. Just hasn't rolled his way. There's a few post-mortems. This looks pretty out, doesn't it? Hit him on the back leg.
Pretty adjacent, hitting leg stump there, I think.
Didn't have too long to travel as Zahid will go, and it's 129 for 4. Tell us about your cricket journey as well, and the people that might not be so familiar. Grew up in Perth, Western Australia, went to Scotch College, which is a school that I played against many, many, many times for my school, and then led to you captaining the Australia under-19s team. Tell us about that journey.
Yeah, one that I look back on extremely fondly. Unbelievable memories playing at school and then in the under-19s side with Australia, and made a hell of a lot of friendships both at school and with the guys in that Aussie 19s side. So I had a very, very privileged upbringing, being able to play a lot of well-organised cricket on great facilities, and have exposure to different conditions. Travelled to various places in Asia playing cricket with the Aussie 19s in India, Sri Lanka, West Indies, all sorts of conditions where I think helped to grow my game and expose you to different things that you're not exposed to in Australia. So in Australia, a lot of the wickets favour pace and bounce, whereas internationally a lot of the surfaces you play on favour the finger spinners heavily. So I think that was crucial for my development as a younger player, and learn to adapt to different conditions. And ultimately, I think it's sort of formed a lot of the player I am today. Ability to adapt to different conditions, and not sort of fear challenge, I guess, and just realising that ultimately the game is about problem solving, finding ways to, if you're batting, hit the ball in the gap, and if you're bowling, find ways to get the batter to hit it in your areas that you want them to hit to. So I suppose not overcomplicating the game any more than that. And I feel like my upbringing allowed me to find ways to do that.
It just definitely builds resilience, the Australian competition. It's something that I communicate in my interactions with a lot of European players that I suppose are fortunate to be able to play international cricket. And I kind of say, of all the cricketers on planet Earth, you're in a position to be able to play for your country with many fewer barriers than, for example, in Australia or England or India or New Zealand or even Afghanistan and these kind of emerging nations as well, and kind of what that means. Because in Australia, obviously, the competition is fierce for spots in the professional game. Only 6 first-class sides. So we've got the Big Bash now, which is 8, but includes a lot of international talent as well. Kesrick's going to get a bowl here. First time of the day. The big West Indian.
Yeah, he's a wily customer, Kes.
But tell us about kind of the mental skills and how resilience is important to succeeding in Australian cricket.
That's vital. I think resilience is key to succeeding, not just in Australian cricket, but in cricket in general, in life in general, really, isn't it? I mean, to be successful at anything you do, you're going to get knocked down, you're going to have to overcome hurdles and challenges, and I think Australian cricket, to answer your question, is absolutely no different to that. Like you say, only 6 first-class teams, an extremely strong domestic competition that breeds a strong international side, and as that one gets hit out to long on, just falling short.
But I suppose the other thing that's different, I suppose, you and I are a little bit apart in age, the opportunities available kind of outside that traditional domestic structure in Australia have been growing and growing and growing with the advent of T20. And this one sneaks down the leg side.
With given wides, looked like there was something on that, but
might have just
hard to tell.
Might have just snuck down. Umpire was pretty confident the signal. Interesting with Mian keeping up to the big West Indian, who's kind of bowled a mixture of pace and a bit of off spin.
A few slower balls being thrown in there, isn't there? Yeah.
Saw him rocking out the offies the other day. Obviously, he's given those instructions. I think when fast bowlers try and bowl spin, they really have problems tossing it up. It's like against their DNA to flight the ball. So you watch here, it's darts central.
Yeah, you're a brave man throwing it up. So this there you go. Batting nicely, isn't he?
Another thunderbolt gets deflected away. This time they will come back for 2. But yeah, so the fact that now kind of the professional opportunities for you at least this stage of your career in the T20, has that changed your focus and changed your skill set? And have you made a conscious effort to develop your batting in particular in that way?
Yeah, as you say, the opportunities available have just expanded rapidly over the last, or probably in the time I've been involved in the game. I mean, I remember being on tour actually when the first IPL was being played many moons ago, and thinking, wow, this T20 game is pretty awesome to watch, and and obviously the IPL has just gone through the roof from there, and various other tournaments around the world have followed, and there's so much franchise cricket, so much short form cricket being played these days that I think as a player, naturally your skill set in that format expands, and as you play more of it, you make more mistakes, you learn from more mistakes, you play with better players and pick their brains about things and how they go about it. You naturally develop skills in the shorter format. But for me, I think I'm really grateful for my upbringing and the fact that a lot of my training as a younger player was geared towards longer form cricket, striving to play test cricket for Australia, striving to play first class cricket for my state. And I think that shaped, a really good foundation of a game that I still believe is vital for the majority of short form cricket as it is anyway. I mean, you obviously have sort of specialised players that come in and smash it from ball 1, batting number 7 and 8 and things like that. But I think, as a top or even middle order player, you still need skills to handle certain conditions and the good bowlers around the world. And I think a foundation of longer form cricket is very beneficial to that. Being able to hit the ball hard along the ground, being able to make good decisions, being selective, understanding the game situation, knowing when to sort of pull the trigger, knowing when to pick the right matchup, running hard between the wickets. All the good basics of longer form cricket, I think, still apply to short form cricket. So, I suppose
I've got a question. All right, and this is coming from me having a career pre T20 boom and potential opportunities outside the Australian structure, which I know you know very well. So, like, how do you train? Like, what if you, like, I'm used to, you train twice a week, you play on the weekend, you might have a few extra sessions here and there. But if you were essentially let's call it a T20 global gun for hire. Well, wait for this.
Is that a chance?
This is up in the air. It's holding up. Any chance? Well, unfortunately for Sami Khalil, he is quick, but he's not that quick. It looked high enough that it might blow to the outfield, but the breeze not so stiff today, and the batter survives. Yeah, I was going to say, so if you're a T20 gun for hire, let's say you're living in Perth. Drops.
Just put it down.
Case. Well, to be honest, it wasn't quite out in the middle, but it wasn't far off from Anarit. It was a bit of a laser back at the bowler.
It's been a good over. Hopefully he can finish off this over nicely for Westeros.
Only 3 off it as the breaks have gone on again for the Stockholm United. And a topsy-turvy first innings, 4 overs to go, 140 for 4. But yeah, like, are you organising your own sessions? I know that when you get with a franchise, there's probably some sort of training, but then what are you doing in between?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's probably changed more recently as I've had a lot more franchise cricket exposure, because I've been exposed to different methods and different training structures and plans and lots of different things. So yeah, I do train essentially, I wouldn't say by myself, but I've got a batting coach that I've worked with closely for a number of years now. Got huge respect for him. He's based in Perth, but he goes over to the UK each winter, so he's currently over in the UK. But yeah, we've done a hell of a lot of work together over a number of years. His name's Mike Hirsch. So Hershey, I think he probably would have, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I reckon he's been involved in more cricket than any living person on the planet.
Oh, wow. I feel like Mike and I are going to have a showdown.
Yeah, well, Hershey, he's in his mid-70s, early to mid-70s. He's seen over 100 summers of cricket back to consecutive.
Wow, that is something, actually. I think I'll give him that one.
Yeah, so
100 summers of cricket.
He's over 50 consecutive years in Durham. So anyone based in the northeast of England will know exactly who I'm talking about. He's an absolute character.
Yeah. We've got Scott Steele, who's playing this tournament, who's been in the Durham setup before, and Ryan Campbell currently the Durham coach as well. Yeah,
no doubt those two will absolutely, and Ryan Campbell in particular, because Cambo's a Perth boy, West Australian, and Hershey is a Perth boy, as Kesrick William takes evasive action there.
Well, I know when I think of the West Indies, I think about batters having to sway out the way of balls at their head, and Kesrick here, I think he contemplated his life choices in the chain of events that led to him having this ball hurled at his noggin.
Good to see a smile on his face, Keza, as always. He's a wonderful character. Always over pitch there and might pay the full price.
Yes, he will. As Anarit, 3 off 8. It's been a tough innings to watch so far, but he does get this one up and out of the ground. Maximal breaks the run of, I suppose, the picket fence ones there, as they feel like they've had a few opportunities to put this game away. Stockholm United, but seems to be a bit of a stop-start kind of affair. 100 consecutive summers. Now that's something. Now I've done some crazy things, but 100, the perennial chasing the sun. That's quite amazing.
Yeah, no, incredible. And his eye for detail is remarkable, and it's
And how interesting.
As in the words of the great Ricky Ponting, you don't get better at something by doing less of it. And I think Hershey has taken that approach in his life to batting coaching. He's a specialist batting coach, and he does one-on-ones 7 days a week for over 100 summers. So.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And how the amount of knowledge he must have, and the fact even with his experience in his advanced years in the game, that he's obviously had to change the style he had to coach from 40, 50 years ago to now, with all the different shots coming. The idea, I think I played one reverse in my career, and it was more of a joke because it was the second innings and the game was kind of petering out, and I hit it for a single, and I kind of, and that's only 15 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's...
And now it's such almost a necessary, isn't it, in the short form of the game at the professional level?
Yeah, it's funny you talk about, sort of evolving your coaching, and yeah, absolutely, I don't know many people more keen to learn than Hershey. He's always, if he's not out there coaching, he's watching YouTube videos of of the best batters in the world and trying to, learn even the most minute detail about what they might be doing and things like that. But he's very much a traditionalist of the game. Loves the longer format. It's a beautiful off drive down to long off for a single as Galani's back into the attack.
He took a bit of a knock on the finger, didn't he, earlier, Galani? Good to see he's recovered. He's got the wicket of Good Angelica, which is pretty important at that stage as he was going great guns. Yeah, 178 projected here. Galani, it's his middle finger on his right hand, his key finger for a pace bowler.
It's a nice take down the leg side from the young Avish.
Again,
first game with the gloves, he's done really well there. He's moved his feet beautifully.
Yeah, it's always pressure, I suppose, I know, as a keeper, when you come in and maybe fill someone's shoes and a regular, there's a lot of pressure in that. But he seems to have handled it pretty well. I'll see JP Mead being behind the stumps has been great for you this week. And, I mean, he's a great European cricket story as well. The thing is, at the international level, you either qualify to play international cricket by citizenship or by 3 years residency, and you have to live there 3 consecutive years. Each of those years you can't spend more than 60 days outside the country. So you end up with this mix in these associate nations. Italy's a great example. You've got guys like Joe Burns, who's been playing, Wayne Madston, Emilio Gay, who's just made his test debut for England. Again, partly, I think, because of the exposure he had playing for Italy. But then you've got other guys here that have been living in Italy for a number of years, like Hassan Ali, the left-arm bowler in this tournament. You've got Zain Ali as well, Zain Naqvi. All right, this is in the air. It's pulled away. It's a long, long chase, and it's going to be an unsuccessful chase. Sammy tried to bat that one back into play, but it was strike one for him, and 4 runs as Kanwar brings up his half-century. 5 Maximos and 2 4s in his knock 30 balls. Kanwar, he's shown he strikes the ball as good as anyone this week.
Yeah, he's played some lovely shots today. Not a great effort in the field there, Sammy. Unfortunately, he's a really good mover, and he's done some great things for Westeros this week, but I'm sure he'd like that one back.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one area. Actually, with the amount of exposure and the amount of televised matches we've had in Europe, the fielding has actually come a long way. I know you probably only ever see bloopers that go viral, but it used to be that they would never practice it. They're running their own sessions, they want to bat and then very much go home. But I mean, it is such a crucial part of the game. Nice little dink shot this time, and fine leg up in the circle. That'll be 4 more. There's still a bit of time to improve this score. Okay, we've got a couple of overs left to go. I'll probably let you go at the end of this over because I know you've got to get back to the boys. But tell us something random about your outside cricket that people wouldn't know.
Ooh, you put me on the spot there, Vinny.
Have a think about it. I'll even give you a bit more time to think about it, like a random skill or something about Will Basisto that you wouldn't be able to Google.
Question. Random skill. Don't have many skills. Certainly not a good cook is the first thing that came to my mind. My wife would be chuckling away. That's a great shot.
Yeah, that's going to go again. This time hit a little bit better, and it carries the rope.
Just a bit short.
Maximal. Yeah, Kanwar into the 60s. Yeah, I mean, when he's turned up, he's been brilliant. I think every time he's graced the middle of the Potchefstroom Cricket Centre, he's brought a 50-plus with him. Stockholm United, 169 for 4 after 18. So not a good cook. That's good enough.
Not a good cook.
I can't boil eggs.
Played the snare drum at
Did
school.
you? Just the snare drum?
Yeah, in the pipe band.
I was going to say, you just brought a memory back of playing first 11 cricket on a Friday afternoon. Do they still do that? Probably.
Yep.
And Scotch College, which is, I suppose, one of the 7 kind of British-style boys' schools in Perth. But Scotch, I think, is the only one that has a pipe band. So the bagpipes would go and you'd hear it humming away. So if I gave you a snare drum and a couple of sticks now, do you reckon you'd still be able to rattle a tune?
I'd give it a go. I haven't touched anything since school, but I practiced twice a week and played every Friday morning for 5 years.
Didn't fancy didn't have the lung capacity to kind of get on the pipes?
My older brother was the pipe major in his final year at school, so I thought they're a bit too big of shoes to fill, and being fairly musically inept myself, I didn't think that was a great path to take, but luckily, having his solid reputation in the music arena, I was accepted into the band and took the option of the snare drum instead. So I had a great time at the pipe band. It was very, very enjoyable on Friday mornings, watching the boys march up the school and lining the corridors bashing away on the snare drum.
Well, I think that Anna Reed enjoyed this one.
Another good shot. Yeah.
Standard liver shot, isn't it? He invested a few balls at the start of his innings to get in. Anna Reed, who's leading the side today in the absence of regular skipper Jakarti, who's taking a rest, a bit like yourself, and certainly delivered with the bat on that occasion. So I want to say a big thank you to you. It was really nice to have you up here in the commentary box. I wish you all the best in the future. I still think you've got a lot of time to go in the game. You're obviously a real hard worker. You've got a great attitude. I think you've led really well this week. That is what's called a slower ball, and that is what's called a 6. It was always a bit too slow, wasn't it, from Pierre Duplessis? And this one wouldn't have looked out of place at Yankee Stadium as it gets horned over left field. 6 more. And look, my last question for you, and it looks like you'll be chasing a few here, maybe something around the 190 mark, maybe even 200. How confident are you in the boys to get it done?
We've certainly got the batting capable of doing it. I mean, any time you're chasing, a score somewhere up around the 190, 200 region, you need a lot of things to go right, and you need someone to get in and stay in, as Stockholm have had here, and a couple of really good partnerships. So hopefully we can, a wicket this over would be handy. Get a new batter out there, try and sort of keep it, ideally under that 190 for Västerås, and I think that gives us a good chance. But we're going to need some players to step up and hopefully clear the pickets, as there's been a lot of maximums in this innings so far.
Very European cricket as well. Poor Kobe probably needs a compass and a packed lunch to go find that one in the long grass.
Yeah, a bit of a needle in a haystack
just
job.
Before you go, a lot of our viewers have said thanks for coming in. Rob watching from New Zealand. We've got Paul Kempen from the UK. We've got Johnny Heeson watching as well. To Thomas, who's watching from Madrid. Buenos dias. Thomas, ¿cómo estás? And they've all said thanks for joining us, and thanks for...
That might have been a chance. I did take my eye off it, I must admit, but I think it was a chance at deep cover there.
They got the new ball out there pretty quick. They've gone the replacement. But, obviously it hasn't really rolled your way so far in the first half, but you're having a brilliant tournament as a side. I know you'll stay together regardless of what happens in this game, and of course, we'll be into the semi-finals tomorrow. Pierre digs this one in. Bit of a top edge this time. Fielder coming in, almost pulls that one off Kobe. He's still picking the long grass out of his shoes, got on his bike there, almost turned that into a spectacular catch.
Yeah, it would have been a good catch. He moved well there, but just didn't get enough of it. As is the irony of looking to go big. You either hit it nicely and it goes for 6, shank it and it gets caught in the boundary, or if you hit it bad enough, it falls short and you get 2.
That was one of my specialities, batting, not being a recognised batter. Is good mishits. Yeah. Balls that would otherwise reach the outfielders that you get away with.
That's right.
I think it's a funny game that way. Digs it in again, but it's a standing slap from Anna Reed. And really has put his pedal to the metal here. Another Maximo. It's been raining 6s in the last quarter of this innings. But, I will let you get back. I know you want to have a chat to the guys at half-time, and you've got a big task in the second half of this game. We will see you in the semi-finals tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing what else you can dazzle us with this week. Congratulations on your personal performance and for leading Västerås United here in the first ever Nordic Smash.
Good on you, Vinny. That's been very enjoyable. Thanks very much, mate. Hopefully Västerås chase these down.
Will Basisto, our special guest commentator. And I suppose one of the issues I had today is I know there's a limited supply of cricket balls, and there seems to be a bit more intent to find the balls going into the long grass today, maybe compared to earlier in the tournament. Anna Reed doing his bit to make the officials sweat. He's moved to 31 of 15. He's got 3 of 6 at the start of this innings. Pierre is certainly had a tale of 2 games, hasn't he, so far? The Eurogordon club cricketer getting thrown in the mix here, and I say, often it's the second game which can be the toughest one after a good debut. I remember I had a pretty good first game for Western Australia when I first represented them, and second game had a bit of a shocker, and the coach said to me, well, Vinny, you got to be able to perform when you're not playing well, and that's something that stuck with me a lot through my career. Sometimes just kind of finding a way even when things aren't rolling your way. This time it's miss hit, should be gone, and it will be gone. So Anarit ends up going 6 and out. Big over, 20 off it, but it does finish with a wicket. 3 Maximos, 2 singles, and finally a catch to Kian Gates, the acting skipper, on the ring. Pierre's gone for 48, but he does have something to show for it with that wicket. 1 over to go, 189 for 5 United, looking to bring up the 200 here. First game of the day, and of course we had a 200 in the first innings yesterday as well. That was the other Stockholm side, Stockholm City. A bit of a chaos over here. Anarit really kind of decided enough was enough. And despite 3 going out of the park, Pierre has something to celebrate. His 5th wicket of the series. Yeah, a few people mentioning that Will and I have a lot in common. We actually do. He's a fair bit younger than me. He's probably 13 years younger than me, which means that I would have finished school before he started. But we went to similar schools. Our schools were actually big rivals. There's 7 schools in Perth that play in the, I suppose, the premier schools cricket competition. So I went to his school many times. He would have been at my school many times as well. Fantastic facilities. They're well resourced. They often have international curators doing the pitches and kind of world-class facilities. Will, obviously, he's carved out a career in cricket that I'm sure he's very, very proud of. And right now he's proud to represent Västerås United. The other United side, Stockholm United, 189 for 5 then. Last over to come. And
64.
Wow, jumps across. He's almost off the pitch when he hits this. This is quite an extraordinary shot from Sarul. And he will get 4, brings him up into the 190s now. Takes one out on the replay. Look how far he gets across here. There's a rule that says you need to have some part of your body or bat over the pitch at all times, and he was only just on the pitch when he made contact there. Gace tries to follow him. I think that's the kind of ball you're way better just bowling at the stumps. I think if he bowled that on the stumps, he wouldn't be able to reach it. Can reach this go, stands and delivers and bombs it. Maximal. Kanwar into the 70s now. Kian Gace again just delivering that one in the slot. And after going twinkle toes last time, Kanwar stands still and smashes this one out of the ground. A little tiny shuffle, but very still at the delivery. Now wants to get funky again. Just out of the grasp of the keeper. Kanwar has no interest in the single. Probably thinks, right, I want all of these. Anchored at the other end. Hasn't faced and probably won't. This one just a little bit wide of the mark. Västerås United, like I said, they've, I suppose, earned the right to bench a couple of their stars today. It's still not easy for the guys out there. They're going to be chasing 200. The 200 has been brought up now. Thomas just mentioning the parallels with Stockholm City yesterday, also passing 200 in the first innings of the day. It's across and goes back to that ramp, and it wasn't quite there for it. Exactly 200 on the board. Of course, the top score was yesterday. It was 204. Oh, 6 will beat that. He swings and misses though. Gets away from Mian. Trot through for a bye. And that should do it. Wait for the umpire signal. No signal from the umpire there. They will finish 201 for 5. So umpire calling a little bit of bat on that. 201 means 202 will be the target for Västerås United. Looking at the scorecard, well, it was a good start from Danushka Gunatilaka, the former Sri Lankan having his way with the attack and was striking the ball beautifully. For he was trapped LBW for 44. Can't lie, the other protagonist there, 74 of 39. Once again, delivering a bit of a masterclass in power hitting. 7 sixes and 4 fours in his innings. Apart from that, Anurich Singh, a bit of a cameo, started slowly but recovered well to score 31. Chowdhury with 22 opening the batting, got an opportunity as well. Bowling-wise, well, it didn't really go to plan too much for Westeros United. Saka, best of the bowlers, 2 for 15, and you have to question why he maybe didn't get another over at some point because some of the other bowlers were expensive. Wickets to Tipnis, the left armour, who did have a maiden in there. Kanagilani with 1 for 35. Duplessis 1 wicket, but it came at a significant cost. 48 runs coming off the 3 overs that he bowled. Big thanks to Will Basisto for his time and his enthusiasm for this Nordic Smash. Tina Goff will be back with me when we return in about 10 minutes. When he's out of here, Mr. Maximo. Stay tuned. 2:02 the target for Westeros as we get ready for the second half of match 13 when we return to Sweden for more Nordic Smash 220.
He's got 41 average. I got him out. That was clear run off. That was really good. Call it. कौन थोड़ा सा मोटा है Come on! पीछे चैनल को ना वैसे वॉल्यूम यूज करते हैं Filling side, let's come in please. Batsman. Nothing catch. Left. Left foot green. आजो भाई आजो
Come on, boys, come on, keep fighting! Khade ane Shaba!
Hello and welcome back to the Nordic Smash T20. It's day number 5. And also, very happy midsummer to everyone. Or, glad midsummer, as they would say here in Sweden, or something like that. It's Vinny Sander here with Maximo. Great to have your company as we get ready for this chase. And it is a big chase. Second consecutive morning game where we've seen 200 set as a target. To be exact, it's 202 required for Västerås United, who are without their regular skipper, Will Basisto, and without the regular keeper bat, Gian Piero Mead. It's going to be Rajput to get us going. And so the responsibility out there is for Sami Ibrahimkil and Shorov Saka. 10 and over required, more or less. They want to make a good impression in the power play. Push to Kunitilica, who fires at the stumps. Khalil was looking for a run, wasn't quite there. Quite tight at cover there, Danushka Kunitilica. So yeah, 201 for 5 was the final score in the first half. Come on with 74, Kunitilica 44. This one angles across and just stays good. So decent quiet start so far. It was an interesting innings, the first innings from Stockholm United. It seemed to come in fits and starts, so it kind of got bogged down in areas, and other areas they really got moving. Slight fumble that cost them an opportunity. That is the acting captain for Stockholm United, Anarit Singh. Didn't he finish well with the bat? Here's a look at Saka. Obviously, Västerås United a bit of a different proposition without those two key players. And particularly Miss Basisto's influence. But I suppose he's been so dominant that maybe one negative for Västerås is they haven't had many opportunities for their other bats. It won't be the case here. Saka ready to face up. Push and run. The back point was a little bit deep. And they will get one. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers. Of course, you may be watching on our YouTube channel, Nordic Smash T20. You might be watching on Fangirl in India. You might be watching on Tatman in other parts of South Asia. Also Willow TV in North America. Worldwide on YouTube, Nordic Smash T20. Great to have you with us. Rajput. He's coming off a couple of steps. It's been a bit of a trend actually. Kill tries to launch to the leg side and it's nothing but fresh air. So yeah, it's tough because you want to be aggressive, but also you want to take the opportunity. There's Vanan Boshov, who appeared for the first time yesterday for Stockholm United. Behind the stumps, he's the national Swedish keeper at the moment. Also very handy with the bat. Missed out a couple of times though in this series. Stockholm United, pretty much it's will not go home for them, I think. They're in the 4, but they could easily drop out and don't win this one. 2 teams below them will play later on, and one of them will at least push up, I think, into a finals position. This will be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Rajput. So it's 3 without loss after 1. Not too many fireworks so far for Västerås United. Hello once again to everyone that's tuning in. We're fortunate to have global reach in this first ever Nordic Smash. Hanarit Singh will grab the ball. He's the acting captain, as I said. He'll be hoping to, I suppose, lock this down. The other thing is, with the such tightness on the table, net run rate could be important. So Stockholm United will want to win and win well. A bit like we saw their cross-town rivals Stockholm City do yesterday at a big win by 90 runs. Stockholm United still could finish as high as 3rd. Obviously, if you finish 3rd, you play the second team. If you finish 4th, you've got to play the top team. So on paper, at least, it's a slightly easier matchup. Down leg side this time. Be a wide. Sami Ibrahim Kill needs to settle here, just kind of calm himself. I'm sure he's got a few nerves around. It's only natural, I suppose, for the young Swedish talent. That one gets up, really takes off. That's the one for the over, you know. If you wanted a confidence booster as an opening bat, being asked to fill some big shoes, that's probably not it. Another one that's shortish, maybe chest high. Sammy's looking over at the umpire saying, hey, was that too high? How many of these are over the shoulder? The first one definitely was. That one was certainly close. There's a bit of a discussion going on now. Yeah, we'll have some sort of a discussion. Yeah, it's touch and go, isn't it? To me, that one, I wouldn't necessarily say it's conclusively over the shoulder. I suppose he's kind of on his tiptoes. Umpire's got to make a call on the ground there. It's really important that gets communicated. I think the first one, just another look, but again, to me, it's probably shoulder high. I don't think it's above the shoulder. It's probably the perfect ball if you want to push the envelope as much as you can without it being a no ball. So, yeah. Okay, so first one was called a no ball. I don't think there's been any no balls in this over. This time he'll flip it away for 1, thinking 2. Good throw, might be interesting. And it is interesting. Oh, well. Again, this is it hasn't been given out. Boshov was unsighted. He quickly hit the stumps over and threw it to the bowler's end. Go here. Yeah, so Boshov was very quick to throw it away. He was unsighted, but to me, there's no doubt. And we had this happen yesterday. We said any clear and obvious error, it can be given. And you can see it's definitely bat in the air. So it's going to be the end of Sami Ibrahim Keel. Disappointing, just took on a fielder that he shouldn't have. It was a bullet of a throw to Boshov. And yeah, it's certainly not quite sure what the discussion here is about. We have seen it happening a little bit more later in the tournament. So yeah, Ibrahim Keel gets the bad news. Good piece of fielding in the end. Nordic getting this second over. They're causing a few problems for Sami Ibrahim Keel, but I think the issue there is that he had him frustrated, didn't he? Had him really frustrated and probably had him looking to turn a 1 into a 2 that might not have been there. So the good start continues for Stockholm United. And it'll be 7 for 1. Nordic get a crack at Keswick Williams, who's coming in to bat at the number 3 position. That was a great throw. Johnny Heasom impressed with the arm there. He's beaten upstairs first up. It was Khalid Zahid, who's on as a sub-fielder, who fired that into the gloves of Reinhard Boshov. Cracked up by this one and only managed a single.
Come on, boys, that's a wicket, come on!
Not really the start you want, needing 10 and over, so do have time to turn it around. But I wonder who might be able to step up here for Vestros United. Picked back at the bowler, gets a piece of it. Didn't show too much interest going after it, so Saka takes up the opportunity to take a single. Who will retain the strike? End of the second over, and it's 9 for 1.
It doesn't matter.
Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo, for the Nordic Smash on a beautiful sunny midsummer's day in Stockholm. And Johnny once again back after a little time on the bench. Players getting a rest. Tina's getting a rest even this morning, but hey, guess what? She's back now. Tina Goff, welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's been an eventful start, hasn't it, to this run chase? And it looked like I missed quite an innings in the first half as well, as Will was in the commentary box. Always great to have his insights as well.
Yeah, it was an interesting conversation we had about a variety of topics. Rajput comes on third over. I suppose, he talked about the importance of trying to develop the whole squad and felt with their semi-finals qualification already in the bag, there's a chance to do that. But I suppose disappointing for Ibrahim Kill getting the opportunity at top of the order and running himself out there. He'd had a tough start. Oh, it really takes off on Saka. Tell you what, this Stockholm United side, when they turn up, they're a bit of a danger team, aren't they? With the bat and the ball. That was a painful blow on Shoaib Saka.
They've got quite a potent lineup, don't they? Rajput and Singh, they were the ones yesterday who caused so much damage at the top of the bowling innings, and again, this time damage to the batter. I think that hits him flush on the shoulder.
Yeah,
you can see his arm just goes lame immediately.
Yeah. Just almost, trying to evade it in the end when he realised that he wasn't going to get any bat and ball, but it was right at the point of the back shoulder. Rajput, only bowling off 3 or 4 steps, but able to generate significant pace and lift there. Just up a bit this time, but only a single. I'm thinking of 2, it's never on. The bowler's end would have been interesting. Jeez. Fiery bunch out there, a friendly fire.
Come on, boys, back the bowlers, come on! Come on, boys, back the bowlers, come on! Come on, boys, back the bowlers, come on! Come on, boys, back the bowlers, come on!
So, looks like he's still having a few problems with this shoulder, so the kit's come out and I've got some shoulder specific tape in there or something that might help him. But the only thing with these blows that are basically external, it's just time is the only healer. I think that's what I've learned with those. It's pretty uncomfortable when you're batting those. Tina, there's a bit of an adrenaline factor, isn't there, as well? You seem to be able to get on with it. Doesn't make it too fun when it does hit you.
There's always that slight delay, isn't there, between the impact and the pain. Especially you catch one kind of somewhere particularly stingy, if it's a fleshy part of the body, there's the thud. Then there's a couple of seconds where your body waits to realise quite what's happened. And then comes the searing pain. I think there was some shoulder-specific eye spray in that bag, though, so you might be lucky.
Yeah.
Might be able to carry on.
I know that Kalani had a bit of a nasty blow on the fingers, specifically his middle finger of the right hand. And he was able to at least finish his over. Blast this time, but straight to the fielder. John comes whistling in. That is through for single. So we get to the end of the third over, and Vestros United 11 for 1.
Been the best of power plays for them so far, especially chasing down that mammoth total. Their current run rate below 4, they need it above 11. And maybe just a couple of batters light. You understand why, of course, as Will was saying, it's a good time to get a few players in form looking ahead to the final tomorrow. But we see this quite a lot, don't we, Vinny? When a team gets through to the finals, they think, okay, this is the perfect time to chop and change. But actually that loses a bit of momentum sometimes going into finals day.
Yeah, definitely. It's always tough balancing priorities. I mean, someone like Will Basisto, he doesn't need another hit. But strategically, from a winning point of view, they'd want him to have another hit. But no, I think Vestos United, they're good enough to come back and be competitive tomorrow. Right now, it's not looking likely this innings, but what a chance for Williams to bat up the order. Not many times, I suppose, in his professional career, you get to bat at 3. So, get that opportunity here. Never quite reached 20 in his international career, so I suppose that would be something he'll be enjoying, having a bit more of a leading role with the bat.
Well, Kesrick, we've seen bat as low down as about 7 or 8. He's certainly someone who relished this, and he relishes that one as well. Slower ball, but Kesrick, grown up on the mean pitches of the West Indies, is never going to be troubled by that kind of bouncer.
Yeah, let's try a bit of the short stuff, Anna-Reet. And this one set up nicely for the hook. Couple on Ibrahim Hill. Really voraciously. Well, that one a bit more benign. Back to live action. Good comeback. A little bit full of draws. Kendrick forward. And Anna-Reet comes back with it up.
Yeah, hi to everyone in the chat. Missed you guys as I was taking a break. See Rob's in there, Paolo, Thomas as well. Hope you're all having a lovely Friday.
Up in the air this time, and that will run away for 4. Just a little punch there from Kesrick. This time he does get on the front foot comfortably. Hits it on the up. Some badly needed boundaries finally starting to appear here in the 4th over. Nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's a classic T20 over so far. Pure dots and boundaries, but Kesrick, we know he has it in his locker. But what Vestos United really need from him is a big innings. So far, he's had that one cameo, and a very good cameo it was too, finishing in the 30s, but it's the first time he's really had a whole chance to put a big shift together.
Up in the block hole, so he's been mixing up his lengths. Anna-Reet. That'll be the end of the over, so 20 for 1 after 4. I suppose still wickets in hand. I feel like you need 1 or 2 outstanding individual contributions here for Vestos United to have any chance in the game, and who's to say it won't be Williams, who looked good that over.
Almost getting towards the territory of 2 runs required per ball, and that's not quite where you want to be with still 16 overs to play. Probably a few batters light of where they would be if their full strength team were out. Of course, Will Basisto and JP would certainly feature in the top 5, and I'm sure they would be back in that top 5 tomorrow.
Yeah. Zabi Zahid to bowl. A bit disappointed that he wasn't able to contribute more with the bat. I was in for a while, was part of a decent partnership, but we know Zabi's a very talented cricketer with the bat and the ball. We haven't quite seen the best of him this week so far. We'll get to pick up the ball in this 5th over. Ground he knows very well. Full toss. Clumped by Kesrick to mid off. Of course, he's up in the circle at this stage. Zabi gets away with one there. No real wind to speak of at the moment. One just inside. Tram lines there. Kesrick wanted the call. Didn't like it. The umpire thought it was okay, but it's well okay. Losing his bearings there, I think. The big West Indian. got him. Change of pace from Zahid, and he does deliver with the ball, and he's given him the notebook celebration. Well, Zabi Zahid, handbags at 10 paces as he clatters the stumps of Williams. And high drama here in match 13. The wicket of Williams goes, and it's 20 for 2.
Well bowled. He's a braver bowler than I am. Because I don't think I'd be doing that celebration up in the face of Keswick. But Keswick's a gentle giant. He takes it in good spirit. But let's take a look at this one again. The ball, full and straight. Keswick plays all around it. But let's take a look at that celebration. As he gets pretty close to him, to be fair. Keswick nobly just walks past head high. But look at that. Zabi giving it the... How many notes in his notebook is that? It's about 4 or 5 notes.
Given the whole exercise book, hasn't he? It was actually a very skillful piece of bowling. It was kind of a leg-cutting slower ball, kind of pulls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. And Zabi Zahid, well, I'll say he's probably not made a lifelong friend in Williams out of that celebration. They do say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but Williams just has to walk off. And disastrous blow in the game as well for VU, 20 for 2. That'll bring Tipness to the crease.
It's always the danger, isn't it, of a...
One day when the quiz question comes, what do Virat Kohli and Zabi Zahid have in common? You will know the answer.
Both on the counter notebook celebration.
Written on the back of the pages. Anyway. A bit of fire. It's just exploded into the game now.
It makes you wonder what people have thought about counter celebrating in your face, Vinny, because they start
stump guitar,
or they come out with like a stump drumstick. take the stumps out and go for the drumsticks instead.
That's actually a very good one. I wish we'd use that one.
You're going to use that now, and it's going to be all my fault.
Now you've got me thinking of other stump celebrations, like perhaps the javelin, which Phil would be banned straight away. Well, Zahid. I think that was a build-up of frustration as well, particularly with the bat. He hasn't been able to perform the way that those in the know that he can. But with the ball, he's got a big scalp there, and so we say in Australia, he's gone off like a frog in a sock. Good one. Gets past Saka now. And then the full follow-through from Zabi. This is fiery stuff. And United, who, let's be honest, they've been pretty inconsistent in the series. Botched a chase last night when they were in a winning position. They're a real danger team. I think the one team that you want to play least in this competition is a bit like the old proverbial box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. This time it's up in the air, the outside half of the bat. Not going all the way, but does get over the infield. Saka gets 2 into the 5th over, 23 for 2.
Vesteros looks like they're staring down a defeat here unless someone can come up with a bit of magic in the middle order. You just can't really see where the runs are going to come from. If you look at the first innings, Sarul Kanwar came in at number 4 and scored 74 and beaten off 39. That was after Gunathilika had already scored 44 opening up, but both openers for Vesteros already back in the hut, having scored just 8 between them. Keswick didn't last much longer either. I don't think they'll be too upset if they lose this game, Vesteros, but again, it's just about keeping that winning habit going, and changing the team around does sometimes cause a bit of uncertainty. I suppose all of these teams have got quite big squads, and we will see some changes today and tomorrow due to varying availabilities. But I suppose that makes it interesting for the neutral and for us as well, because it opens up the tournament once again. Teams that look so strong going into the finals, I suppose thinking of Stockholm City in particular, if they have to make a few changes to their side, then I don't think they're necessarily the favourites that we think they might be. And then, of course, looking to the bottom of the table, Mavericks and Phoenix. They still have hope. And if they can make the most of maybe a few other teams chopping and changing, you could have still a few surprises before the day's play is out. Zabi Zahid back into the attack.
Well, this is Khalid Zahid now. Don't be fooled by your Zahids. They're not twins, but they are brothers. And it's nice. One's gone well. You've got the ability to bowl another one at the other end. So Khalid. He's going to bowl from the end that we're affectionately calling the grassy knoll end here. Tipness. Again, great opportunity for him with the bat. Show what he can do. I mean, the strategy here, the win isn't everything, but you want to play well. I mean, unfortunately for me, often batting at 7 or below in T20 cricket, I came in some situations that were unwinnable. And so I actually have a bit of experience in how to approach. I'm not saying this is unwinnable at this stage, but certainly heading that way. That's a nice shot, though. Really good shot. Just leans on that one over cover. 4 runs. Saka fights back.
And nicely played by Saka. He's looking the most likely out of anyone to try and take the fight back to Stockholm United. That one lifted nicely over cover. Still a few balls left of the power play, so trying to make the most of those fielding restrictions. It looks like it has caused a slight change in the field. There's no one out on the offside. Just a sweeper out, a deep wicket, and fine leg. That one though does skip through. A good comeback ball there from Khalid Zahid.
So my strategy playing, and again, I'm not saying that in this situation yet, but let's say I don't know, it's 60 for 5 and you're chasing 200 and there's, I don't know, 6 overs left or something like that, and you kind of know it's not a great situation for your team. Was just treat it like I was batting first. So treat it like it's first innings and say, look, let's just get as many as we can get. And there's normally, unless it's a knockout game or something, there's normally some sort of ramifications, like net run rate, that maybe it could matter. So rather than hope to hit every ball for 6 and by some miracle score at 20 plus and over, you just got to kind of take medicine. Brisk short delivery there, but Saka quick enough to get the pull out, and in fact it will go all the way. Unfortunately for young Yassine down there, couldn't quite pull it back in. Yassine's a really good young bowler as well. He was the youngest player to take a fifer in ECS cricket when we were here in 2023, playing for Udinge. But actually, it'd be nice to see him with the ball at some point during this innings, because he is a really good prospect. Haven't seen him yet. This time he drives, and he drives very well. In fact, I think that's hit the rope on the full. It has. Maximo! Saka goes 4 and 6 to finish the over. That is the end of the power play. United certainly finishing it better than they started. 38 for 2. Yeah, so in those situations, I would be thinking, in the first innings, you might be in that situation where, if we can scrape 130 here, maybe it's enough. And you have that kind of mindset. It helps, I think, to have that mindset the second innings, even if the game is unwinnable, because I suppose you want to have some sort of sense of purpose when you're out there in the middle.
So I've been doing a bit of research into midsummer, because there's a holiday here in Sweden, and some call it the second biggest holiday after Christmas as well. Really? So it's not just it's
like reverse Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not 6 months apart. Yeah.
Did you watch that horror film in 2019 called Midsummer?
No.
It was quite because horror films are usually on the periphery, aren't they? But this became like quite a mainstream horror film.
Okay.
And that was kind of based around Midsummer.
Really? Midsummer Murders I know pretty well. They did a T10 cricket episode, did you know that? you heard of Midsummer Murders?
Yeah, Midsummer Murders.
There's a cricket. Have you ever seen a cricket episode?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. I've actually downloaded it about 2 years ago when I found out about it, but I've never actually watched it.
It wasn't it murdered in the pavilion with a stump or something? Like a cricket version of Cluedo.
No, I mean, only what I saw from the trailer was they got a guy and basically took all his equipment off and strung him to the nets and put the bowling machine on full power.
Oh, yeah.
And peppered him with balls. That's the way I want to go.
Peppered with balls tied up.
Yeah. Zabi Zahid, that big wicket of Williams, chock full of confidence now. Okay, so tell me more about what you've uncovered.
Oh, I got distracted by Midsummer Murders then, because cricket is never
stay on task.
Cricket is never really shown well in film, is it? Direct hit could be interesting here, but it's fielded well and also backed up well. Yeah, so various traditions. In fact, I think mostly city dwellers go out of the city for Midsummer. So I know we're going into the city maybe tonight, but it's more of a kind of retreat to the countryside. I guess because in the countryside as well, that you see the lights better, you don't have the pollution. It's often ended with a skinny dip at night. I suppose it's not that dark either, is it? So it's not really a skinny dip, it's just a swim.
When in Rome.
And you place flowers under your pillow, which apparently is supposed to give you good luck to find your future spouse.
Really? Okay. Seems like both of those might be good strategies. The flowers and the skinny dip.
It's got to be different types of flowers.
Okay.
So you can't just...
No same flower relationships?
No. Frowned upon.
Okay.
So you can't just take 7 dandelions and hope for the best.
Seriously now.
You don't want to see your spouse if that happens.
Nice uppercut here, but fielder should cover it and keep it to a single. Okay.
The day before Midsummer, the state-owned liquor stores, these System
this is the day before Midsummer? Is that how it works?
It's Midsummer's Eve, but
Midsummer's Eve, yeah.
Midsummer's Eve is the public holiday.
Okay,
that's why everything is
the main event.
Quiet as a mouse today.
Yeah.
And the state-owned bottle shops, which we're talking about because you have to buy it off license here, typically see a sharp increase in alcohol sales. Funnily enough. Probably the same for Christmas, to be honest.
There's that slower ball. It's the one that got Williams. Rolls out the left-hand side of his bowling hand. Zahid, very, very accurate with that delivery so far today.
But they do have the maypole, so the same way you have Morris dancing in the UK, which is, I don't know too much about, to be honest, but they erect the pole and then dance around it.
Yeah.
Often have flower garlands.
I'm down with that.
Yeah?
Can do that. Driven, fielded, thrown, he batted hit. Interesting sequence of events. End of this 7th over, and it's 44 for 2. I mean, so the skinny dipping, is there, just asking for a friend, is there a particular kind of place? Or is it kind of anywhere? Because the thing is, there's so many islands in Sweden. Do you know, okay, we talked about this the other day, and it sounded ridiculous, but Sweden has 267,570 islands.
That's a lot of islands.
Right? So, yeah, it's the highest number of islands of any country in the world. Obviously, a lot of tiny. Only about 1,000 of them are inhabited. But, yeah, imagine... Yeah, are there any skinny dipping hotspots? Tina's going to do a deep dive into that now. No pun intended.
So I think it's mostly in the kind of natural areas where they congregate. So the Huddinge area. Again, apologies to all Swedish listeners. Because I suppose a lot of the celebrations happen around the lakes.
Yeah.
And then just natural, at some point, you take all your clothes off.
Is it like a midnight thing?
Yeah. I don't know if it's kind of Cinderella vibes.
All day?
But...
I'm going to go out there. 9 p.m, Australia, USA. Australia win, 11 p.m. Midnight, I'm in the water.
I mean, I don't doubt that for 1 second.
Right?
What happens if Australia lose? That's what
You're in the water. No, we don't have any Americans here. But yeah, it would be a good challenge, wouldn't it?
I love the AI sanitation sanitization of some of these descriptions.
Yeah.
Because, it kind of scrapes everything off the internet and tells you it all in one version. So swimming in the nude is deeply embedded in Swedish culture, as it is viewed as natural, healthy, and non-sexual.
So as it should be.
Yeah.
Saka has a merry dance down the wicket this time, but it's threw the shot way too early as Yadav comes into the attack.
While the tradition exists, and then in bold it says, it is never mandatory, which sounds...
Thanks for that.
It makes it sound like an incident or two happened, which made AI feel like it had to tell people it's not mandatory. That one's pivoted away nicely behind square for 4 runs, and it actually goes all the way for 6.
It does.
Flat 6.
Flick the top of the rope on the full. As you've seen, the fielding, more of a ball collector than a fielder at the moment. It's about waist high. It's too short from Yadav. And Saka scorps it out of the ground.
It depends highly on the group dynamics, and those who feel shy are perfectly welcome to keep their swimwear on.
It's nice. It's nice to have that facility.
I don't know if that's a specifically Swedish protocol, or I think just skinny dipping generally is non-mandatory.
We joke, but it's no joke, the culture around getting in the bodies of water, and I'm not ashamed to say that I have partaken in a swim wearing nothing but my birthday suit, and that was the rules when I was in Helsingborg a few years ago with my good friend Andrew Ryan. They consider it to be unclean to wear
100%
bathing suits inside the facility.
Germany's the same.
That meant that not all of our crew were particularly comfortable getting involved. I guess it's fine. Everyone's free to make their own choices. Also in Finland last year, continuing the Nordic line, I did go to a couple of these community saunas, which was a very interesting experience. And I would say in Finland in particular, and I'm going to take on 2 here. A good throw might be interesting, but Saka beats it out. 2 runs to the total. I will say that I mean, Rhino, who I was commentating with, did you know this? He's gone to the World Championships for ice swimming, which is they literally dig a 50-metre pool out of ice and swim in it. And even he was struggling, which meant I was really struggling in this Finnish water. But yeah, it's always great to sample the cultures and the traditions of other nations. Lucky enough to do that in our line of work. Saka, a bit of a lone hander at the moment, isn't he? 30 off 19.
That reminds me of one of my... Because, every time the Olympics is on, everyone ends up being obsessed with the Olympics for a couple of weeks.
Of course.
And it always gets me on a rabbit hole of Olympics and Olympic sports. Obviously, cricket being one, LA in 2028. My favourite now redundant Olympic sport, I think it was Summer Olympics. It's called plunge for distance.
Okay. End of the 8th over, 55 for 2. Finished out of here, Mr. Max Martina Goff, who's about to tell us what in the world is plunge for distance and what's the relation to the Olympics?
It was an Olympic sport.
Oh, like once upon a time, not like in 2024. Okay.
It just passed us all by.
Okay.
They were so good at plunging, we just didn't notice.
Yeah, I love obscure Olympic sports. Standing high jump.
Yeah.
Open water swimming, I think, was there for a while.
So this is 1904 Olympics.
Okay.
And it was a dive from a stationary platform.
Yeah.
And it's a springless platform as well, so you can't get the buoying.
And how high is the platform? We don't know.
18 inches above water. So you literally
you're only just above the water.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you glide face downwards for 60 seconds without any propulsion. So kind of like a dead body, but you have to...
So hold on. You dive into the water. Is the idea is depth, or is it...
Lateral distance.
Okay, so you're not trying to go as deep as... I thought we said plunge. I thought it was like... How deep can you go?
Don't shoot the messenger. Okay. It's called plunge for distance.
So you have to stay under the water?
Yeah, so you're kind of going along like Jaws.
Yeah.
But you can't propel yourself at all.
Well, you can't propel yourself? You can't...
No.
And the judge is in the water? So you just have to basically be like a missile.
Yeah. And it says generally being fat was an advantage in the sport, I suppose, because buoyancy and...
Where was the 1904 Olympics? Was it St. Louis?
1904 Olympics was in St. Louis. Wow, well done.
Useless facts for me again. Down the leg side for a wide start. The overs, Zahid.
And in later years, the plunge was subject to criticism because it was not seen as an athletic event, but instead, quote, favouring mere mountains of fat who fall in the water more or less successfully and depend upon inertia to get their points for them. That's me. I depend upon inertia to do a lot of things.
So, hold on. So, I guess you have to hold your breath. Right?
Yeah, for 60 seconds. Or I suppose you don't have to do the full 60.
Okay, so is there a time limit?
Yeah.
Trouble. Oh, I couldn't quite fashion a throw there, Zahid. Tried to contort himself. Saka wanted the single. Abe kind of sensing the danger, returned back to the non-strikers end.
And then in 1893, so it was already a sport before it became an Olympic sport, I guess, much like cricket.
Yeah.
A report noted that it wasn't great for the spectators because the divers, quote, move 30 or 40 pace at a pace akin to a snail.
I'm still trying to picture it. So they
jump in.
They have 60 seconds and they just have to they can't move, they can't propel themselves.
I think you dive in like the start of a swimming race. Yeah. But as soon as you come out of that initial plunge, you're
not really moving then, are you?
No. Well, the distance world record with the 60-second limit was 86 feet.
So almost 30 metres.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's like about 2 feet. What's that? 1.5 feet a second. Right, up in the air. Fielder comes around, gets two hands to it but can't hold on. Gets to the boundary. That's Anarit there, who made good ground to get there in the first place. But Abe gets to life and gets 4.
And they could only do one diver at a time because obviously the diver couldn't really legislate for where they were going to float once they went in, which in some ways would have made it a better sport if they wanted to go in at the same time and they just were plunging for distance in parallel and bumping into each other. But they did have a different event, which was the 60-foot plunge, and then that was the timed one, the quickest you can plunge 60 feet, and that was 14.4 seconds.
Nabi gets this up in the block hole. We should have had a second wicket at this level.
The notable plungers look exactly like you'd expect them to look. Edgar Adams, silver medalist, 1904.
I learnt something today, I can tell you that. Hello to Terry Richmond. Good to have you with us, Terry, as always. Tom was saying, wouldn't be risking that 86-foot plunge, no way. He appreciates his tiny brain. At least you're not going 86 feet downward. When you first said it, I thought it was like a depth challenge.
That would be probably better, to be fair. Also not a great spectator sport.
So like basically swimming downwards.
Yeah.
But then the issue is you need to breathe. The further you are away from the surface, tougher it gets. That's a tight 2, but a 2 they'll get away with. Will Bazisto was in the commentary box in the first half of this game, and he said they've made a really conscious effort to work on their running between the wickets, especially as sometimes boundaries have been hard to come by in these conditions. And they also kind of noted that it's not particularly easy for the fielders to get the ball in and to handle those throws, given some of the conditions we've had this week.
Yeah, and that's why Keswick was also saying how important it was to throw it in on the full. Earlier in the week, I suppose, because of the damp outfield, and now it's just slightly inconsistent in the bounce, only because there's been so many pairs of shoes around the strip that it's going to hit something. So you've got to nail it in, and that's what Bazisto was talking about as well. Making the most of the outfield when you're batting to at least come through for 2s if you've missed out on the boundary.
Yeah, so that'll take us to the end of the over, 64 for 2 after 9. I suppose not completely out of it, Vastros United. The main thing is here, I think, yes, it's a lot of runs they still need, about 140 runs or so, but okay, 12.5 and over, you can't get that much of an over. You probably need 2 boundaries in the over and to run hard and eliminate the dot balls, but if you can do that over after over, you can work your way back into the game. And if we learn anything from last night, anything's possible. Stockholm United have a bit of a habit of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And let's see if they can make this one count. Boshoff coming up to the stumps because we're going to get change of bowling. It's going to be Danushka Gunatilaka to bowl. Yeah, other random Olympic sports.
Well, I've just tuned into the Midsummer Murders episode. It's filmed at Wormsley.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's filmed at Wormsley. Which
Don't give it to me because I haven't seen it yet.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, but I've seen to be honest, it was about 2 or 3 years ago when we found out about it. Drove over cover this time, did Tipness, and that'll run away for 4. Nice shot first up. Straight over the infielder's head, and there's normally a good chance there's a gap behind an infielder. There wasn't this occasion. 4 runs to start the over. Yeah, so we found out about it 2 or 3 years ago. We were in Cartmere at the time, and we were going to have a big watch party, but of course, you know what those tournaments are like. We never had time. So it's been sitting on my phone ever since.
Yeah, it's available on YouTube, free of charge.
It wasn't at the time because I had to pay for it. This is going to be down the ground, and 1 bounce 4. Nice shot by Tipness, who's growing into his innings, moves into the 20s. Now the 50 partnership comes up, badly needed for Vestros United.
Oh, I've got my nighttime viewing sorted then, Midsummer Murders watch party.
We've got to do a watch party sometime. Maybe you can save it and we can watch it in Switzerland one night.
Yeah,
do that?
let's do it.
Okay, sounds good. We won't have time on this trip. Push and run. Another fumble. Okay, that's what happens when you start pushing the fielders as well. Do force a few errors. Yeah. Because the thing we discovered is it's about a T10 league coming to town and all this, and about and all the other things around the spectacle of the short form. And gone on, drops. Oh, Gunatilaka probably couldn't believe how easy this catch was. And he just kind of spent it before he got it. That's a super lucky escape for Saka. Now, this is up in the air. Fielder comes around, and this one goes down as well. Yadav out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and can you believe it? 2 catches being dropped in consecutive balls of this over.
Yeah, they always say catching is contagious, so is dropping, and that one was certainly the tougher of the 2. Danushka should have taken one off his own bowling, so he can't be too upset that one's...
then turn around and go, come on. How hard is it when you just put down an absolute goober? 10 off the over. Make that 11, as it'll be dabbed away. I suppose the concern is that's not quite at the rate, even with the 11 off the over. 10 overs down and halfway through this response. Vestros United 75 for 2.
Paolo in the chat saying you can't beat Life on Mars. Did you ever watch Life on Mars? Have you heard of Life on Mars?
No. It rings a bell.
As we're talking about kind of mid-noughties, iconic British TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, it follows this police officer, I think it's about 2005, 2006, wakes up and he's time travelled to 1973, and he then confronts all the kind of usual things you'd expect in a police station in the 70s.
Yeah.
So, and he is a woke man from 2006.
Right.
I mean, even now, for today's standards, it probably all seems terrible. But then, has to go back and is then a police officer in 1973, but he's from the future, trying to convince people that he's from the future, but also kind of goes on cases.
That sounds awesome.
Stuff. It's really good.
Yeah. I do love a good time travel series / movie.
There was then a sequel called Ashes to Ashes as well, which wasn't on for as long, but yeah, proper good British TV.
I'm putting that on my list for when we meet up again, which will be, what's that, July?
Yeah, I was just looking at the flights. Get over to Switzerland.
Zabi is going to bowl out here.
If you could also send me to a country that's not really extortionately expensive, that would be great. Switzerland and Sweden are right up there.
Pass for a local.
Oh yeah, at least I can speak the language. Well, ish. Swiss German
is quite different to, they call it High German.
Yeah, Hochdeutsch.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Zabi, he's got that weapon of the slower ball, which completely fooled Williams, which led to impending chaos. Zabi's one of those guys, gets a bit of the old white line fever. Lovely guy off the field. Wouldn't want to play against him though. get one here. That's all they'll get. Did you ever get the old, we call it white line fever? Is that a common expression in UK as well? When you step over the white line onto the field, your personality completely changes.
I suffer from that in football, as that clip from yesterday will show you.
Yeah.
Cricket, I think I'm quite feverish in both sports, to be fair. And I think we've seen over the years quite a few candidates for that as well. I suppose it's better that way
MCC
around.
will train you out of that, though. I think you have to take a broader view of the game when you're playing for the MCC, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have multiple personalities, and MCC Tina is certainly a different one.
Slow ball this time from Zahid. Tipness have to settle for a single. A reminder, you can drop in any questions or comments you like in the chat. Nordic Smash T20, great to have your company. Big thanks to our partners as well, desibox.co, who have been looking after us with the food this week. There's also some desibox.co signs around the ground with $500 cash prize for any batter that can hit it on the full. Also, we think the crowd catch incentives are still in play. €50 for a crowd catch, doubles to 100 tomorrow. There's that big slow ball again, but it's over. Pitch Sarker gets it on the full. Looking for two. Once again, not really on. Probably would have gotten away with it. Now, also thanks to Stride, and you can check out the Stride app. Just put Stride, STRIIDE, into the search engine, and you can check out what's going on there. Use the code Stockholm10 for 10% off. Big thanks also to 19 Yards, hoping to develop cricket in some of the less known places around the world. And let's not forget Stump Eye for their support of the Nordic Smash, bringing stump camera technology to the masses. And finally, Brand Mavericks. See some of that signage around the ground. So it's been a big undertaking. Obviously never easy. Brand new tournament, brand new concept. I think there's just so many positives that come out of this week, though. That's the general feeling I keep hearing, actually, from all the players. Bowled by Zabi here. Should get two here. They will. It's one of those ones that sit slow enough that the outfielders had to come in, hadn't quite approached the ball at the point of the turn of the first run. Will be the end of the over. So 5 singles and a 2 off that over. Zahid does a good job to lock things down at that end. Zabi finishing 1 for 24. With 9 overs remaining, the score is 82 for 2.
They're not quite out of this, are they, Vesteros? They're going nicely now, these two. Partnership worth 62. After Kesrick Williams was the last wicket to fall halfway through the 5th. It was 20 on the board at that point. Just one of those where they have to keep themselves in the game and in the chase for as long as possible.
Got to say, Terry Richmond's come up with a comment here saying he's just heard there's a nudist convention coming to his area next month and he'll go if he has nothing on.
Badumch.
What a brilliant bit of humour from young Terry.
I love it.
I think I'll come good on my word. If Australia win tonight against USA, not saying you have to come to document it, but we've got a couple of other Aussies around this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like there's three or four of you, isn't there? So you're gonna
power in numbers,
paint the town red tonight, I'm sure, especially if Australia get the win. Some discussion happening here between batter and umpire. Umpires just coming together here to clarify something with the fielding side. But how do you reckon your chances are tonight against the US? Obviously, they'll have home advantage.
I think.
And they were looking quite strong in that first game.
They were, but we also played very well in the first game. Australia have a bit of a history, modern history, 21st century history at the World Cup of not really taking a back seat to bigger nations. Right? I think they're pretty well versed at kind of sucking up the pressure. Although this is a very young squad, they were very bold with their choices in the first game, going for youth.
Yeah, Australia, they've had some success, haven't they, at the Football World Cup? Not quite obviously as successful as in cricket tournaments. We're just, once again, clarifying what's happening here.
So, as Manuj heads out to the middle, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back very, very shortly. Vinny Sauerhuy, Mr. Maximo and Tina Goff back with more cricket in a few minutes, live from Sweden. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20. Back to the action then, as it's Danushka Gunatilaka who does start the 12th over. Quick work by Boshov there. Actually dropped the ball onto the stumps there, Boshov.
पाजी मैं थोड़े बैकअप चाहिए दस देना बस
So top ball to start the over. Tipness makes good contact here, but picks out the fielder, only a single. Run rate required. It's climbed up 13.5 and over now. Although these two have done well to kind of rebuild, they need to up their production.
Big hello to Jack and Scott in the chat. I know they enjoyed themselves yesterday. Looking forward to seeing them on the pitch later today. And Patient, of course. I don't think we ever spoke about our midnight snack the other night.
Oh yeah. Normally we keep that for food chat. But yeah, we had, what was it? It's like a plap, a plop, and a
kex.
A hex. So yeah, just a few delays. That's the thing. You like to see the passion. You like to see the rivalries. As just trying to sort out some of the technicals here. And I suppose, when you've got a new tournament, you've got a lot of passion. You've got guys that are desperate to win and be the champions. You can understand that sometimes that passion can boil over. I often say I'd rather see teams, fired up than they're not trying so hard. So
they just need to sit down and share a kex and talk it all through.
We had a kex at a plop, and what was the other one?
A yap.
A yap.
Yeah.
We had a yap, kex, and a plop.
A yap was basically a Mars bar / Milky Way. Yeah. A kex was
kind of
chocolate wafer.
Wafery, yeah.
Like those mama wafers that you get, like the pink ones in the square. And a plop was some kind of caramel licorice abomination.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the plop. Anyway, Saka gets on with some cricket, hits this down the ground, but again, only a single. Boundaries needed for Västerås United.
Now, I'm going to look up the plop, actually, because be careful with my Google searching. Because there was a taste there I just could not put my finger on. Yeah,
it certainly left a bit of a strange taste in my mouth. Tries the bouncer this time, does Gunatilaka, tries to sneak one through, and it's hit reasonably well, but again, straight at the outfielder.
Over 95% of plop bars are sold in Sweden.
How many percent?
95. Some English-speaking sources have criticised the name plop as being unappealing due to its use as a euphemism for human feces.
That'll do it. Saka tries to reach for this one. Doesn't get it.
It's been an eventful innings, both on and off the pitch so far.
Scott Steele up and about, rise and shine. So we'll take us to the end of the over. Just 4 off that. This game just drifting at the moment, isn't it? It's well and truly out of the grasp, I think, of Västerås United now. Need 14.5 from here on in. 12 overs down, 86 for 2.
Danushka certainly bowling with a lot more heat than he did yesterday, almost bowling medium pace spinning here. Yesterday, if you recall in that 1 over, he was just floating it up, trying to almost bowl so slowly that it never got to the other end. This time he's realised maybe just zipping it through is the better option as the Royal Rumble continues here. With hoping a conciliatory hand on the shoulder there. I'm not quite sure what the situation is. Two parties of fielders putting their arms around the batters. Now the umpire's getting involved as well.
I do say at midsummer, things go a bit loco.
Is it a werewolf type situation?
Yeah, could be. All right, so now we've got Tipner's getting double teamed by the umpires, and he doesn't look too happy about something. I don't know if something was said. Again, and I don't really understand what this could be about.
Abe still having protracted conversations here with the umpire. You can see he's not happy with something, and the umpire trying to calm him down. I suppose for Abe, he just needs to keep his head in the game. They're not out of this so far. 12 overs gone, 116 needed, but he's getting rattled here.
Can I just give a personal opinion?
always.
I'd like to see cricket getting back to an 11-on-11 game. I know all these things, the super sub, the impact. There's a bit of an art to getting your team right. There's something special about being in the 11 as well. It's a shared experience with 10 other cricketers. And, when we get to these issues now, modern cricket with subs coming on left, right and centre and impact players, people flying in and out at the squad. I'd love to see it get back to what made the game great, which is an 11-on-11 game.
Well, it does leave itself open for a bit of manipulation, which is not what I'm saying happened here at all, but there's no confusion if this is numbers 1 to 11.
Exactly.
These are our batters, these are our potential bowlers. As soon as you have impact players, you have subs, you have protocols, it just muddies the waters and allows it to be manipulated.
Down the ground, just be safe though. 11-on-11, lock all the other players in a cage, give one person the key, and then they need to ask permission. Oh, well, this is going to be out. Can you believe it? Oh, well, again, just a bit of a brain fade there. And so we'll check this one out. Again, they're pretty confident. It seems like it was given out straight away. But this is what happens when minds start to wander. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, look at this. Yeah, can you believe it? He hadn't quite gotten in. Well, that sums it up really. For a team that have been so good with their running between the wickets, Saka has just made an absolute schoolboy error there. One more replay for Lane. So it's a wicket from nothing really. And this game, I hate to say, often in ECN land, game number 13 is that weird things happen, and this game number 13 is certainly no exception. He gets one, he's coming back for two, and he just assumes it's fine. It's a direct hit, and Boshoff, the keeper, spotted it straight away. He's quite clever with that. He didn't react to the ball, so otherwise the batter might have known that the ball was coming, but he just clocked it, Boshoff. Very sneaky, but completely legal. So it'll be 87 for 3 after the first ball of the 13th over. File that one under miscellaneous. Yeah, schoolboy error there from the batter, just not paying attention whatsoever. I think everyone's cages have just been rattled a bit in the last couple of overs, and Westeros United need to make sure it doesn't boil over here. I feel like they are missing the presence of their skipper Will Basisto and JP Mead, both of them very calm heads. That'll be 4, as they need something, don't they? And it's Kobe Herf who gets to take a trip out to the middle, and he just kind of works this one wide of the short third for 4. Yeah, Westeros United, ironically, they have been the best running team by far. But yeah, this is one game I think that just need to file away and throw away the key when it's done. I think Tottenham United, with this win, they'll go to 2-3 record, and then I suppose I'll have to wait and see whether that's enough to get them in, because could have potentially 2 or even 3-way net run rate battle to see who makes the semi-finals and who doesn't.
All those handbags as well have delayed this game significantly. The next game due to start in 35 minutes time. Still got the best part of 8 overs to play here. Westeros, well, they don't look like they're going to be skittled yet, but they also need to try something, otherwise this game's just going to ebb away from them. That's nicely played down the ground, and it isn't cut off as well, so it goes all the way for 4 runs. Beautiful timing there from the batter. Doesn't try to overhit it, just eases it past mid-off for 4. Sarrell there inside the ring. But still, despite that wicket at the start, which shouldn't have been really, thanks to some brainless batting, still got 10 off this over, but that run rate up towards 15.
This one into the gap. They should get 2. And I mean actually 2 this time. That'll be the end of the over. So it's 99 for 3 after 13 overs. So 7 overs to go. This is the start of the over. Henry hurling it in. And whoopsie. Thing is, I don't even think you shouldn't need to refer that. But I can understand they just want to be sure.
Well, the foot that he planted was very much in front of the stubs. The guilty look that he gave the umpire said it all.
It was, he obviously didn't hear the bounce of the ball coming behind him, put it that way. Tillicum. He's going to bowl here to the left-hander. Tipness, who will come back for 2. Hundreds up for Vestros United.
Rob Thompson asking what the time is. Well, it's 3 minutes to 12 local. Half an hour.
12 hours ahead of us as well, something like that.
Yeah. That does mean that the Football World Cup times are ideal for Australia, aren't they? What time is the...
Depends if you like getting up early.
Right.
Typically, the games are starting at in Perth at least middle of the night, middle of the early morning. But over east, and in New Zealand, it's probably kind of, morning to early afternoon.
Yeah, because the games are starting very late in Europe and then going into the middle of the night.
There's something for everyone, though. I'm a bit of a night owl, so I don't mind that the games are starting in the evening here, especially because I'm working during the day. So don't feel we miss too much. Herf finds the fielder here, so it's been a weird kind of a game, but that's the way it is sometimes. United still a bit of a wild card team. Drawn into this shot. Has he got the distance though? I don't think so. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. But Tillicum will come up with a wicket. Well held out there by Pranav Yadav, who let one get through his fingers earlier on, but this time makes no mistake. Herfed out for 12. Vestros United 102 for 4.
Yeah, went for the big shot down the ground. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. It's comfortably pouched on the boundary. This game just fizzling out. Hopefully the fisticuffs have fizzled out as well. Just a bit of a flashpoint. All seem to be friends again as Kayan Gase, the stand-in skipper, comes in. Hasn't really been able to do much with the bat so far. High score of 29. In fact, that was Chaos leaving the pitch.
Yeah, might be... Okay, gets a chance to bat now. We're pretty keen to hand the captain's armband back, actually, after this game. It's probably taken a couple of years off his life. So, T20. Fast, the furious form of the game.
Emphasis on furious in this game.
True. This case gets off the mark. Looking for 2, but Tipness thinks better of it. I think this is one of those performances, definitely from a Vestros United point of view, that they would just kind of go, look, forget it ever happened.
Yeah.
I think we had some good steam going in the tournament, and let's hit the semis tomorrow. United, again, for them, slightly different proposition. This is in the air. Pranav, again, takes the catch. So double strike for good at Tillicum. And that's what we like to see. The players letting the cricket do the talking. At the end of Abe Tipness, not before a well-made 32, but he's the 5th to fall. 14 overs down, 103 for 5.
Well, I said that Vestros were not in danger of getting bowled out, but certainly falling away now. Still the best part of 100 runs required. And now lost 5 wickets. And that's the end of the over as well, so 103 for 5 off 14. Jaro Osaka remains the top scorer. His opening flurry seems a long way off now for his side. Samiola comes in at number 7 for Vestros. And this was the thing we were saying as well, wasn't it? That without Will Basisto in the team, without JP Mead, they're just 2 batters light. And it's showing now with not many contributions to speak of. Abe Tipness, second top scorer after Sarkar so far with 32. It's always going to be an uphill battle chasing 202 against the Stockholm United side, who also have an incredible wealth of attacking options with the ball. Rajput and Singh always open. They've both got 2 overs left each. So you imagine we might see them back. Then again, it might be a case of Stockholm United using this as a chance to throw the ball around, see who can impress before, well, for them, hopefully the finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. As this is Samuel Khalil gets an opportunity. Again, positive for him that he gets another hit and maybe can show a little bit of his skill. Another good young player, Yadav. Catching well now. Gets the ball. Over number 15. This is cut in the air. Fielder goes back. Can't quite get there in time. Gunatilaka. Good running from Gase and Khalil. They grab 2. It's pretty cool. And promo shot, doesn't he, Pranav?
Yeah.
Terminator.
Puts that on his dating profile, I'm sure.
Good comeback, though, from the young man.
This is the good news for Stockholm United, is that they're so far ahead. They can maybe give their frontline bowlers a rest and allow some of their first and second changers to get some overs in the legs. So think about 2 here, Gase and Samuela. Have to settle for 1.
Yeah, Yadav's still a young man, 17 years of age. There's a lot to like about him. Nicely played. Still test the fielder down there. And it's hit too well. Beautiful way to get off the mark. Samuel Khalil, player we know very well in European cricket. Another good young player there, Yassine Khan. Again, disappointing we haven't seen him with the ball yet. But yeah, just kind of rocks onto the back foot there. Flays it away. Excellent bit of timing. To be a bit of batting that one as Khalil pushes forward. Good comeback from Yadav. Scott Steele and Jack Hogarth in the chat. Good to see them around. Steele saying, who's ready for a midsummer party? Oof, we are. Don't forget this afternoon from 2 o'clock, there'll be some celebrations here at the ground as well. End of the over. 5 overs to go in this one. It's 110 for 5.
Yeah, I think we're being treated to some Bollywood dancing and music this afternoon. I know that's one of your favourite genres,
Yeah,
Vinny.
definitely. Never get enough. Can't keep these feet from moving and grooving. I have many, many good memories of bungering the night away. So apparently when we're dancing around the pole, the small Gordon...
The maypole.
The maypole tonight, not the regular pole. The small Gordon is the song we're waiting for. I'm gonna do my research in the meantime. It'd be good if there was a maypole near the bit of the lake where I'll be doing the swimming later on. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Maybe you can manufacture it into some kind of diving plinth and then plunge for distance.
Don't get me wrong, there'll be some stiff opposition tonight. USA are a good side. This is cut away. Should get 2 there as fielder Chowdhury had to go to ground. It's good running, but really, players going through the motions here. And the funny thing is for Stockholm United, probably this 5 overs matters for them because it could win. Or if they get through, it'll be on net run rate. So the margin does matter for them. So they'll be determined to keep Västerås United to as few as possible.
Yeah.
As this is a good strike from Kian Gase. Well, takes out a bit of frustration on that pull shot, I think. Fraction short, heaved all the way over the fence. Maximal 6 runs.
Adding a bit of gloss to this innings, but it's nothing more than consolation runs at the moment. Nice strike, though, just sat up nicely. Danushka seemingly fluctuating between his pretty much medium paces and his floaty spin. I'll certainly stick to the medium pace if I were him, because this spin really is just fodder for the batters.
Once again, the search is on. Good news. Looks like the ball's been found. So, like I said earlier, in this innings, I've been in this situation a few times, unfortunately more than I care to remember, of having to bat where the game is pretty much gone. You've got to find something to play for. And yeah, in this case, yeah, imagine you're batting first here, you're at 120 with 4.5 overs to go. It's okay, let's see, can we push up kind of 160, 170, which I suppose you'd say is a competitive or about a par score. Ah, good footwork from Khalil this time, and he sends it over the ropes. Maximal! Well, Samuel Khalil can now say he's in a Test cricketer for 6. That's a nice bit of footwork from the young man as he skips down the wicket. Once again, the ball is embedded in the long grass. So, it's been an expensive one. I suppose this is one over where they might get what they need as far as the run rate required is concerned. Pace back on this time and sneaks it over the bat of the young Swede. And after 16 overs, Västerås United 127 for 5.
He did pick up 2 wickets there in his spell. Danushka, pretty expensive though as well, especially in that final over. Finishes 2 for 36 from his 4. So there's 4 overs left. This is usually the time that we'll see the opening bowlers come back in the form of Rajput and Anurit Singh. Might not necessarily be the case here. They're very comfortable, are Stockholm United, with 75 still required for Västerås. So maybe they'll throw it back to Pranav Yadav, the youngster. He's gone relatively well in his 2, or Khalid Zahid as well.
I don't know if Yassine's injured, but I'd love to see Yassine getting a bowl. I mean, that's what he does. You know, he's a young guy, took 5 for as a 14-year-old in the European Cricket Series just 3 years ago. Just, again, I think...
Done.
Instead, okay, we're going to get Rajput bowling again, fine. But, and I also get, okay, you're trying to keep the opposition to as few as possible, but it just feels like it's now or never to get the young man involved. Running hard here. You should get 2. When they do, it's excellent running. In the air, just over the top of the fielder. Good effort running back. Come back for 2. Would have been an amazing catch. We have seen a fair few one-handed stunners so far in this series. Chad Wilson and Wazisto out on this side of the ground. And Pierre, the one yesterday. Oh, bouncer. It's given us 1 for the over. As Gase was hurried up by that one. Viral, don't forget his one-handed catch down the ground yesterday as well. Low full toss and gets plenty of it. Geez, that's a very good shot. Was able to get under it. And given 4 runs.
Yeah, it's close to being a 6, isn't it? Worth taking a look back.
That's probably not going to help us. Must have just bounced inside the boundary. It's given 4 runs.
Nice hit, nonetheless. Rajput has been very economical so far. And that's the first boundary he concedes. It was inside the rope. Perfect replay there to show us that. The 30 partnership comes up. Pretty good time as well. If they had this rate throughout, then they might have been threatening the chase a bit more.
Just seems to get that little bit extra out of the surface that some others can't. Rajput. Speaking of cool sunglasses, Mano Boshoff looking pretty good. Don't know, he gets his arms through those tight sleeves. It's cut shot this time. It goes straight through the fielder at cover. And outfielder has to scramble. That is young Yassine we've been talking about. Going for 3. And they'll get there. That's a very good piece of running again. Saw the throw was coming in. Wasn't too much on it. And was able to beat it out in the end. So it takes us to the end of the 17th over. 138 for 5.
At least a bit of life in this Västerås chase. I mean, it's very much beyond them, but a few batters being able to do some wonders for their confidence. Say especially Kayan Gaze. He's had a tough time with some trouble on the pitch and off the pitch as well. Obviously thrown in a skipper as well in the absence of Will Basisto, but I think he's handled himself very well. He's still unbeaten there, 26 off 14. He bowled relatively well as well, given that his side went for over 200 in the end. He bowled 4 overs for 30. Only really Abe Tipness had any kind of bowling spell of note for Västerås. He finished 1 for 23 off his 4. And of course bowling that maiden. But it will be back to the usual openers then, you'd imagine, to finish off this innings for Stockholm United, as it will be Anurit Singh back into the attack. Look to just rattle through the remaining balls of this innings now, and while he rattles through the stumps as well there of Kayan Gaze. Just on a length, Kayan just tried to clear that front leg and hit it over the rope. Wasn't able to make contact. That is the 6th wicket to fall for Västerås. Maybe a quick look ahead to what we've still got to come today then. The middle lunchtime game sees Uppsala Tigers against Stockholm City, due to start in 15 minutes. Wouldn't surprise me if we have a slight delay on that start, given that this game, unless there's 4 more quick wickets, will probably could be going on for 10-15 minutes. That'll be an intriguing fixture as well. Of course, Stockholm City remain the only unbeaten side in this tournament, sitting pretty at the top of the table. Healthy net run rate as well. But it's an important game for Uppsala Tigers. They've won 2, lost 2 so far. A win would seal their semi-final spot. But if they lose, especially if they lose with a big impact on their net run rate, then they could be dragged back into it, because there's the 3 teams below them. Stockholm United, of course, will draw level if they hold on to this win, which you would imagine would be the case. But then Malmö Mavericks and Gothenburg Phoenix both have 2 points as well. So if we play it through and Uppsala Tigers don't manage to win the next game, then they would be on 4 points. And then whoever wins between Malmö Mavericks and Gothenburg Phoenix would also then pull level on points with Uppsala Tigers with 4, which means then we'll go into a straight shootout on net run rate. So Uppsala Tigers, obviously in the best case, they win. Not an easy feat against Stockholm City, but in the worst case, if they lose, and they lose heavily, then they're in real danger of going out. Then they basically just have to watch the final game and pray that it's a tight game between the Mavericks and Phoenix, and that whoever wins doesn't leapfrog them on net run rate. So still lots of permutations. It means you can't take your eyes off the action here in this T20 Nordic Smash, because there's still lots to play for before, of course, the big final tomorrow. 2 semi-finals, first versus fourth, second versus third, before the tournament game then at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow. End of the over as this game meanders to its conclusion. Anurit Singh continues to impress with the ball. That one hitting the top of the stumps and then not really been able to get away otherwise. Safe as the new batter alongside Samuela, who's been there a while but just not quite got motoring. This is a good move then from the skipper Anurit Singh, who decides the game is won and it will be an opportunity for other bowlers to have a go. It will just be the 1 over for Yasin Khan, but great to see the youngster have a go here in the 19th. Coming right arm over. He gets a good height on that. I think that hits Samuela in the helmet in the end. I'll have to check that his cage hasn't been rattled too much. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. Signals buys, which is incorrect, but we move. I think he has now maybe corrected his signal. He could correct the signal visually as well, but who am I to tell an umpire how to umpire? Definitely leg buys because it came straight off the helmet. They did run through.
Old head buys. This next one is hit well. Maximal. As Manchester United, a few consolation runs coming here. A few searches in the long grass at the moment as well, but Saif is able to get that one out of the screws.
Yasin Khan just not quite getting his length right. Yes, the first one was, I suppose you could call it a perfect Yorker, but not a Yorker, a bouncer, but it's not quite repeated the trick here.
Happy to see him getting a bowl though. We talked about it all through the innings, didn't we? Gets this 19th over. He gets launched into here, might have a wicket, should have a wicket, and it's taken. Well, there you go, the young man. He's waited forever and a day in this series to get a bowl. And now he has the wicket of Saif, who tries to go downtown, ends up getting caught in a traffic jam uptown. It's Anurit, the acting skipper, that takes the catch. And Västerås United 147 for 7.
Well, this is the exact time you've got to try and turn to your other bowlers, because you never know what will happen tomorrow. Maybe one of the frontline bowlers pulls up with an injury, just has an off day. And those are the moments where you need someone like Yasin Khan to be able to step up. And now he's had this experience already on the big stage, and first couple of balls maybe a bit too short. He's come back and got the wicket. Ali Galani comes in. Close to a half century earlier in the tournament, scored 47. Also had a bit of a finger injury earlier, but looks like he's recovered here. And he's got a few balls here to try and add to the Västerås collection.
It's funny when you see teenagers growing up every year. I've probably seen once a year Yasin Khan. I don't think he was growing a beard last time I saw him. He looks taller, he looks a bit more streamlined. You can see he's got good kind of rhythm on his way to the crease. He's one guy that's not too worried about the run-up. He's very experienced in these conditions. And yeah, I think he's the kind of player you want to see more of in this kind of tournament. This one's banged down the ground though and hit pretty well. That'll be 4. It might have been slightly off speed that time from Yasin, but it came out as a bit of a half volley. And Galani needed no second invitation, nailed it down the ground, hitting it into the sight screen. pins his ears back on this one, Gilani. Doesn't quite get kind of contact he wanted. It only ends up on 25 from the bat. Chaudhry races in and keeps it to a single. Last ball of the over. Hit pretty well this time. Samuel Khalil has shown he's got the power to hit straight and hit long. So battle of the youngsters, and it's Sammy that has the final word. As you've seen, does take a wicket, but goes for 18 in his only over of this match. The score 159 for 7. Last over to come.
Again, they'll end up on a score which is pretty respectable in the scores we've seen so far in this tournament, but it's going to end up well short of where they need to be. 43 is still required for the batting side, but that was a nice swing of the bat there. Looks like we've got some boundary riders in play now as well, which is probably good for the speed of the game, given that the next game's supposed to be starting in 8 minutes.
That's true. There will be some sort of delay to that game, hopefully not too much. Do have some news from the toss. Uppsala Tigers have won the toss and elected to bowl in that one. So Stockholm City will be opening up with the bat. Also, got a feeling that some of the changes might have already been rung. I'm not sure about the availability of Teja Nidamanuru, so it might be Amateur Singh who is leading Stockholm City in the next one. Wait and see. Anarit will get the final over. And it's going to start with an appeal. I wonder if the appeal was for, actually. Was it flick the pad, or whether they thought there was a little tickle on the way through to the keeper? Lifted up in the air, catchable, and dropped. Zabi Zahid. Well, he'll be disappointed that he doesn't hold on that one, even though it won't make too much of a difference as far as the final result. It seemed to just drift to his left towards the end. Popped up off the first attempt. He couldn't reel it in on the second. Nice shot this time. Goes back and uses the pace of the ball. That's excellent batting from Gilani, a guy we have seen breaking into the Swedish national team over the last couple of seasons. Classy shot, this one. Wasn't that short, but short enough for him to just lay the bat on it and find the gap in the field.
Yeah, nicely played. He middled it. It's quite difficult to time that shot on the late cut. He tries to go again, this time up and over the keeper, but doesn't manage to get anything on it. So it'll end up being an all-important win for Stockholm United in the context of the table. That will bring them to 4 points. And Uppsala Tigers, it's not quite a must-win match for them, but certainly if they lose it, then they'll have the winner of either Mavericks or Phoenix breathing down their necks.
True. You know, Tigers could still drop out. And so you could have a glut of teams with a 2-3 record. One of them will be Stockholm United.
And whatever happens, one of Mavericks and Phoenix will have that record.
Exactly. That'll be the end of it. So in the end, that 200 was just a bridge too far, wasn't it, for Västerås United? They finish on 166 for 7. Top scorer was Shurav Sarkar. He was run out in bizarre fashion for 40. But, yeah, they did miss Bazisto. That was pretty clear. Tipness with 32 was a bright spot. Gase with 26. I liked his innings. But, yeah, I think that we knew a long time before the final whistle that they weren't quite going to get the target. Bowling-wise, we're going to Tilaka with 2 wicket singles for Anarit Singh Zabi Zahid with his notebook reply to Kesrick Williams. And Yassine Khan, the youngster, picking up a wicket. It was nice to see him get a bowl. We'll take a break. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. And the next game coming up in, imagine, about 15 minutes' time. Keep an eye on your screen. Then we'll be back with match number 14 between the Uppsala Tigers and Stockholm City. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20.
I'm a nice guy today.
अंकल भाई वो फोन वगैरह ले लो यार फोन
मेरी आइसक्रीम
लेजेंड मारेगा तू समझ ले
नहीं फील्ड है उन्होंने कुल्ली निकाल छेड़ी सब तो पहले जाके बैठे जगह मार देता I swear not just right now, we love all the West Indies. That was what...
Ankit!
No, before that time, when you come to the I swear.
Ravi.
क्या पानी नहीं पा रहे हो सर बस अब पता नहीं तो विकेट कीपिंग ग्लव्स लेके फील्डिंग करना भैया शायद आ जाए ओ भैया जिसको बोलते बहुत तगड़ा ना Hey, how are you?
Okay, how are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Thank you. That's the best
Started
way.
very well, man.
I know.
Thank you for helpful to the morning. Thank you much. All good, buddy.
अगली जो 2 टीमें आ रही हैं ये तो अगला मैच वो भी एक जीते गुड लक
It's together with these.
You move. You don't move. हाँ हाँ उधर बॉल और मार्कर मेरी हमारे पास Keeper, come. Guys, come on, guys. Let's go together. Hello.
Come on, boys. Come on. Tigers, yeah? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Tigers! Come on, boys. Starting from
Jesse.
आजो आजो मैं लेकर मेरा 2 दे दे यार हाँ ভাই জলের বোতল হবে এক দুইটা জলের বোতল জলের বোতল আসতেছে ওকে
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. We're in game 2 of the day here in the T20 Nordic Smash. And it's an intriguing matchup between Uppsala Tigers and Stockholm City. Lots still on the line for both sides. You'd say for Uppsala Tigers in particular, this is a game that they really need to win to make sure they're not dragged into the battle at the bottom of the table. They've won the first little battle, they've won the toss and decided to bowl. They, despite the fact saw a big total put on in the first innings in the first game, they still back themselves to have a chase here against the as yet unbeaten Stockholm City. So quite a brave call from the skipper, clearly putting faith in his bowling lineup. And there are a few changes for both sides as well. Significantly, Owen Palmer still playing for Uppsala Tigers, but he's not wicket-keeping in this game. That honour has been given to Jyoti, who is a normal keeper. I suppose he's ceded duties to Palmer throughout the week, who's a very experienced and very talented keeper, 20 years old, from England, and has been particularly impressive standing up to the stumps, but he's been given a rest and will be in the field today. It's like he's lining up at point, so clearly the classic wicketkeeper still wants to see that ball off the bat. You always see them either kind of in the slips or behind the bat. I don't often see a wicketkeeper come out of wicketkeeping duties and go to mid-on or cover. Stockholm City have been impressive with the bat throughout. And they also have a change with their skipper, Taja, not available for this one. So captain duties are passed to the equally experienced Amitoj Singh as we get going here. First ball from Jaspreet Singh, slightly off the mark, and there's a chance for a run out straight away, but not a clean pickup from the new keeper, Jyoti. The batter is sent back, so an eventful dot to start the game. It's Zain Naqvi out there in the middle, facing up the first ball. AJ Mundra, who wanted to get himself to the strikers end there, but was sent back by the Italian international. Zain Naqvi, highly impressive batter. Maybe not shown it as much as he would have liked so far in this tournament, but big players step up for the big occasions, and that one zips past his outside edge. Jaspreet Singh there, unlucky not to find the nick. Of course, these two know each other very well. Zain with the bat in hand, Jaspreet the top of his mark. It's an all-Italian clash, both of them featuring for their side on the international stage. A watchful start then from Zain Naqvi, does get himself off the strike with a dab down to backward point. The two, Jaspreet Singh, slightly more experienced for Italy. 29 caps to his name. Picked up 2 wickets earlier in the tournament in that win versus Malmo. In the last game Uppsala Tigers played yesterday morning, they were on the end of quite a chastening defeat at the hands of Västerås United. Uppsala batted first, well, actually bowled out with 4 balls still left on the table for 130. And Västerås made light work of the run chase, chasing it down with 5 overs to spare. And that is why Uppsala find themselves in a bit of a pickle going into this game. They're locked on 4 points alongside Stockholm United. That one's levered away and there's no one down there, so that will be the first boundary of the over. Just the wrong line there from Jaspreet Singh. Tails down leg side and easily put away off the bat. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring in the power play. AJ Mundra tucks into that one. So a quick rundown of the table then. Stockholm City going into this game unbeaten, comfortably at the top. 4 games played, 4 wins. That one's lifted, and that's a delightful shot down the ground. Just checks the drive there, does AJ Mundra, but more than enough to get it over the ring and race away to the rope. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the first over, 10 for no loss after 1. Stockholm City top on 8 points. Then come Västerås United, who finished playing all of their games now. They finished with a record of 3-2, 6 points. Stockholm United also finished their record 2-3. So they're on 4 points. Then we have Uppsala Tigers also on 4 points. So if they win this one, they book their spot in the semi-final because they'll move up to 6 points, level with Västerås United. If they lose it, they will also have a 2-3 record, so that will be the same as Stockholm United, but they already have a worse goal difference. That's the wrong sport. A worse net run rate going into this game. So assuming they lose this one, their net run rate would of course go down. So they would still be on 4 points with a worse net run rate than Stockholm United. And that means that Malmo Mavericks and Gothenburg Phoenix at the bottom of the table, as Karambir Singh bowls the second over, the usual opener here for Uppsala Tigers again. Oof. Ouchies. That one's thrown in and looks like at least AJ seeing the funny side of that one as he gets absolutely nailed on the hand. And Qureshi, who did the damage, is also trying to be the doctor. Take a look at this one on the replay. As he turns away from the action here, does AJ Mundra, tries to get himself back in. He doesn't change his line or anything, but you can see gets absolutely smashed on the glove. Now, AJ is someone who is featured for the Sweden national side as well. He is a keeper as well, so they will employ him, I'm sure, in the second innings behind the stumps, as long as he has two hands still to keep with. That one's lifted away nicely by Nakvi, the chaser's on, and the ball will win it, despite the best efforts there in the deep. The final rundown of the table then, Mavericks and Phoenix, they're on 2 points each. It means, of course, one of them will pick up 2 points for the win, and that will pull them level, certainly with Stockholm United, and then maybe also with Uppsala Tigers if they lose this game. So it's a real scrap to get that fourth final spot tomorrow. So very much all on the line here in this game and the game this afternoon. So I recommend you don't take your eyes off this one for 1 second. Kanbir Singh then, also someone with a lot of international experience, 57 internationals for Austria. That one burst through the hands of Poyne, and it's an opportunity. You can tell by the reaction there of the fielders, and not only does it get dropped, it also goes for runs. I think it was just cut off from the boundary there by the fielder in the deep, but it's unfortunate for Karambir that he doesn't pick up the prized wickets there of Zayn Nakvi. He manages to scamper through for 2. Austria versus Italy then in this early bout in the second game. Let's hope the scrapping remains of the cricket variety this time round after a few fisticuffs in the previous game. Well, that one's smooth as you like, carved away over backward point, just checking if it goes all the way, and the signal from the umpire is he's not sure. Maybe we see if we can clarify that one on the replay. Well, there are 2 boundary riders out there. You'd hope one of them had their eyes on it. Certainly was wonderfully played by Nakvi. Just uses a bit of the width, rolls his wrists over it, and does go all the way for 6 runs. Zayn cashes in there on the width offered by Karambir. Comeback ball though from the Austrian, who manages to straighten his line, and they do get through for 1. So it's the end of the second over. Going well here, Stockholm City, proving why they are sitting pretty at the top of the table. 23 on the board after just 2 overs. Could be facing the second 200 plus score in a row. Get an interesting toss to win and bowl here for the Tigers, knowing how strong Stockholm City are with the bat. So almost every game in the first 2 days was won by the chasing side. Things have levelled up a touch since then. Of course, this morning Stockholm United comfortably defending their 201 against Västerås United. And then last night as well, in slightly unlikely circumstances, as Jasprit Singh comes back on for his second here, Malmö Mavericks kept themselves in the competition, having previously not picked up a win by defending 142 runs, bowling Stockholm United all out for 116. It doesn't really tell the whole story though. The comfortable winning margin in the end, 26 runs. Big appeal here, and the finger is raised. It hits Nakvi on the back pad. I think he knew he was in trouble as soon as he missed that one. And this has been the case for the whole week. The umpires confident in their decision. The finger goes up immediately. And the opening stand here is broken. The dangerous Nakvi has to go. Take a look at this one. Yeah, just a question of whether it's going to hit leg stump. Height certainly not an issue whatsoever. But the umpire was convinced enough that it was going to hit the stumps. And Nakvi has to go for 14 off 11. One big 6 and a 4 is the majority of his contribution. He's just struggled a touch in this tournament to really get one of those big scores that we know he's more than capable of. He got runs in the very first game. Since then, he's always got starts and then not really been able to follow through. And even in that first game, where he got 52 not out off 20. And that was very much in unusual conditions. The rain and the thunderstorms were swirling around, so he was able to capitalise on the fact that the bowlers probably weren't up to their full speed. But since then, he's just not been able to capitalise on the opportunities he gets at the top of the order. Clean pick up there from Chad, and a direct hit could have been interesting. He just didn't quite get the throw off as quickly as he would have liked. And that allows Rohit Bailey, the new batter, to run through for a quick single. Calls of catch it. There is a man out there, and it will be taken. And AJ Mundra follows Zain Nakvi back into the shed in the same over. Poor shot there, given there's only 2 fielders out in the deep, and one of them he picked out almost as if he was trying to give him catching practice. It was a good short ball from Jasprit Singh. I think maybe it just cramped Mundra up for a bit of room, and Arman Randhawa is not going to make that mistake on the boundary. Comfortable grab there for Randhawa, who of course is someone else with international experience for Austria. Again, it's the Italian-Austrian alliance that's coming to the fore here for Uppsala Tigers as they get both openers back in the hut within 3 overs. And that one's certainly avoidable, you've got to say. Mundra didn't pick the right shot, not the time to attack, having just seen Zain Nakvi depart. It does give the opportunity then for the skipper for today, Amitoj Singh, to come out at number 4. Hasn't really managed to get a big score to his name yet in the tournament, but now would be as good a time as any for Stockholm City, who haven't been facing too much adversity so far in this tournament. Maybe already got one eye on the finals tomorrow. As Vinny and I were talking about earlier today, momentum is everything in these kind of tournaments. You want to go into that final with wind in your sails. And that's something we were maybe questioning this morning with the decisions made by Västerås United, who are already booked into finals day already, and they rested Will Basisto, they rested JP Mead, who you'd argue 2 of their key players, their skipper and their wicket keeper, both of whom would feature heavily in the top 5. And leaving them on the bench just exposed some of the less experienced players, as that one's nicely guided away. Again, Jasprit Singh, if he does miss his line, he's going to be punished here because he has no one out on the leg side behind square. He's got a deep square leg out and he's got a third. He's going to bowl that line. You might as well take the third out and put in a fine leg. Although I'd argue it'd be even better if he doesn't bowl that line for the sake of the Tigers. End of the second over then, 29 for 2. 2 important wickets in that over, with both Zain Nakvi and AJ Mundra, the 2 dangerous openers, back in the dugout for Stockholm City. Yeah, so just finishing that point, if you're already in the finals, I suppose you have the advantage of resting your players, but there's a balance between resting them, making sure they're fresh to go for the final, but also losing a bit of the momentum that's got you through to the finals day in the first place. suppose it does give an opportunity for different players to try their luck and to have a bowl. And Stockholm United were able to do that, although they're not by any stretch of the imagination confirmed for the final, because they were so comfortable going into the final few overs of their defence. They were able to throw the ball to the likes of Yasin Khan, who only had 1 over, went for 18 runs but did pick up a wicket, and Pranav Yadav as well. Quick single called and they'll get through comfortably in the end. As Karanbir Singh continues into his second of the spell. So yes, it's always easy to be wise from up in this commentary tower, and of course also easy to say what the right and wrong calls were after the fact. I think generally favour trying to play your best team as much as possible. Within that you can always switch things around a little, but so many of these tournaments, as we've seen across Europe in the last couple of years, are won by the team that's not necessarily the strongest throughout, but the team that gains momentum through the week. That's why I also think this game is more important for Stockholm City than it might be on paper. Yes, they're already through. Yes, they're top of the table. But if they take a beating here, then that's the last thing on their card before they go into tomorrow, and it's the freshest in their memories, going into a day where they cannot afford another loss. Of course, tomorrow is just all or nothing. 2 semi-finals, it's first against fourth and it's second against third, and then the big final starting at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow. So certainly not a foregone conclusion. Stockholm City will fancy their chances. So will the other 3 sides that make it through to tomorrow. Shorter ball from Karanbir. Just doesn't quite hit the right line, which allows Rohit to just pivot on it and knock it away for a single. In fact, that was Amitos, the skipper. Of course, this isn't the only cricket happening in the world today. You've got the test match between England and New Zealand men's over at the Oval. England not in the greatest of shapes, as that one isn't in the greatest shapes either, but it's going to go up and over, not exactly where Rohit planned it to go. But he won't mind as he finishes the over with a boundary, and that gets us to the end of the fourth, 35 for 2. England, meanwhile, in response to New Zealand's 391, find themselves 255 for 9. So 136 runs behind, with only 1 wicket remaining. And of course, there's Women's World Cup action as well, and that's before we even go to the other sports. There was a fascinating game yesterday between West Indies and Scotland. West Indies posting 153 thanks to a final flurry. Stefani Taylor finishing 47 not out off 19 deliveries, including 3 huge sixes. For a while it looked like Scotland would restrict the West Indies to something around 130, 140. That might have been enough in the end, because Scotland bowled all out on the final delivery for 146, so agonisingly short of the total. But Scotland feel like they might still have a chance to sneak through, especially after New Zealand, who were much fancied before the tournament, and of course favourites and reigning champs. Haven't won a game in their first 2, so Scotland could sneak through. West Indies, of course, in the driving seat. They're unbeaten as well, alongside England in that second group. with more games to bring you today. Ireland against New Zealand this evening from Southampton. And of course some cricketing interest in the Football World Cup as well. Stop there by Owen. He shows he's not just handy with the gloves, stopping a run there at backward point. I know Vinny's very much looking forward to Australia taking part in the Men's Football World Cup tonight. Kicking off at 9 p.m. local time against the USA. I'm sure if Australia managed to bag a win there, the whole of Stockholm will hear about it. This is a much tighter over from Jaspreet Singh. He did pick up those 2 wickets in the first over, but was also quite expensive. When he missed his line, it usually went to the rope, but probably happy to trade those runs in for the 2 wickets. But this over, just given away the 3 runs so far in the opening 4 deliveries.
Gotta make sure with your ball now. Well ball, well ball. बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे. जैसी कोई नहीं, शाबाश.
33 years old, Jaspreet Singh. He's 29 matches for Italy. He's picked up 24 wickets, including a best of 4 for 9. He's employed more as a bowler than a batter for his national side, but he's no slouch with the bat, especially at this level. Carved away. That's a nice shot. It drops just shy of the rope. It will be 4 runs. Still in the power play, and any width on offer again from Jaspreet Singh is going to be hit away. You see Vinny there having a quick break, a quick chat there with Manoj. I'm surprised Vinny didn't go darting out of the tent there, trying to go for the crowd catch. We've heard that €50 is on offer for a clean crowd catch. Get to the end of the 5th then, 42 for 2. Possibly doubling to €100 tomorrow for a crowd catch on finals day. So if you are in the area, come on down. You might end up in profit. Actually, free entry. Bag yourselves €50 on a crowd catch and then spend that money on some of our wonderful food stalls that are available here. daisybox.co, of course, one of the main sponsors as well. So if the players want to cash in as well, they can hit one of those banners that you can see scattered around. The one on your screens now is just to the left of the cameraman at long on. There's 2 at both ends at long on. There's also one on the nets, which is at a kind of cow corner for a left-hander, or wide long on if we want to be kind, or a wide long off for a right-hander. And if any player hits that on the full, it'll be €500, and then the Daisy Box food will be on them, I reckon. Taz Qureshi, the new bowler for Uppsala Tigers. He's been quite impressive in the tournament so far, often used in this first change role as a foil to Jaspreet Singh and Karen Beer, who almost always open up for the Tigers with the ball. Tight start from Qureshi. Just as I say that, he strays onto the pads, and that one thumps into the boundary rope. So it'll be 4 leg byes. Again, Uppsala Tigers just being punished here for missing their lines. It doesn't have to be a booming wide ball, but just anything straying either side of the batter is being cashed in on by Stockholm City, who are looking to rebuild here. And of course, the festival continues both on and off the pitch this afternoon. Looks like setup is underway for the festival we're having here. It's Midsummer Bollywood Festival, which is the best mashup I've ever heard of. Midsummer here, of course, in Sweden. And we'll be bringing the Bollywood vibes. See, work is underway The DJ setting up. The food stalls are out. It's going to be great fun this afternoon, of course, with 2 gripping games on show as well. Big appeal here. Nothing doing. Oh, he is given then in the end by the umpire. I thought the hesitation usually means from these umpires that they're not going to give it, but he, rightfully so there, took his time to consider all the implications of this appeal. Let's take a look on replay. Question of height probably is the only thing. Clatters into the pad. Probably about knee roll height. This will be the replay at least to show the height. But yeah, he's on the back foot. The ball kind of on the way down already, and I'm not too upset with that decision. I'm sure the batter would argue that there's enough benefit of the doubt. But Taz Qureshi gets his reward, and Stockholm City lose their 3rd. Still in the power play, remember, 46 for 3 now. And Amitosh Singh, the skipper, has to depart. Just a 1-4 in his 8. And the finger then goes up. Probably a marginal one from the umpire, both on height and whether it was going on to hit, but I can see why it was given. The new batter here out in the middle is Lakshan Rupawansa. So again, the changes being rung by Stockholm City allows maybe some of the squad players to have an opportunity to get out there in the middle. Lakshan, Swedish player. Gets himself immediately off the mark there. Uppsala Tigers here bowling like a team who know they need the points to get themselves into finals day tomorrow, and they've started off well here. I suppose they're maybe a bit upset that the run rate is quite as high as it is, but certainly they'll take those 3 wickets, especially if you look at the players they've got out, Nakvi Mundra and Amitosh Singh. You'd probably say of the Stockholm City batting lineup, those are the 3 they'd be after. All 3 of them now already with their feet up as we get to the end of the 6th. End of the power play then. 47 for 3. Good over there from Taz Qureshi. One time it strayed onto the pads. He was punished. But otherwise giving away just the solitary run. And there is that wicket again. Deliberation from the umpire, which is what you like to see. It's not a decision that should be taken lightly. In the end, he decides that all the criteria were fulfilled and the finger of doom went up. 7th over will be bowled here by Hamid Mahmood, who's picked up a fair few wickets so far. He's only actually played the 2 games, but he got a 3 for in the 1 game and 2 wickets in the other, so he has a knack of picking up poles. And for Uppsala Tigers, they'll be looking to keep the pressure piled on the unbeaten Stockholm City side here. And he picks up another one straight through the defences of Lakshan. Just that probing left arm around spin. Hamid Mahmood, he bowls at a teasing pace as well. Just watch the pace of this delivery on the replay. He doesn't zip it through like some spinners here attempted to do. Equally, he doesn't float it up, put it on a plate. He just gets that one going through a bit flatter. Doesn't spin at all, really. It just goes straight on. I think the skipper of Stockholm City may be guilty of playing for the spinner touch there. He plays all around it. And Hamid Mahmood picks up his 6th wicket of the tournament on his 2nd delivery. Again, someone who benefits from maybe a couple of players being rested, and he can then stick his hand up and say, well, don't forget about me. He can take wickets, and he's proved itself here.
Left arm around, go to cup.
Vedant is the new man out for Stockholm City, and at 6 for the table toppers, with a rebuild job required here. You can see Uppsala Tigers up and about here. Chad putting in the gymnastic tumble to stop the single being taken. Strays on his line there, Hamid Mahmood, which is a shame because that's the first single he's actually given up, first runs conceded. Big welcome again to everyone joining in the chat. Thomas and Paolo, Johnny. Hope you're having a lovely midsummer's day here. Yeah, there's a bit of a heat wave due in most of Europe. Tell you what, Sweden hasn't exactly got the memo. But I took a look at the forecast for London next week, because that's where I'll be doing some net bowling and coordinating it first and foremost, maybe sneaking in a few overs myself. Big appeal and deliberation, and the finger goes up. So the umpires are adding to the drama here by taking a bit more time to consider their decisions. On this occasion, the verdict was guilty. Hamid Mahmood picks up the second wicket in the over. It is the end of the over as well. This one, yeah, again, just probably a question of whether it's going to slide on to the leg stump. I suppose the one counter argument is that Hamid Mahmood does get it to go straight on quite a lot. You could see that on the one earlier in the over. Then again, that one clattered into the stumps, and clearly the umpire decided here that this would also be hitting probably leg stump. And the finger of doom is produced. End of the 7th, Stockholm City 48 for 5. Well, it might be a heat wave throughout Europe, but Stockholm certainly feeling the heat in the middle now. Yeah, Saturday will be 26 degrees. I'd say that's manageable in London. 36 degrees, though, by Tuesday. Well, when I was coordinating the net bowling, I did say to those bowlers who are kindly giving up their time, please bring some trainers in case of wet weather, because that's something you always have to legislate for in England. But I think I'll have to tell them to bring some sun cream as well. 36 degrees, that's not weather that English people in their fair skin do well in. But I embrace the heat. So wherever you're tuning in from, I hope you're at a good temperature and that you're not baking too much, that you're preparing well for the heat that's to come. That one's cut away nice. It's Haz Qureshi to continue. Chase is on here for the fielder, and I think he does stick out a right boot there. Managed to reel it back in. Jawid Stanidze doing the fielding there. Let's have a look, see if he's successful. Yep, absolutely nothing wrong with that. And maybe just keep on the replay just to see if he jumps in. Three run then in the end. Deemed to have just sneaked back inside the rope before he picked up the ball. Probably the right call, because someone like Stanidze
That's a good lane, Fad. That lane. Oi! Come loco!
Straightened up his line here, Qureshi, and that's the line you want to bowl, especially to a new batter who hasn't had too much time at the crease. It's Purav. And it feels like the pressure might just be cranked up here with every dot ball that's faced. It feels again like a wicket might be on the horizon. That's well defended though by Purav, who's trying not to be put under pressure by the fielders and the Tigers who are prowling around him at the moment. They smell their prey. They also want to claim the scalp of being the first team to pick up a win against Stockholm City. I don't mind this actually from Purav Thakur. He's not scoring runs, but he's just trying to quieten down the fielders who are really up and about because they sense that Stockholm City are vulnerable at the moment. Sometimes the only way to combat that is just to be a bit boring and making sure you defend those stumps. This time he does flash his bat in anger, but they'll just be able to scamper through for one. So Purav Thakur, a masterclass in how to burgle the strike there. 4 top balls and then sneaks one off the final. 52 for 5 after 8 then. Thomas in Madrid saying it'll be about 40 degrees there. That's a bit too hot. I do feel like those Mediterranean countries, Spain, Italy, Portugal, they do better in heat. They have better houses. Because most of them don't have air conditioning. I know the Americans, they kind of just go anything above 20 degrees Celsius, just whack on the air conditioning. But I think just the way the houses are built there, the whitewashed walls as well, just dissipate the heat. Whereas in England, luckily my flat is quite cool, but some places I've been, they just seem to turn into greenhouses.
Take your time, Arms.
Luckily here today it's a moderate 23 degrees. Still do have my coat on, but I think it's just a habit more than anything at the moment. There is a yellow warning in place for a thunderstorm for tomorrow. That will kind of be one of those classic storms where it gets hot and the storm breaks. Hamid Mahmood continues. Almost gets one to sneak under the bat of Purav there, and it's a yes, no, maybe, and they do run in the end. There's more than easy single there. They probably could have run 2 if they set off earlier, but Owen Palmer there does the fielding. Yeah, so it's going to peak tomorrow about 12 o'clock. Yeah, very, very hot, and then possibly break. But it doesn't look like there's too much rain forecast, so fingers crossed for a storm-free finals day tomorrow. Let's hope all the storms are on the pitch. That's a great piece of fielding there. Great glove work behind the stumps by Jyoti. Shake of the head though from the umpire. The umpire seemed unmoved. And yeah, I think the foot never moves. It's hard from that exact angle to see where the line is, but given that Bailey stood his ground and the umpire seemed relatively safe in his decision, he goes again with a forward swat for a single. So these two just trying to steady the good ship Stockholm City. It's not exactly a blistering partnership, but it's at least a couple of overs without losing a wicket. Hamid Mahmood, though, looking for his third. Almost gets it. Almost sneaks through the bat there of Purav, who's looking a little shaky. He's doing his best to keep himself out there and keep his side ticking along. It's 2 off 7 so far. And flighted a bit more. Hamid Mahmoudi, so clever in his just minuscule changes of pace and length. And that's really your biggest asset as a spin bowler. It's not about turning it around corners, especially on AstroTurf. It's just about deceiving the batter enough that they think it's the same ball as the previous ball. And when there's just that tiny difference in the line or the length, that's what gets the wickets. This time he darts it in a bit quicker. It's half stopped by Chad in the covers, but they scamper through for 1. But another excellent over from Hamid Mahmoudi. He's given up just 5 runs in his first 2 overs and picked up 2 wickets. You can see that going through the middle order with those 2 wickets in his previous over. 56 for 5 at the end of the 9th. Just on these replays, just watch the different lengths of the bowling. That one then a bit shorter. First one looped up. Just trying to keep the batter off his guard. Uppsala Tigers well on top here. Just used the 4 bowlers so far, in fact. Jaspreet Singh bowled 3 at the top, and then 2 apiece for Karambir, Taz Qureshi and Hamid Mahmood. It looks like now Taz Qureshi will continue. It looks like they're trying to go quite top heavy here, Uppsala Tigers. What they don't want is the middle order and the lower order to see out these next 11 overs. They want to put them to the sword. Low full toss is expertly flicked away, and that's a brilliant shot. Just over pitches it. Rohit Bailey just leans into it. No one out there at deep mid wicket. 4 runs. I know you're saying in the chat that the sound of the birds tweeting was coming through. It's been very peaceful so far here this morning, I'd say. Just a gentle breeze after those gale force winds of the first few days, and the rain, of course, is a distant memory, but Bollywood has come to town. I don't know if you can pick up on that music, but I'm sure by the time the festival starts in just about half an hour's time, you'll hear the music and see the festivities. Pretty sure I spied Vinny down there with a floral garland on his head, adding to the Peacock Friday vibes. It was a bit of a colour clash with his shirt, I must say. I need to get a picture as well with my floral outfit on. You won't even notice the floral garland. Good keeping there from Jyoti, taking a leaf out of Owen Palmer's book, standing up to Taz Qureshi, who's not exactly express pace, but he certainly gets it to nip through.
All good.
Good going, Taz, good going.
Imagine not being here tomorrow, must suck, eh?
Call for 2, and they should get through relatively comfortably. The throw is darted in by Karambir Singh, but Rohit and Parav get through for a double. Hi to Samantha, who's supporting Chad out there and wishing him well from London.
Bring up Arman. No, leave him back. He's going to play a really good shot to go over middle. I don't see him going over middle. He's going to go straight down on March throw.
I'm sure Chad will be licking his lips at the prospect of a modest run chase here. Again, Jyoti making sure that there's no buys next to his name. That one has got a bit big. Having said that Taz Qureshi doesn't exactly steam through, that one pings off the pitch.
Good one, Chaba. Keep steaming in, Taz. Don't change anything, bud. Don't change anything.
Final ball before the halfway mark then from Qureshi. Should just be a single to get us to halfway. Stockholm City, remember, going into this game unbeaten, haven't exactly had the best 10 overs of their tournament They're 63 for 5, and the flower man himself, Vinny Sandhu, comes back into the commentary box. Enjoying yourself with the flower garland?
Yeah, it was. Getting in the midsummer kind of mood. Yeah, a bit of tall poppy syndrome today, isn't it? The top 2 teams have been certainly toppled to an extent, although this game's not over yet. We have seen games changing quickly. But City, a very different lineup, isn't it? Without Teja Nedumanuru, without Shuriz Ahmed, without Musa Ahmed. Some good players coming in, though, I will say that. Mimundra is a guy I know didn't work out too well for him with the bat, but he's a really handy pickups, classy player. And I suppose more responsibility for some of these other guys. Nakvi comes back in, you know, again, he's due to fire, but City, I suppose, they a bit like Westeros United, they've kind of already qualified for the semis, so this is probably more of a training run than anything for them against the Tigers, who are certainly pretty conscious that they're in jeopardy. Jyoti behind the stumps today. I just wonder whether that's about Owen maybe resting some of his fingers. And also, with the finals coming up, there are some unavailabilities tomorrow, and so maybe Jyoti's the man that they plan to use in that position tomorrow, so it would make sense for him to have a hit out. And like I say, he's a pretty experienced keeper, pretty talented keeper himself.
Well, certainly on ability, this one is going to just about be in, as he had to put on the reverse gear there. Purav. On ability, both Jyoti and Palmer are very strong keepers. Both excellent standing up to the stumps, which is frustrating for a batter, knowing that you've got no room for error behind you.
Yeah, this got turned around just in time. And Jyoti, despite his best efforts, demolishing the stump height. Won't be able to claim the dismissal. Back to live action then. But Mahmood's had a pretty good tournament as well. Everything you'd want out of a Swedish player. He's a very experienced man. So he uses that experience. Got a very cool head. Edged and gets past the fielder in the circle. They'll only get one. Good piece of bowling though. I like Pat Mahmood. He's not afraid to slow it down a little bit. I don't think he ever quite lets the batters settle. I think that's one reason he's been tough to get away this week.
Yeah, he's one of the wealth of left-arm spinners we have, and certainly been one of the most economical, giving away just 2 singles so far. This one's up in the air, though. Just as I was talking about his economy, the commentator's curse in full flow. Howard Mahmood gets pumped over long on for a big Maximo. It's a lovely swing of the bat there as Stockholm City trying to build up a respectable score here.
We've got the Fetch Army now that are going to help get some of these balls back. But as it's dried out, the balls seem to have flown a bit further, haven't they? And the scores have typically gone up. You wouldn't know it from this innings, though, from Stockholm City. This innings was wrecked early, but yeah, good shot by Rohit Bailey, who's picked that up off length.
Moves on to 29 off 21. So comfortably the top scorer is Zayn Nakvi, the only other batter for Stockholm City to reach double figures as of yet. 4 single-digit scores already back in the hut. Only used the 4 bowlers actually so far. Have Uppsala Tigers. We're going to have to use a 5th at some point. That one goes through Jyoti, just as we were praising him for his keeping.
We'll say our commentary jinxes have been pretty solid
They
this
have,
week.
yeah.
We've kept the 100 away, haven't we?
Don't like seeing people score runs, get to the end of the 11th, 72 for 5.
Yeah, 11 overs to try and make something out of this.
Quick change out, no walking, boys, come on.
Mahmood, despite going for the Maximo, still very good figures for him, and he's still got an over to go, 14 for 2.
It will be the 5th bowler then that they turn to now, the Tigers, in the form of Anas Zahir. Picked up 2 wickets so far. That was just in that one game where he got figures of 2 for 19. Hoping to break this flourishing partnership. In the spirit of midsummer, I'd say it's probably blooming rather than full blossom so far. Certainly an improvement on the first couple of overs where partnerships were at a premium. This one now worth 25, mostly off the bat of Rohit Bailey. Power though.
Creeping towards that 30 mark.
We love a 30 partnership. That one's nicely played behind square. There is a fielder racing from third. They should get one on the throw, and they do. It's a good quick decision there from Bailey to turn and go, especially knowing that he has to be the senior of the two partners here. Parav looking a little shaky on 4 off 11, but currently doing a good job of supporting Bailey.
Come on here, boy.
Yeah, I suppose Parav can get away with that 4 off 11 at the moment, but as we go deeper into that innings, and to be able to fight back a little bit of his own bat.
Smart running there, and they could go on the overthrow. In fact, had they not run such a deep and quick run, Rohit Bailey probably could have turned and went, but he put on the afterburners. By the time he realised the overthrow was on, he was halfway to the edge of the boundary.
It's almost like you need one of those parachutes on the back of drag racing cars to just say, whoa, 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 let's turn around, let's go again. We've had our first 5 earlier on of the tournament. 1 plus 4 overthrows.
Big swing there from Purav, who I think realises that he needs to put his foot down here. It's almost worth having like a bonus run area on overthrows, so that if you carry on running and get to the edge of the boundary and back, then it should count.
You think so?
Because it's so hard to turn around quickly with pads on, with spikes of some sort usually on. And since you're already halfway to the boundary, they're like, it's almost French cricket, you know.
Get some sort of credit.
French cricket, you can run both ways, can't you? Continuous cricket. Big appeal there from Jyoti and from the bowler, but I think the bowler, Anas, kind of went on the appeal of Jyoti. No one else seemed to hear anything, including the umpire.
Really good take from Jyoti, actually. That ball was climbing viciously. But yeah, I've got to say, I didn't pick up anything in my ears. And Anas seemed to be kind of told about it by proxy. Still, this is good over, only 3 off it. At a time where City are trying to get going.
Slower ball. And this one is an easier take for Jyoti, but he fumbles it, which allows them to scramble through for a 1. Probably, I guess if you're going to be tactical, not the worst one in the world, because you want to target Purav as much as you can and have Bailey at the non-striker's end.
Make sure, take a breath, make sure.
That projected score, not quite 130 at the moment.
We saw a pretty modest target defended last night, didn't we? Like in match number 12, 142 was enough.
Final ball of the over is worked away, so Rohit does manage to retain the strike, which is good news for Stockholm City. Good news as well, they've managed to steady this innings, although they don't have too long left now to try and push. It's 77 for 5 at the end of 12.
Well, 677. Gives a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Trying to hear his own bit of, I suppose, sweet foods chat. We were talking about chocolate bars, weren't we, in the previous game? Some of the Swedish sensations that we tried a couple of nights ago. And hello to Thomas Martinez. And Paul Kempen in there as well. And I will say, the unfiltered chat is wild. That's what I put in my comment before. It's kind of like, what do you call it? It's like, it's anarchy, it's lawless.
Yeah.
But everyone can say their piece. You know, you also need to realise that not everything you read may be correct or informed. But hey,
you've got to make your own judgments. People are so quick to believe everything they read nowadays. So we have our customary 12th over break in these blistering Stockholm conditions.
We've got Samantha in the chat. Of course, she's the Chad's #1 fan. Saying, please let know Calvin would be proud. Hello to Calvin if you're watching as well, I suppose. Hi, Samantha. Vinny here. Tina here as well. Of course, we're big fans of the Chad. We're not alone there. The Chad right now fielding, taking up a fair bit of the area at cover. But right now, Hamid Mahmood is going to bowl his 4th over. It's bowled well so far. Bailey trying to fight back for City, facing up on 34.
And Mahmood then, unsurprisingly, bowling all the way through, having bowled 11 dot balls so far of the 19. One's just knocked away to Owen Palmer, who started at backward point but is now out patrolling in the deep. You can see some heavy strapping on his right finger as the 30 partnership comes out. We love a 30. And yeah, Palmer, I think he took a nasty one on his hand yesterday. You could see him wringing out his fingers afterwards, so he's probably grateful for a bit of a rest. There is the Chad with the old reverse underarm bowl.
Yeah, that's what they call action cricket in South Africa where he grew up, but you can, it's like, we call it a flick. And occasionally you do see run-outs as a result of it. It's one way to get the ball away quickly.
This time Palmer on the chase, testing out his arm, and that's a pretty good one. He goes straight into the gloves there of Jyoti. This is an interesting partnership developing. We saw the graphic there, the 30 come up off 32 balls. So not exactly blistering pace. That will help though. Although, does it have the legs on it? Yes, it does. Not far off that daisybox.co sign as well. You can see it in the picture there. It certainly was a good couple of metres to the right of it, but that low full toss there from Hamid was punished. And that's maybe the confidence booster that Purav needed, because he was languishing away on 5 off 15, but that almost doubles his score, more than doubles his score.
Yeah. Nice counter-attack there. Jyoti, nice put down the leg side. Will be called a wide. He's trying to claim it came off the pad. The thing about Jyoti, he's always got plenty to say back there. It doesn't matter who he's talking to. It can be his bowler, the umpires, the batter, himself. But he's always yapping. Sign of a good keeper.
You should be a keeper, Vinny.
Yeah. Well, people often ask me. This is hit down the ground. People say, Vinny, you're a wicket keeper now, you're a commentator. What's the difference? And normally I say, when I'm commentating, I'm talking less. As we get to the end of the over, it's 88 for 5.
Yeah, a lot of love for Chad in the chat. Jeanette is there, Maria as well.
Hello,
Chad's Gran.
Yeah, hello, Gran. How are you doing? Be very proud of the Chad.
Surely
the Gran in the chat.
And surely it's the Gran, and Chad's granddad is surely Gran Chad.
Oh, yes. Well, wait, one day I guess he'll be a Gran Chad.
Yes. Chad has to have children just so that we can one day call him Gran Chad.
6 and 7 in line.
Anas Sahir will continue. Goes for just 4 off his first over. Unlucky maybe to not pick up a wicket.
Geez, basically the comment section is just the Chad fan club. Hello, Jeanette, as well. If you could tell us your exact relation to the Chad, because we do have a lot of activity in there, that would be appreciated. Anyway, here we go with Anas.
Hit firmly over the covers. There is deep cover out there, and it should be cut off, not before they run through for a second. So it continues to be a frustrating partnership for the Tigers, one that they've found themselves unable to break. Much like actually England in the Test match. They're putting on one of those annoying 10th wicket stands, which are infuriating for the bowling side. You love it if you're the batting side. It was 238 for 9. It's now 281 for 9.
Wow.
Between Fisher and Baker.
Love one of those.
Fisher and Baker.
Listing professions now,
yeah.
Are we?
Well, we have Archer as well, don't we?
That's a good one. Knowing England, go through set your players very quickly. Won't be long before Candlestick Maker will get a test. Yeah, so all the Chad fans in the chat, let us know your exact relation to the Chad so that we can start building the diagram. Once again, Jyoti destroys the stumps, hoping for some sort of movement from the back foot, but safely home. Sam is Chad's cousin.
All right, let me write that part of the tree.
We're building the tree, so we're branching off.
We've got Gran.
Samantha, of course.
We've got cousin.
Chad brought up in South Africa and made his way to Europe, qualifies on Portuguese citizenship, played for Portugal.
Nicely played. It's through the 2 fielders there, but it's not going to go all the way, and there's a late call for a 2. They do manage to get home safely.
Egan Dantis as well, who's watching from the Costa del Sol. Hi, Egan. How are you? Nice to see you tuning in. Are you watching anyone in particular? Or are you just tuning in for the sound of my voice? Egan's famous for stepping on a duck in the European Cricket Series, chasing a ball to the boundary. There is a ground. It's a ground we've been using a lot lately, the Woodbridge Oval, Sporting Alphas. The Ducks own it late in the afternoon. They tend to migrate across.
Is the duck okay?
Well, the thing is, sometimes you have to stop the game to allow the duck to come across. But at other times, you know, there's a bit of a sharing of the ground, and I believe the duck was okay. Egan did get the attention, I suppose, of the cricket world for non-cricketing reasons.
It's funny you should say duck, because I just came across this video on social media of a duck marching with the Tartan Army, which is the Scotland football fan club. That one's, I've got a big fan of that one, as that one goes up and over the covers and certainly goes to the rope. The fielder who was closest to it, maybe he could kindly signal to the umpires, and he just signalled that it was 4 runs, but it was a lovely hit there from Purav, who seemingly got a lot of confidence from that 6 in the previous over. He's doubled down here. There's the Tartan Army are marching for their game with bagpipes and kilts and all. There's a little duck which has had a Scotland flag tied to it, which is
Andrews flag. End of the over then. 14 overs down. It's 98 for 5. And we'll depart from duck chat for a second, but not too long, because Egan saying he's supporting the Uppsala Tigers, and in response he says the duck was okay, I wasn't.
Traumatised. Have the RSPCA phoned on you, or the Spanish equivalent.
Good television. I was actually also attacked by a duck during one of my introductions of one of the games as well, which...
Tell me more.
Reasonably frightening. I was holding a small child. I was actually... I was fortunate enough to be doing an introduction with young Olivia, who was part of the broadcast, and she started standing next to me, and by the end I was holding her high and safe and getting pecked in my trousers.
It was quite a violent duck then, because often they just kind of leave you alone. Was it the colour of your trouser that attracted the duck?
Yeah, these ducks guard the ground pretty well. Yeah, maybe. I think it was the red. And the red just infuriated it.
Was it a bull duck?
It was bold, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, so many great memories, and we're still creating memories, aren't we? It's Mohammad Chowdhury bowling himself for the first time. 15th over. How high can they climb here? They're kind of on 140 pace. We saw 140 win yesterday. Going to be tough. I suppose the issue for Stockholm City, losing basically their entire, not entire batting lineup, but a fair proportion of it, is where the run's going to come from, and you have to rely on people that maybe haven't had too many hits in the competition. Well, this is a hit. Fielder comes around. He won't be able to stop it. It was Hamid Mahmood out there, but it was always curving away from him. And the resurgence continues, doesn't it, for Stockholm City? 4 more.
And Mohammad Chowdhury bringing himself on as the 6th bowler. Started off well. That's the first boundary he's gone for. Nice swing of the bat there from Purav, who I suppose has again shown that you can start off a T20 innings pretty modestly, and you have time still to accelerate as he tries to find the gap here. Not the greatest of running really between those two. Should have been an easy 2, but they only jumped through for 1. Rohit, I think at the start he was 5 off 15. Suddenly a couple of big hits. Confidence flowing through his veins once more. This partnership now is a significant one. Worth now 59. So that will be the end of the over. 107 for 5 off 15. Oh, I see the ducks. There's a lot. Oh dear. He doesn't even stop the boundary. Come on, Egan. The duck kind of does a roll. It's a duck roll. Oh, right on the neck. Yeah, I mean, got up quicker than Egan did. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. R.I.P. Yeah. Wow.
Wake up, wake!
Karambir brought back in the frontline bowler to try and break this partnership, but Rohit has the answers at the moment. That's delicately played as they scamper through for one. What? Hi, Brooklyn. Yeah. Garland. A Judy. Yeah.
Hello to everybody, including Brooklyn, who's tuning in. So the Cousin Cheer Squad continues to grow, Tina. Don't worry, we're looking after Chad. We're having a beautiful sunny day here in Sweden, 23 degrees and midsummer. So it's a big day on the calendar. Second only to Christmas, they say here.
Yeah. Slightly warmer, hopefully. And be recovered well in this over, having been hit for 4 on the first one. Just a couple of singles otherwise. But again, Stockholm City continuing to rebuild. They've at least got a platform to go big here. Final 4 overs. They're 115 for 5. Surely Jaspreet Singh and Karambir will bowl 2 of those. You've got Taz Qureshi. He's been the most economical so far. He's gone for just 12 off his 3. Hamid Mahmood, of course, bowled out. He bowled all 4 of his in one go for 2 for 25.
We've got the tunes going here as well, don't we? And we've got some extra celebrations. Should be starting around about 2 o'clock, so before too long. I think we'll set up. We've already got the music going, though. I feel like we're in some sort of deep house kind of mix. I feel like it's 2 in the morning, not 2 in the afternoon, actually. We have into your kind of all-night raves and your electronic music with your glow sticks and your... You know those glasses that have horizontal plastic?
They were very 2010s, weren't they? No. I mean, I can see the appeal in places like Stockholm more than most because it never really gets dark.
That's true.
So your body clock ends up being a bit messed up. You don't quite know when to go to bed. I'm grateful for the decent curtains in the hotel room because every time I've gone to bed it's still been light.
Yeah, true. Good curtains are so important here. ball zigs and zags on the infielder there, but still only be a single.
Yeah, I was always a curtain person growing up, but in Hamburg we don't have curtains in our bedroom, which is a bold move because Hamburg is quite northern as well. So every time my boyfriend complains...
What do you use?
Nothing.
You got eyelids.
Yeah, eyelids. There's nothing on the window, and then he always complains, I woke up at 4 o'clock and couldn't get back to sleep, and I was... Recently, I've just been saying, maybe we need to invest in some curtains.
One down the ground this time for Bailey. Moves to 49. There's the Chad, getting a bit of airtime. He's got his whole extended family tuning in. He's loved his week here in Sweden, I think, that's for sure.
Interesting to see where he bats as well, because there has been a few changes to the score sheet, and that one's going to go up and over. And how close is that to the daisybox.co? I think probably just to the left of it. We've had it to the right, we've had it to the left. Surely one's going to go down the middle sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Jabba Danikse is on the field. He's down there in that key position, far away from his right hand. Gave it everything he had. Wasn't able to drag it back in. End of the over. 19 off the 2 overs from Mohammad Chowdhury. See if he gives himself a third. Right now, 3 overs to go and 125 for 5. So is that that's a maypole? Because I assumed it's pole-like, but I don't think I've ever danced. I don't know if I'd recognise a maypole in the wild.
I think that...
What makes a maypole a maypole?
I think that's a maypole, but I've never seen one with a cross.
I see. I thought that's what makes it a maypole.
No, I think
the fact that it's not a freestanding pole, it has some sort of base.
It can have a base for sure, but it usually doesn't have the cross at the top. That's very much a kind of Christian pole with a cross, also known as a cross. I think a maypole just has a pole up in the air, and then it has lots of strings coming off it, and that's what you hold to dance around.
We have to go a deep dive here.
So you don't actually dance around the pole. Not in that sport, anyway. Karen Beard comes back on for his 4th, and this time they do hustle through for 2. So yeah, it's just a pole, and it's actually the strings coming off the pole that people hold and dance with, because that's why you can get loads of people dancing around it. If it was just one pole, it'd be difficult to kind of get everyone dancing with it.
Curious about the origin of the name. There we go.
Yeah, nice shot there.
That's a nice bit of bowling from Karenbeek and a bit of extra bounce. Okay, so I'm looking forward to whatever the finished article is, because it does say a key aspect of the maypole is the decoration with fresh greenery and flowers.
Ribbons was the word I was after, not string.
Ribbons is good.
Johnny said in the chat.
Thanks, Johnny. We'll try and make sure Tina doesn't give any more incorrect information.
Fake news.
Complete information.
Say it with confidence and anyone will believe you.
51 now, as Rohit has been batting very well, and this is no exception. He's brought up his 50 and he wants more. Maximo! Just picked that one off short of a length and put it miles over the boundary.
It's been an excellent innings from him in particular, and he came out there in all sorts of trouble. 48 for 5 after 7 overs. And these two got together at the crease, Rohit and Purav. Purav, after a shaky start, he's moved on to 36 off 29, and this is a innings salvaging partnership between the two. Halfway through the 18th over then. Karen Beer wicketless so far. Again, that one's going to go to the rope. There's 2 fielders out there. Owen's the closest, but he's not going to cut that one off. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket out, but there's a good gulf between them. That's exactly where the ball goes. Back-to-back boundaries here for Rohit, looking good.
Yeah, he is. He has stood up, and look, still potentially 155 is projected at this stage. I think Purav's innings has been really important as well. Maybe he was 4 off 11 at one point and was kind of really playing second fiddle, but he's kind of fought back off his own bat as well. What a good half-century by Rohit Bailey.
He wants to keep going. He's swinging the bat hard now. That one doesn't have enough on it and will be cut off in the deep. Not the worst single to take, though, because it pretty much gives Purav a free hit here. He wants to keep Bailey on strike. Can he find the rope?
There's Stumpy, although you can't see Stumpy from that angle, but Stumpy pointing down the pitch, which is a great innovation. Stump camera technology has been around for a while, but with Stumpy, it's more accessible to cricket at all levels, so really excited to have Stumpy on board this week. Last ball of the over, last ball for Karrenbeer.
Slower ball. And they do scamper through for one, so Rohit will keep the strikes. In fact, they ran 2 on the previous one. So almost a perfect over for Stockholm City. Keeps Rohit on strike, 140. Suddenly, they've salvaged this innings, and well, it won't be much more than a pass score, but certainly will be something for Stockholm City to bowl at against an Uppsala Tigers side who haven't always impressed with the bat. They're going to have to rely on the likes of Owen Palmer, the skipper Mohammad Chowdhury to score runs, and of course Chad. Chad gets going, and he'll be more or less happy to chase down this target. Still 2 overs to go as they look to add to the total, and it will be skipper Chowdhury to bowl the 19th. I think there's an argument for a couple of the other bowlers having a chance. Both Taz Qureshi and Anas Zahir bowled excellently, but skipper backs himself here.
That's why he's got the number 1 on his back. Here he is.
Well, it was not a very good delivery, and he gets away with it because there is deep square leg out there. So it'd just be a single, but too short there from Chowdhury as the tunes begin to pump. 1 minute away from the start of the festival. The maypole is down. It currently looks like it's been given CPR. That one does go through.
Yeah, needs greenery, nothing greener than grass, which is where it's lying right now. It's like they're putting something on the top of it now.
It's like the Star of David.
I was going to say, it's like the star on the Christmas tree. Or something on the top of the pole.
This one is going to race away. Yeah, the decision of Chowdhury to bowl himself hasn't quite paid off here. Be interesting to see who bowls the last. I'm assuming Jasprit Singh, but Taz Qureshi and Anas Zahir might be muttering under their breath that they've deserved another chance.
Yeah, good point. Had plenty of options. Chowdhury thinks sometimes, obviously thinks if there's a job to be done, sometimes it's best to do it yourself. But goes to the boundary on that occasion. Here's the comeback ball.
Gets that one to go through quicker. Does get a dot ball, and Purav there throws up his head in frustration because he knew that was there for the taking. It's too early through the shot. 2 balls left then of the all-important 19th.
Oh, good take. That was a dart down the leg side. Jyoti had to get a move on to stop it going for extras.
This one goes high, and it has the length on it as well. Big Maximo in this 19th over. That takes Stockholm City past 150. Excellent partnership between the two. Moves beyond 100. 104 off 71. Pretty equal between the two. Rohit Bailey, he's been mighty impressive. The wicketkeeper, 65.
Really incredible partnership between these two. And that's 6. Really had the long handle. Seemed to have a high grip, so grip up the top of the bat. City are back in the city. They're 153 for 5. Last over to come.
Yeah, Mohammad Chowdhury. The gamble didn't pay off. Ends up being the most expensive over. Most expensive bowler of the bowlers used so far. The skipper, Anas Zahir and Taz Qureshi. I'm assuming we won't see them again because I'm guessing it'll be down to Jasprit Singh, the international, to bowl the final over. Did pick up 3 wickets, and he'll be bowling the 20th here. These two out there in the crease, Bailey and Purav Thakur, have really pulled this one out of the fire. Stockholm City in all sorts of trouble. They were 48 for 5. That wicket falling at the end of the 7th over was the last time that Uppsala had anything to smile about.
What do you think the longest song in history is? And why is it this one? I don't know how much of that you hear in your effects mic, but we are pretty close to the DJ.
I think it might be a medley. So
well, it would make sense that you'd play the world's longest song on the longest day.
Exactly.
It is Jasprit. You're right, Tina. See, told you. Tina's in the know. give you all the correct info from here on in. Here he is, Purav on 47.
Gets that one past the blade. Purav looking for his first half century in this competition. Just one big hit away. He tried to get it on that occasion. Jasprit certainly justifying bowling this final over. Just question that decision of Mohammad Chowdhury to bowl himself, especially in the latter stages. It's tough as a spinner. You know the batters are going to go after you. Gets away with one there. It's a full toss, direct hit. Could be in trouble here, and he's going to go to the review. Certainly Anas Zahir, who was behind the umpire, put his finger up. It's the decision of the umpire that matters. It was a good piece of 10-pin bowling there from Jasprit Singh, who picked the ball up in his follow-through. The batter certainly thinks he's a goner. He's already halfway off the pitch, and yeah, the replays confirm it, so it will be given out. You can see both Uppsala players give the decision, and the umpire will follow through here and concur with the decision and with the eyes of the viewers, which say that one is out. Let's see the full one again. It's a rank full toss from Jasprit Singh, but he reacts quickly and bowls a strike, and it will then be the 6th wicket to fall for Stockholm City. 154 for 6. Partnership breaker, but not before the damage is done. Good piece of work there from Jasprit Singh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jasprit, he's not the biggest, he's quite a slight guy, but he manages to get it through quickly, and he was equally quick on the follow through there to initiate the run out. And that one just grubs along the ground. Not much Jyoti could do about it apart from try and sit on it. They run through for a single as Tahir Tara is the new batter. Well, he was the finisher at the end of that game a couple of days ago, hitting Kesrick Williams for the winning runs, and he's been tasked with finishing the innings off here, although he will now be at the non-strikers end as they scamper through for an extra. Purav also 2 away from his half century. He leaves that one on the line, and that one will have to be re-bowled by Jasprit. One's cracked away into the offside, will be cut off by the boundary rider. They do run through for 2, and Tahir's even eager for the 3, but Purav says, I want to take my half century and face the last ball. It's an excellent innings from him. Let's not forget he was on 5 off 15, so the acceleration has been outstanding from Purav, and a well-deserved half century, and he has the honours of facing the final ball as well. 158 for 6. Can he add a few more runs? No, he can't. I don't know why they didn't run. Might as well have done, but that will be the end of the over and the end of the innings. It was one that started off, just checking that is the over before I go into my summary. Umpires are also checking. I think I've been able to count to 6. There was a wide in there, but even so, that is the end of the over, end of the innings, 158 for 6. Stockholm City then, what a recovery from them, I suppose, showing that even in the face of adversity, they're able to pull off something remarkable. Remember, they were 24 for 2 and then 48 for 5, but it was that one big partnership between Rohit Bailey and Purav Thakur that wrestled them back into the game. Bailey, the wicketkeeper, top scoring in the end on 65 off 48, and Purav Thakur, who was the second fiddle for such a long period of time, does manage to get his milestone towards the end as well. He finishes unbeaten on 50 off 38.
Yeah, and he deserves his 50 as well. He actually kind of played dual roles there, didn't he? And there was some confusion about whether that was last ball or not, because they didn't run, probably thinking there was another ball, but it wasn't. And probably would have been running if they had one anyway. But anyway, 158 for 6 as we run through the scorecard for Stockholm City. Sent in by the Tigers here in match number 14. Mundra into the side, and at the top of the order went for 8, Zain Naqvi for 14. They would have liked a bit more production out of the openers. Bailey, though, batted really deep into the inning, 65 or 48. Thought he batted really, really well before he was run out late in the piece. Amitaz, the acting captain, out for 8. Never really got going. Rupawansa and Sheila likewise. They fell early. Thakur ended up with 50 not out of 38 balls. Again, excellent work. And Tara just the 1 ball on the way to that score of 158 for 6. Bowling-wise, well, plenty of good performers there. Taz Qureshi 1 for 12. Never got another over, which was a little bit of an eyebrow raiser for you and me, Tina. Hamid Mahmood continued his good form with 2 for 25. Jaspreet with 2 wickets of his own. That really, although they're slight favourites here, Tigers, I think Stockholm City will appreciate the chance to kind of defend what is a slightly low par target and maybe give them some confidence. Remember, they are the only undefeated team in this competition. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and come back when we return. 159 for the Tigers to pounce and shore up their place in the semi-finals. Wherever you're watching from around the world, welcome. It's midsummer, it's Sweden, and we're back soon with more Nordic Smash T20.
एक रेडी बॉल
ना मैं तेरा लाइन ओवर
फ्री
वो पैंट तो पेज दी वजह तो इन स्विंग हो गई हां बैक के अंदर आया तू तो आउट स्विंग करना तेरे को इन्ना है को ना बेटा तेरे को इन्ना है को ना बैक कट होया बॉल वो इतना नहीं होगा वो तेनू आउटिंग होने एक ही करनी अंदर बस सही पै गई गो कैच वो दूजा की रही 15-16 खा गया पहले ओवर जो कौन वो कैच हो गया वो मैंगो कैच ही वो कैच ही हाथ लग गया इधर पूरा चुए sorry. Go behind. Acha.
आकल बता के
That's see why? That's see why? Like this. I got you.
Sorry, I will go.
Wait, you mean like this?
What? Yeah. I will go.
लकड़ी से रख जाना दे ऊपर दे एक ऊपर दे starting from that 10 no sorry समीर बॉल डाल लो चारा which side we'll start from this
Stay there.
new ball it seems अच्छा
पूरा रेडी है ना शायद एक ओवर पावर में डालना
so always give me a high one अब बैट लेके चलना हां
चलो यार और कौन बोए
Boy.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Nordic Smash T20. Happy midsummer as well to all of our viewers in the Northern Hemisphere. We're getting ready for the second innings with the Uppsala Tigers requiring 159 for victory. It was an innings that seemed like a bit of a lost cause at one point, with 5 wickets in the first 7 overs. At that point, their score was 48 for 5, but then a 106-run partnership got them back on track. Shara Pereira getting going. Karanbir Singh out there with his captain Mohammad Chowdhury. And I want to welcome everyone back, no matter where you're watching from around the world. So, Bailey doing the keeping. I thought it might have been Ajay Mundra, but no, Bailey is the listed keeper. Didn't he bat well as well to turn the fortunes of Stockholm City around? Pereira has been very good in this series. Chowdhury looking for the run, but Karanbir a bit concerned. I think that ball might go off back onto the stumps. So, no ball called there, free hit coming up. Just overstepping there, Pereira, so this will be a free hit. And it's hit very well. Cracked over extra cover by Karanbir Singh. It just shows you the margins of error here. Pereira overstepping and then paying the price next ball. Got to have a good start. This is a slightly under par score, I think. Look at the actual par at the moment is 167 going into this match. Wise man said it was around 165, 170 at the start of the week. I'm just trying to remember who that was. But yeah, certainly 158 competitive, but not really a score that would make your favourite to defend. Changing the field now with long off going back. Deep forward square leg, the other outfielder, and unfortunately Stumpai gets blown over. It's a pretty windy day here. Hasn't been as windy as some of the other days. So there we go. I mean, it's not a sound that anyone likes to hear when they're batting, the sound of the stumps clattering, but that just shows you the force of the wind. Well, that one gets up big on Karanbir. Tries to pull, but had no room to do so. Karanbir seems to miss. There's only one shot in anger really this over. Come back from Pereira. Has to roll the extra ball though, doesn't he? Because of that no ball, second ball of the over. Pretty good overall, things considered. Pereira, despite the front foot no, he only goes for 5. In fact, they were the only runs in the over, the no ball and the 4 off the free hit. So it's 5 without loss after 1. Gives us a chance to welcome everyone in the chat. And also, I want to say a big thanks to all the partners here at this first ever Nordic Smash. It's been a really exciting spectacle to be a part of, we'll say that. So to desibox.co, still offering some of those cash prizes for catches in the crowd, and also the €500 prize for any batters able to hit the desibox.co signs on the full. Also to Stride, who will be central to that free coaching session for women and girls tomorrow. 19 yards. Brand Mavericks. Of course, to Stumpire, which has spent more time upright than on the ground, although the bowlers have done their best to test the durability of the Stumpire system. Second over, it's Hankare, left arm. He's bowled well in the series when he's had the chance. Leg side this one, but turned away for a dot, so he gets away with that. One of the bowlers just operating off a shorter run, given that the run-up has been a bit spongy due to the rain earlier in the week. Rising ball, beats the top edge of the bat. There's Rohit Bailey. Wasn't he good in the first inning? 65 of 48 balls. His partnership with Purav Thakur was really, really important to get City to something competitive. Of course, without some of the stars that got them to this point in the series. Right now, Stockholm City are the only undefeated team in this competition. I want to keep it that way. Of course, tomorrow we get into the semi-final, starting with the top-ranked team versus the fourth-ranked team in semi-final number 1, and then the second versus the third-ranked teams playing in semi-final number 2. Winner in the final. Goes after this, up in the air and flying out of the ground. Maximo! Karen Beer is known for his power. He's a big man. He's got big arms and a big bat, and that was a big hit. And nice to see. It's a two-man job as well to find the ball in the long grass. But yeah, it just kind of opens that front shoulder a little bit, opens up the leg side, and that wide mid-on region. That's a huge hit. Anyway, another one which is hit, and this one is also going to go the journey. Maximo, back to back. Karen Beer says enough's enough. Big power play makes the job a lot easier for the Tigers. So back to back sixes and similar shots as well. So end of the second over, 18 without loss after 2. Finish out to him, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff. Well, she was given a choice. You can either try and find some of these balls in the long grass, or you can sit here next to me. She's elected for the latter. Welcome back, Tina.
Thanks very much. So the music's pumping here. The festival is getting underway. I think that the maypole is still having some running repairs. But looks like they know what they're doing. I don't know if maypole repairman is a full-time job, but
definitely busy. It's a seasonal occupation, I think.
Yeah, like being a mall Santa.
Yeah, geez. Could be me one day. Rico's going to get into that one day. No full toss, muscled up. Karen Beer overcommits. The ball's not handled cleanly by Sheila. Daka was important. Hands the ball back to Pereira, who bowls. That time, a little bit cleanly by Sheila. Yeah, what sort of power play do you think they're looking for here? Obviously, around about 8 and over is the rate required in the game.
Yeah, I think they don't want to lose early wickets, to state the obvious, but I suppose the blueprint of that Stockholm City innings shows that 1 or 2 big partnerships is all you need. That one's hooked away. There is a fielder out there, but Zayn Nakvi won't be able to stop that one. Races for 4 runs, and Shara Pereira just losing his length a little there. Yeah, I suppose if they get to 40 or 50 in the opening 6 overs, I think they'd take that, especially if they can do it unbeaten. almost always seen at least one wicket fall in the power play. That just gives the fielding side that bit of a jolt. The run rate is down below 8. Not necessarily anything to worry about just now.
Yeah, they're on top of it so far, aren't they? Despite a few flat spots in the first 2.5 overs. Pereira's been impressive for me during the series. He's shown an ability to bowl at both ends of the innings. Obviously, he's got a bit of pace about him. He does get the ball rising off a length. But also has a decent change of pace. Got a slippery Yorker he can slip in. It's an attempted Yorker, which he charges, turns into a low full toss. But you can see even some of these balls that are, I suppose, Yorker length or even full toss length, they're not necessarily getting hit because the batters aren't necessarily timing up Pereira. He's a bit quicker than they think.
Sensible start, though, from the Tigers as they turn down a risky single on the final ball. This will be the end of the third. Modest start, but most significantly, Tigers haven't lost a wicket, 22 for no loss. The music has turned more house than Bollywood. I feel like I might turn slightly insane for the next... This is going for the next 5 hours.
What do you mean, might? Yeah, I was kind of... Yeah, I felt there was more Guantanamo Bay than Midsummer's Day, actually, with some of the music choices next to us here.
Well, I was trying to turn up the dials to maybe make my own voice louder, but it brings the music with it. So
right.
I just have the choice of myself and the noise being louder, or you being louder, but also with the music.
Yeah.
So it's between a rock and a hard place here.
Maybe you go crazy quicker if you turn it up. Anyway, here's Tahir Tarar. One of your personal favourites, isn't he? Tahir coming on to bowl over number 4. Goes full first up. Can't get under it. No run. Tell everyone why Tahir's your favourite player at the tournament.
Well, he gave me his coat on day 1 when 6 layers were simply not enough. And at that point, I didn't really know who he was, but he was someone offering me a coat, and I said yes.
Karma's a real thing, isn't it? Because then he was able to hook international fast bowler Kesrick Williams for 4 to win the ball game later in the week. So, hey, what goes around comes around. One good deed results in another. I don't think Kesrick was too happy with it, mind you. Happy to see Tahir bowling, because last time we were here, his side, but Sri Lanka didn't qualify for the European Cricket Series, so
right.
Didn't see him on the park.
Yeah, he's got an infectious smile and he loves the game, doesn't he?
He was really helpful off the field in that series. As you know, with European Cricket Series going around Europe, you want people, or you need people that are, willing to volunteer their time to help with the smooth running of the tournament. So he, despite not playing, all week he was here helping. Took a great crowd catch, actually, which would have been worth money if it was this week. And yeah, just a bright smiling face around the ground. Need more people like that in the world. Not really taking on these infielders on the ring at the moment. Karen Beer, if you listed the skills required for cricket in order, I don't think running is particularly near the top of his list.
No, he's very much a boundary hitter. He almost makes it out like running the singles is beneath him. If it's not a 4 or a 6, he's not really that interested. This time he chips it down the ground, and well, there is one of those boundaries that Karen Beer specialises in. Skips a few times along the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, he's a guy we have seen playing around the traps as well, obviously an Austrian representative, but we've also seen him playing cricket in Portugal. He's just built for short form cricket, isn't he? Bowls thunderbolts and strikes a very clean ball. Tarar trying that Yorker, but just slightly overdoing it that time.
This time it's whipped away in the leg side, and that's a lovely shot actually from Karen Beer. Just misses the line of his Yorker there to here, and it gets whipped away off his legs for 4 runs, and the music dies down, and my sanity comes back at the end of the over. It's the 30 partnership up 32 off just 25 deliveries. Mohammed Chowdhury mostly being a spectator in that one. 6 off 8, but Karambir going along nicely. 32 for no loss after 4.
As somebody who wasn't known for scoring a lot of runs, I applaud the addition of the 30 partnership graphic. Because number one, you don't even have to score the runs to get the name on the screen. Just your partner can. And I always said 50 is too high to start, acknowledging. And as a youngster, I dreamed of the day I would be able to raise my bat and go like this, above your head, even if it was to nobody. And I still can remember my first 50, because it was a while before you get old enough to kind of score 50. A lot of, you get retired at 25 or 30.
Some people never get that milestone.
I'll never forget that. A precursor to some of the modern day celebrations, ripping the helmet off and whatnot. And and then so that I was super excited about that. And the other thing was my first 6. I'll never forget the raw feeling of power and dominance I felt. Still remember his full toss, and and it's not usual to raise your bat and celebrate after just a 6 like you would for a 50 or 100, but it was a similar sort of celebration. That's basically me acknowledging myself. And actually one of the coaches, he didn't help by to keep my ego in check, because then he started saying something like, what have Lance Cairns, Ian Botham and Vinnie Sandu got in common? And then he said, they've hit 3 of the biggest hits I've ever seen, which to a 12-year-old certainly filled me with confidence.
And that's the day your ego started rising.
From then it was a long road to unfulfilled potential.
I'll tell you what, this is a bit of a hot take, especially as a cricketer.
I like it hot. Give it to me.
I find celebrating hundreds quite cringe, and getting 100, absolutely. I just don't.
Fun police has come out here.
I don't think there's
the MCC Tina's grabbed the microphone. Someone bring back regular Tina. Wait for it. This ball's cracked to point. They won't get a run. More from Tina Goff.
I just don't think there's a elegant way to celebrate it. If it's organic, okay. It's just often, it's a knock into a gap for a 1, so they're running the 1, and then they kind of sometimes do like a leap and a jump, and then
that's very modern though. It used to be simply raising your bat.
I prefer that. Helmet off, or no helmet, I guess. But if we're going back into the day,
in the day, you go cap one hand, bat the other.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Alan Shearer in football, just the one hand raised in celebration. I think you take your helmet off, you raise your bat, but anything more than that just looks odd.
You think it's too
much?
Too much. I mean, look, I'll give you some of the basic rules of celebrating.
From Mr. Celebrator himself.
From my own book. Into the 5th over. Samir does a good job that over. Only 3 off it. And it's 35 without loss after 5.
From what we've
all important 6th over coming up last over the power play.
Yeah. It's decent power play, if not spectacular so far.
These rules, by the way, apply to the population, not necessarily to me. I'll be the first to admit that I've broken these rules, such as celebrating my 6 when I was 12, like I scored 100. I used to practice in my bedroom and whatnot, raising the bat and whatnot. 50, one hand. This is the difference between 50 and 100 celebrations. 50 is one hand, 100's both hands.
Yeah, okay.
So that's a simple one. The key to a good 50 celebration is to not smile and act like you expected to get 50.
Postman delivering mail, isn't it?
It helps if you have a bit of a grimace, like you're begrudgingly raising the bat, even though you're thrilled that you reach 50. If someone like me, it's not something that would happen that often.
Yeah, I can't recall many batters being thrilled on their face.
You're acting like this is just like a necessary step to some sort of bigger goal.
It's the job
that you've got. So you're acknowledging, even though a lot of these games I played, there is no crowd to speak of, so I knew I was 50 because I was counting my runs. As this is lifted up, and the fielder coming around to his left, just lost his footing slightly there, Naqvi, I think. Never tracks it down, and the result's 4 runs. Naqvi's a very good fielder. He's very good all-round cricketer, really. he'll be disappointed he couldn't get a bigger jump on this. See, in the end, because he lost his footing 3 or 4 steps out, he was only able to offer a hand, couldn't get a dive in. A bit of a lucky moment there for Caranbeer.
Yeah, he was just 1 step short, wasn't he? And the slip meant he couldn't get his hands out in time. Just go to the rope, though. Riding their luck there, the Tigers. That's a good comeback, though, from Tahir.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Now, hundreds, well, it's not something I got to do. I think I scored 3 great hundreds, which is more than 0. A lot of them I was so tired or cramping from batting that long, which my body was not used to, that I don't really remember them. I think helmet off and 2 hands, but it was no big jumping, or we didn't really have 40,000 people to acknowledge it. Well, there's a direct hit, but they won't get an overthrow. Yeah, but it's interesting what you say these days. Was it Warner that started the big flying leap?
Yeah.
And the kissing the badge? Would you kiss the MCC badge if you were able to bring up the 100?
No. But I wouldn't kiss any badge. I think it's quite performative. I feel like celebrations at all times have to be organic. Anything that's performative, I'm not a fan of. Same in football. It has to. That's why I think I probably prefer like the pylon celebration, where everyone's just losing their minds in celebration rather than some coordinated
Is it the
talking
fact
about
that
it.
Individual celebration makes you uncomfortable?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, not to flex, but my hundreds are on camera, so we can
debut the 150th century of season 2023.
Yeah. 24. 25?
24. I know what you were in.
Yeah, so if I go back and watch that, which I do on a daily, I don't think that was I think it was a smile, take the helmet off, hug your teammate, get back on with the job.
Get hugged.
Yeah. You don't initiate the hug. Again, like the hug must come from the other person. The same way, if you go for a 50, I think a hug's too much. It's a hearty handshake on a 50.
Yeah. Bro shake.
Yeah.
Hey, what a good over from Tahir. And he goes for 6 in the 6th, when you could really tell they were trying to go after him because they knew that was last over before the fielding restrictions were lifted. So at the end of the 6th over, it's 41 without loss. Let's have a look at this. I mean, this did go for 4. Probably shouldn't have. Zion just seemed to stumble as he was approaching the ball. But have a look at the tactics here from Tara. He's keeping it pretty simple. He's just trying to hit that block hole. He does have a good slower ball that he can go to. But yeah, was very, very effective in keeping it quiet. And like all bowlers, he's had a bit of a mixed week. You know, some overs he's been taken down, but I do think he's got a good skill set for this form of the game. Yeah, I think I already mentioned in my backyard cricket growing up, it was legislated that when you reach 25, 50, 75 or 100 that you would raise your bat, and the fielders / bowler would have to clap a minimum of 3 times. It was in the rules as this is clipped away. Because that's what happens when there's no crowd.
Because, 4 claps excessive. Yeah. It's not that good.
You can go 4, but the game could not continue until you had at least 3 claps out of your opposition.
I'm trying to work out how maybe I can clap into the mic, but how do you time those claps? It's like...
Just get them over and over, just go... and then get on with the
3 sounds very sarcastic.
Well, 1's not applause, is it?
That's just it.
Anyway, it's going to be cut away, and this is going to beat the fielder in the circle. It's going to be 4 more. Chowdhury just found it a bit tough going so far. I'll be happy with that one. It takes him into double figures.
A double clap is more of like a cha-cha dancer, like a...
Double clap is like calling someone.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we made the 3 clap rule, but we did, and maybe that's why.
I'm trying to think how many claps would be too many claps.
Because the thing is, a lot of the claps were probably sarcastic, but they were still claps. So they had to be audible. That was another rule. So 3, if you're sarcastically clapping, probably 3 is the number. Think about it.
Yeah, okay. It's with the grimace as well, which is a different grimace to the 50 grimace, isn't it? Very similar but distinct.
It's a certain grip.
Even too many free hours. Well, that one's going to go through the defences. Nice delivery there from Samir. And the opening partnership is broken. Well, they managed to get through the power play unscathed. Probably not quite the pace they wanted to go at, but the wicket does fall in this 7th over. That was a nice delivery there from the right armour, which takes the first wicket, and it's that of the skipper, Mohammad Chowdhury. Left armour, of course, in on the angle. Just straightens up maybe a touch, but Chowdhury, in all honesty, plays down the wrong line.
Yeah. I always think it's well done by a bowler when you get through a guy trying to defend in short format cricket, and just a natural angle in, doing Chowdhury like a kipper there. Stumpy goes to sleep, and the first wicket falls. It's 46 for 1.
You clearly had too much time on your hands as a teenager in your bedroom to practice the technique.
Practice makes perfect.
For a bat raise.
I used to score my games against myself, which I would throw the ball against the wall, and I had certain zones, and then when people got out and record their dismissal, I'd type up the scorecards. You know, just normal kid things. Tina's shaking her head. And Thomas, you are right. El Chad ha enterado. The Chad has entered.
I got that.
Ha enterado el campo. Aquí está el Chad. Y va a empujar y marcar su primera carrera. He's going to push and he's going to get his first run. The Chad is at the crease. So the Chad fan club, I'm sure, will be letting us know that they're watching in the chat. And another one. Well, Samir, he's KO'd the stumps twice in the over. And Karanbir now is going to have to go. So both openers go in similar circumstances. Samir the Destroyer in the 7th over. Uppsala Tigers 46 for 2, and it's game on.
Again, this one wasn't a defensive shot by any stretch of the imagination, but the result was the same. Stumps clattered. Bit of an ugly heave, though, from Karanbir. We won't want to see that one again. And it's a second wicket in the over. Uppsala Tigers still 3 short of that half-century. Chad at the other end, slightly confused with the shot selection there of his teammate. He'll have a lot of time to think about it now.
I'm going to think of a secondary nickname for Stockholm City. Reminds me of one of my favourite movies as well, The Reinforcements. Because if you think about it, they've had a certain group of players, 4 or 5, that have gotten them to this position of the tournament, but they're unavailable from this point forward. So the reinforcements, and this is a mixture of players that weren't in the team, that are in the team, and also people that might have been in the team but maybe didn't have the roles or the more leading roles.
Yeah.
Samir's one of them. When we've seen him, he's looked good, but we haven't seen him that much this week. Certainly delivers there. As we get to the end of the 7th over, 47 for 2. Stay tuned, because I've got a feeling they want to bring him back and bowl him out, considering he's on fire right now. The Chad prepares to face up, and it's going to be Gaurav Thakur to bowl Randhawa, the new batter for the Tigers, at the non-striker's end.
And this is a big partnership, isn't it, between these two? International experience between them. Chad for Portugal, Randhawa for Austria. They're looking here to be the senior players, especially after Karanbir. Uncharacteristically, a bit of a head loss from him, which led to the loss of his wicket, and that current run rate has dipped below 7. So they're below what is needed at the moment. Plenty of time, though, and they maybe can take a leaf out of the City book with how to take one partnership through an innings.
So we know we've got Samantha watching, we've got Brooklyn watching, we've got Jeanette watching as well. Everyone's come out of the woodwork, and Aman Randhawa got an important role to play as well. Flirting with this one, and again, not the greatest sound for any batter. He would have felt this as well, wide of the stumps, but then when he hears the stumps falling down, it'd be a bit disconcerting.
Well, we've had plunge for distance as an Olympic sport. Maybe we can have synchronised stump falling.
I was going to say, can hit wicket go 2 ways? What if the wickets hit you? Look at this. Look which way they fall. It went the other way.
Here we go.
We're back to live action now, though, as this is pushed down the ground. Randhawa, despite the double stump scare, gets off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, you always talk about the death rattle, don't you? And that was more of a...
Technically, is that hit wicket if he's made contact with the wickets? If the stumps have blown into him?
The wickets are lava. Amazing delivery, but it breaks through, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs as well. Nothing more than a push there from Chad, and a half-hearted effort in the covers means that he gets 4 runs first of the innings for him.
Well, to use an appropriate reference, I mean, Chad's batting with a maypole, but he picks it up like a toothpick, doesn't he? Because this is just a push off a ball that wasn't a terrible ball from Purav. And it raced to the boundary. Interesting they've gone away from Tahir, who bowled a pretty good previous over in the 6th.
Yeah, I think he can count himself a little unlucky. That one was unlucky again. As it goes past the tumbling dive there of Rohit Bailey.
Yeah, Tarrar 2 overs for 16. I suppose he's the kind of guy you'd want to use at the end of the innings, so that might be the strategy there. As we get to the end of the 8th over, pretty good one for fielding side once again, and the score is 54 for 2. There we go. That was Randall getting the shock of his life. When he goes back to the UK and plays for his club, the stumps will be blowing at him. Probably not, but that's the beauty of European cricket. There's expect the unexpected.
What is the regulation if the stumps are tied down and they're broken on a run out and then you're trying to lift them out of the ground?
I'm glad that you asked. Well, theoretically, when again, normally it's a playing condition thing, but even if there's no playing condition, anything that, except for the actual ground, like when you have a base of the stumps, they count as part of the stumps. So you can throw the ball into the base, that knocks the bails off, that counts. By the same logic, if you hit the tape that's holding the stumps down, assume that that's part of the stumps as well. And as far as taking stumps out, definitely typically in Europe anyway, the regulations say that if you are able to knock the stumps flat, that counts. It's the same as pulling a stump out. So that's what we have definitely in European Cricket Series. If the bails are off, then all you need to do is knock the stumps completely over.
So you can rip a piece of tape off, like ripping off a plaster, and just dangle it in the air with the ball.
So you could try it. Don't know if it counts as a stump.
I'm just thinking because there's
But just like in medieval times, they would hold their head up in the air. That Tower of London trip scarred me for life. But anyway, good news is the reinforcements for the stumps have come. The reinforcements in the field trying to defend this score of 158. As it's going to be Samir to bowl out, as predicted.
Unsurprisingly, given that he's got the 2 wickets so far. And they hesitate a second before running through for a 2, comfortable in the end. 2 clean bowled, Karambir, Mohammad Chowdhury both back in the dugout. Still searching for that 3rd wicket though. And Tahir, yeah, well, maybe he's going to be kept in the back pocket for slightly later. His 2 overs went for 16. Purav started well here. His one gone for just the 6.
I think I'll be a little bit careful with Samir here, given the game situation. He's bowling well. Interesting, it's an unusual line of attack, left arm around at this stage of the innings. Also, the breeze is a little bit left to right, so everything's left to right here, but completely did the openers. Randawa, love a significant score. I'll get this one away. Yeah, it's interesting how to play him. I would be pretty tempted to kind of bat across my stumps a little bit and just try and get outside the line of off stump and kind of not fight the angle, but to go with the angle to whip away. Although they do have deep mid wicket, deep forward square leg, kind of protect that area.
This one goes up in the air. Calls of catch it, but it will land safely between the 2 fielders. Doesn't have the legs on it. In fact, excellent fielding there by Zayn Naqvi. He's quick across the ground, gets the throw in. They have to settle for 1.
Yeah, they're going the other way, these 2. They're pretty much batting on traditional guard, maybe kind of leg or middle and leg, which is fine. But I just think it might not be the best position to play from, given that he's bowled 2 through the gate so far. Okay, one was a block, one was a slog from Karambir. But one thing's for sure, he's only got 2 balls left here, Samir, to try and nab a 3rd wicket.
I think for the Tigers, it's a case of riding out this storm and trying to attack maybe bowlers 5 and 6 as they come. That one's driven on the up, safely through for another single. So they do come out of this Samir over unscathed. He finishes with excellent figures of 28 for 2. The Tigers staying in this one, 60 for 2 after 9. Got a bit of batting to come. Jyoti and Jasprit Singh, both no slouches, but you'd imagine one of these two, either Chad or Arman, has to get a big score here to try and get their Tigers over the line.
Yeah, and let's not forget Tigers currently in 4th place. A win gets them up to 3rd. They won by an obscene amount. Mathematically, they could get 2nd, but it also gives them an easier matchup in the semi-finals. And if they were to lose this game, given their net run rate is pretty poor already, I think they probably miss out. I think whoever wins out of Mavericks and Phoenix will have a better net run rate than the Tigers. So for the Tigers, this is a huge 11 overs coming up. Taka to continue.
That's a lovely shot, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Only about 5-10 metres to the left of Zayn Naqvi, but hit with so much power that Randhawa gets his first boundary of the innings. And maybe they've heard you on the mic, Vinny, because they know they need to put their foot down here to keep themselves in contention.
Yeah, I mean, so it doesn't really matter how quickly they win, but they just got to win. Tigers. But that was a great shot from Arman, wasn't it? That's a bit more what he's about.
That's not what he's about, as that one goes straight through his defensive, and Purav is having a day of it, isn't he? Having scored an undefeated 50 in the first innings, he gets one of the key batters out, and well, it's danger here for the Tigers as Randhawa, a beautiful cover drive for 4, but the next one sees his stumps dismantled and the Tigers lose their 3rd, 64 for 3.
Oh, the extremes of cricket in 40 seconds or less as Randhawa, beautiful cover drive to the boundary, and this one just plays around it. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Wasn't it an outrageous drive or anything like that, but I just think it seems back a bit. And so Purav comes up with the perfect reply. And Randhawa, unfortunately for him, the Austrian international, is finished for the afternoon. He's the 3rd to fall, 64 for 3.
A lot on the broad shoulders of Chad here, as he's still there, 10 off 7, but probably the most experienced batter in this lineup. He needs to see if he can carry his side home, and well, if they do fall in this one, then it sets the final game of the day up pretty much as a quarter-final. Whoever gets through between Mavericks and Phoenix.
Yeah, that's true. But what a ball that was. It's funny, on TV it doesn't look like that seems that much, but I tell you what, if you're playing that shot, it certainly would seem a bit more dramatic, as that one came back and cracked into the top of the stump. So Owen Palmer comes out, playing as the specialist bat today. Not sure if we'll see Owen if they do qualify tomorrow, so I'm sure he wants to go out on a high.
Yeah, he'll want to get his first half century as well. Was 3 short, finished 47 not out, his high score so far, and he gets himself off the mark here. Well, there's quite some power at the crease now, isn't there, between Owen and Chad? Don't think I'd be wanting to field too close in when those two are on the drive.
And I hope they don't collide running between the wickets, otherwise might cause a wormhole. Dhaka, what a game though. Sometimes one aspect of the game can lead to another.
Delicately played by Chad, again, who's just been watchful so far, maybe recognising the fact that his wicket is extremely precious here. He has time to accelerate. The run rate hasn't got away from him. 93 is the equation off 62.
He's just played his natural game so far, Chad. Gone after a couple of over-pitch balls and been careful with the rest.
Less careful there from Owen Palmer, who dances down the pitch and almost gets a nick on that one. It's great bowling from Purav. 1 ball left of his second over. Tough length to drive that. I wanted to get down to it. We're lucky he missed it. If he'd hit it, probably was going to go straight up in the air. Last ball of the 10th. Well played by Palmer. He's at least trying to put pressure on the fielders in the ring by taking a single every time it doesn't go straight to hand. And that is the halfway mark then, 67 for 3. Delicately poised here, 92 needed in the final 10, so the required rate is just above 9.
That was a good seed, wasn't it? And Randhawa, well, we heard the stumps go down before. That didn't hurt, but the second time it did. The death rattle. So 67 off 10 overs, doubled that, 134, so a little bit behind the rate, but still certainly in control. I think if they keep kids in hand, if the set batters are able to keep going the way they are. Palmer far from set, I should say, but these are recognised batters at the crease for the Uppsala Tigers. So, yeah, we thought today would be dramatic. It has been so far for many reasons. But, yeah, this game and the next game, very, very much alive, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost do or die here, both for the Tigers and for the two sides playing. Scheduled in just over an hour, I suppose. Probably still on track to do that, depending on how quickly this game finishes. Gothenburg Phoenix and Malmo Mavericks. Mavericks go into that one with a slightly better net run rate. They're on minus 0.9. Gothenburg Phoenix minus 1.3. I suppose you first and foremost got to win, and then take it from there.
I think even with Phoenix, if the Tigers were to lose this, Phoenix will probably still have a better net run rate than them already. So a win's only going to improve that, which is what they need to get in anyway. So the way things are going, well, it depends about the Tigers here. Now, the Tigers, if they win, they make it a lot tougher for the Mavericks and Phoenix that they'll have to get past the net run rate of Stockholm United, who are minus 0.3, which means they are going to have to win and win big. Whereas if the Tigers lose, they just have to win.
Slow ball there from Shreyas, and it's given the treatment by Owen Palmer. Classy shot there, lofted all the way over the covers and all the way for 6. Not far off from that daisybox.co sign. I think it did land on the turf.
I'd be making a case. I think Hassan had a case yesterday. Could have just deep faked the footage to show the ball hitting the sign. That was very close, wasn't it? Daisybox.co, €500 cash prize for hitting the D.
Is that doubling tomorrow as well? I know the crowd catches. Might be.
Now we're making stuff up, but I think that'd be cool. Let's go after Desibox, people. I certainly have been doubling up on the lunches here. There's delicious food, deep for delicious, deep for Desibox.co.
What did you have for lunch today?
A lovely curry today. Enjoyed it. Vegetarian, so nobody was harmed. Anyway, Swami with a reply. His left arm has been pretty handy during the series so far. But that's the thing, when you shake this 9 and over or so with set batters, most batters at this level, recognised batters, feel with the field back, they can get that with a minimum of risk.
Well, Chad, we've seen so many times in T10 games as well, haven't we? And if it was an 86 target in T10, you'd be thinking he'd make mincemeat of that. And that's essentially where they are now. And they're with that big 6 on course to get an over that goes in their favour. 8 off it so far, 1 ball left. Drags it short, but a bit more pace on it, which does mean Palmer just miscues it, and they're going to scamper through for 2. And it's actually good running because the pressure put on the fielder there from the batters looking for the second, and he fumbled it, and they were in the end easily able to trot through. So that's the end of the 11th, 77 for 3. Has the makings of a bit of a thriller here, I think.
It does at the moment. This is a key partnership, we know that. Now this the Midsummer Day celebration here, Midsummer Eve technically. A few exciting things happening, especially in the chat. There's Paul and Neon. Certainly a bit of byplay there, which is going to get tongues wagging.
Well, they say the night is young. It's certainly young today because of the
day is long.
The day is long, the night is young.
Yeah. So, of course, they actually celebrate the Midsummer Eve here, which means on the actual Midsummer Day, which technically this year is Sunday if you go by the astronomy. But anyway, they always do it on a Friday, right?
There's a reason for that as well.
What's the reason it's Friday? Just because it's
so they've got the whole weekend to recover.
Makes sense. So the actual Midsummer day, if you like, is Recovery Day.
And it is a bank holiday as well, so I suppose...
What are we going to see when we go out tonight? What are we seeing? What we might be seeing at midnight if the Aussies win.
Lock up your families, as that one goes all the way over cover for 6. That's another exquisite shot from Owen Palmer. It's almost an action replay of that hit in the previous over. Goes in the same spot. He's just effortless in his lifting that over. It's a big Maximo, and suddenly these two looking like they might be on course to at least get this chase going deep. 75 needed now.
Such a pressure reliever, isn't it, the Maximo, in an underwhelming chase target. Shot by Palmer.
Cracked again, this one along the turf, but it's almost identical position there, and he's so strong through that offside. They have a conventional cover inside the ring, and they've got a boundary rider, but I would argue he's far too square, because Owen, with his height as well, likes getting on top of the ball and likes hitting it relatively straight through that cover area. And another brilliant shot. Great shot,
because he stays on top of this, and he still has immense power, but it's also very, very safe. So really kind of the bat angle when he hit that ball was absolutely perfect.
Will he go 3 and 3? Well, this time genuine edge. It is 3 and 3. Not quite up to the quality of the other two shots, but he won't mind whatsoever. And Owen, he's boosting his side up here.
Give him a bit of credit for this. I think he does play for it, and you're right, probably was edge-ish, but I think he's playing for it. It's kind of got a thick outside edge, maybe an educated edge, but he knew he had to get it fine because of where the fielder was. So 6-4-4, Palmer breaking the game open in the 12th.
He's certainly got delicate hands for a big man. This time he powers it again through the covers, and they've closed that gap sensibly. Have Stockholm City, the two fielders, boundary riding closer together.
But that's the thing, when you force a field change, it means you've got a gap somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so that's the beauty of, I suppose, manipulation as a batter, and having multiple skills that you can go to.
Final ball then of the 12th, expensive over so far for City. And again, soft hands this time from Chad, and he takes the strike back off Owen. It's a big over for the Tigers. The 30 partnership comes up, just 16 deliveries, almost all of them from Owen Palmer. And Uppsala Tigers 94 for 3 off 12. What do you think the celebration has to be for a 30 partnership? I mean, we've talked about the 50 grimace, the 100 raise of
something that I see in Europe that I never see in Australia. Double bat touch, bat 5.
Yeah.
I would have been annoyed if my bat was getting hit with another bat, but just think little bat touch.
Yeah.
And then maybe a 50 partnership is a bat touch glove punch. We had a weird thing in my team when I was playing. Glove punching was not on. Just like you said, you have you don't like the excessive 100 celebrations.
Yeah.
Glove punching, for some reason at my club was a no-no. We'd make fun of it.
Go into the 13th, and it will be Shreyas to continue. Yeah, some batters have specific things they do, and it's always a bit unnerving if you're the batter with them, and then you've got to go with their rituals, and they're sometimes like double
First
tap.
Time someone tried to tap bats with me here, I was... Excuse me?
Get away from my bat. Tosses that one up, but again, Owen waits on it nicely and just swats it into the offside for a single.
There was, of course, a glove punch gone wrong in the Euros of cricket a couple of years ago to the French players, and he went to glove punch his partner, looked away and actually punched him right in the face. But even funnier is he walked away not even realising what he'd done as the guy hit the deck.
Up in the air, and it's got the legs on it and then some. That goes all the way. Thought at first he might be interested in the catch there. Purav Thakur has had a day of it so far, and picking up a catch in the deep would have added to it, but he was a mere spectator there as Chad swats that one away for 6 runs. That brings up the 100 as well for the Tigers. 102 for 3 halfway through the 13th.
Last two overs have really kind of taken a bit of the sting out of this chase. He's got the wind going slightly left to right here. And not that one needed any assistance, but once it was up there, it wasn't coming back. And to be honest, that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen from that end.
Yeah, I think the live...
Look how far behind the fence they're looking for it. That's an indication.
The live didn't really do that justice because it was such an effortless swing. I thought at first that actually it might be a chance for a catch because it didn't look like he hit it with that much force at all, but it was just natural timing there from the Chad. Will he go again? He watches it go past the off stump and past the wide line, in the umpire's opinion. At first I thought it'd be a lesser spotted wide. Not a lesser spotted wide, a lesser spotted leave. Just watchful there, Chad. Both of these batters now having faced 13 deliveries, going along nicely.
Yeah, Tigers. That rate down in the 7s now. Moments ago it was in the 9. Shows you how quickly things can turn around.
Again, shows Stockholm City probably about 20-30 shy of where they would have liked to have been. It was only really that one big partnership that got them anywhere close to respectable. Soft hands from Chad. They're happy now to accumulate, having already got that monster hit, and 2 wides will of course help the cause as well.
Yeah, see how Palmer wants to deal with the left arm orthodox of Swami.
Big appeal, and the umpire says no.
Which makes me really nervous when umpires move their hands at all. I think it's just motioning that the angle is going to take it past the leg stump, but that's about it. You want the umpire completely motionless.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call going down, but yeah, you can see his hand go up there. I will say, and I think it was both when you were off air, Vinny, was that the 2 LBW decisions made today have had a bit more of a period of deliberation from the umpires, which A is good just for their perceived decision making, and B, it's just the drama. It's like that split second. Is he going to raise his finger? Is he not? On both occasions he did. On that one, then as soon as the hand started twitching, I thought he would as well. End of the 13th, 106 for 3.
Yeah, that was one of those ones, the LBW during the over, that in the traditional sense, 20, 30 years ago, you'd never get an LBW from around the wicket unless you really spun the ball back. But with modern ball tracking, umpires have kind of recalibrated what they think might hit the stumps and what might not. After you watch a lot of cricket and watch a lot of ball tracking, you can kind of match the two up. But yeah, I think it was a fair decision, probably just heading down the leg side. And yeah, I've got a sense of when umpires are going to give things out, because if they remain motionless for too long and they still seem like they're thinking, it's almost like I can sense that their wheels are still turning. Sometimes when once they say not out in their mind, then that's it. Yeah. But if they're thinking, then that's often a sign that the finger's going to come up. Here's Amatos giving himself a ball.
Quite a round arm action here. So there's Amatos, skipper for Stockholm City. And the 6th bowler to be used. Samir has already bowled out. He went through at the very top, picked up 2 wickets.
Oh, what a stumping. Unbelievable. Well, I've got to tell you, this has to be out. They're going to have a look at it, but there's no way he got back. So, I mean, they just want confirmation here. I'm pretty sure the umpire thinks this is out anyway, but I think he's just gone. One more time. I think it does pretty well to almost get down here, but look, I think it's just out. What do you think, Tina?
I think it's a tough one. I think maybe if we can have one more look at it. Owen certainly wants to stand his ground. Let's take another look. Oh, it's almost simultaneous, isn't it?
As a keeper, my instinct is it's out. Honestly, I think he's close. The other thing is the stumps don't go down until... I just think the stumps win the race between stump and back in the ground, honestly. We'll look at it later and we'll get an absolute freeze frame. But look, in the end, if you've got to go with the umpire's call, whatever the umpire's call was, probably without evidence, you've got to stick with it. So,
I think benefit of the doubt tends to have to go with the batter.
yeah, for me, I think umpire's call. Umpire's call. My instinct is, yeah. So whatever the umpire's call is going to stand. So we'll wait for the call, and it has been given. So I think the umpire, he felt it was out. Put it this way, there's nothing conclusive there to say it's not out. I know, and so if the umpire felt it was out, I would say I thought it was out as well. And I think if you slowed it right down, I know someone will do that at home, probably would remain that way. But yeah, Palmer just kind of lurching onto the front foot. Hey, how about the stumping though from Bailey? That was really good work. Had to take it probably shoulder high and get it down in time. He just wins the race. So that partnership is broken up for a pretty decent contribution from Owen Palmer.
Yeah, it was a decent cameo from Owen. I think he'll feel a little hard done by. He was also just saying that was, I think his first reaction was asking whether for height. So I'm just wondering what the first ball of the over was.
I don't think it's above his shoulders. I don't think it's that high. But anyway, sharp work by the keeper. As it's Howard Stanikzai who comes out. And they might get an overthrow here. They will. Still, I think, in the box seat, looks to the Tigers, but a bit of a spanner in the works. Oh, well, Amataz just found that awkward length in this series. And so he hasn't gone for too many here, and they needed someone else to step up with the ball. The captain's done it. Amataz captaining in place of regular captain Tichanita Manuru from here on in. Push and run this time, which means Jawed will retain the strike. 6 overs to go. This has thriller written all over it. Tina, 14 overs down, 109 for 4.
Yeah, I think while Owen was in with Chad, it was almost a cruise for the Tigers, but now they've got Jawed in. Pressure's on Chad. Take a look at this one again. It's one of those where you need your eyes going in two different directions to see the stumps being dislodged at the same time as the bat's down. So here Tara then comes back into the attack, and I like this move from Stockholm City. So he's gone for just 16 in his 2 overs so far. He's a difficult bowler to get away. He's trying to make the breakthrough here.
Nice fielding in the circle. Keeping that one in front of him. Amataz having a nice few minutes. Tara being switched around to the clubhouse end. Worked down the ground by Jawed, who plays second fiddle for a while if he likes, with the Chad at the other end.
Excellent start here to the over from Tahir Tarat. And that's a big one.
Wow. Well, the Chad has just lost another cricket ball. He spotted that slower ball from Tarat and he just backed himself to drive on the up, and it was still going up when it left the cricket field, put it that way. I'm glad I don't have to find that one. Maximal for the Chad. He's trying to overcome the loss of Palmer. Just held back a second when he spotted the slower ball, but look at the technique there. Look at this one fly. It's an absolute monster from Paquita. Back to live action. Somebody's found a ball. Hits this pretty hard as well. But on the ground this time, so only a single. Hello to Wayne. Nice to see you. Wayne, geez, you've missed a bit of drama today, Wayne. Plenty more still to come, though. And of course, Wayne, watching from Australia. I'm sure he's pretty excited for the Socceroos taking on the USA tonight for world supremacy. Well done by Tahir. Gets down and stops any chance of run. I think I know why you like Tahir Tarat so much. We all know that you love commentating with Phil G, and together you're known as G-Force.
Of course.
Are you saying that now with Tahir Tarat, that Tina and Tahir Tarat form T-Force?
T-Force, yeah. Me and his coat are now, well, we were one
a
couple of days ago.
I've never seen such happiness from a garment. Last ball of the over for TT. He does well, okay, gets launched out of the ground once, but okay, the rest of the over, only 2 singles, so it's the end of the 15th, 117 for 4. See that compilation from Tarat to get hit into outer space once, but like I said, it wasn't a disastrous over. Amitaz, how he goes against the Chad could have a big bearing on this game. 42 required off the last 5. Over a sweet 16 coming up. An emerging player versus a veteran. Beats him first up. Amitaz just seems to be able to do some sort of magic with the ball, doesn't he? Off a length, gets a bit of extra jump. It's probably seen with the Chad that you don't want to let him get onto the front foot too comfortably. So he's pulling that length back. Paquita, happy to play it with soft hands for 1. So, rate required. That good last couple of overs from Stockholm City is back up in the 8s. It was kind of up in the 9s and back down in the kind of 7s. This is picked up. Fielder's there. Fielder takes it. Well, it's not in the textbook, but Taka's doing most things right today. I reckon this hits him on the chest and bounces up, and he takes it at the second effort. So, Jarwin Stanigzai, another Swedish international player, just went after that, got some of it, but didn't get the elevation. Plus, he's hitting into the wind there. And Jarwin, like I said, he'll be disappointed. Taka almost made a meal of it, but, well, life doesn't always give you second opportunities. Taka got one on that occasion. It's the 5th wicket to fall, 118 for 5. And Amitaz, his spell has been a difference maker so far, 2 for 4 of 9 balls bowled.
Absolutely. The skipper for this game has brought himself on and done the business almost opposite to what happened in that first innings when Mohammad Chowdhury, the skipper, brought himself on. Didn't really work for him at all, went at over 10s. But Amitaz here has been miserly with his economy, picked up 2 important wickets as well. And Chad is just hoping someone can stick around with him and maybe burgle a few runs here and there, hoping then that Jaspreet Singh will be the man. I mean, he's no slouch himself, 77 not out earlier in the tournament. It's actually surprising to see him batting so far down, but Chad will certainly hope that this is the partnership that gets them close to or over the line.
Yeah, this is one of those times where I think you've got to know your role as a lower order batter. And Jasprit, I mean, he's very, very capable of probably scoring at the rate required. But I think at this stage, you know, you don't want to... Jarwood's probably guilty of trying to play the glory shot, getting out and putting his team under more pressure just to get one a ball when you're facing. If it's there to hit and you're confident, and probably an extra element would be, and you're not trying to hit it over and out fielder's head, then fair enough. But yeah, it certainly has made things a bit more complicated for the Tigers, who are playing for their tournament life, we think. Jasprit unloads down the ground. Only single this time. So the other thing is, you know, you can be picking up the singles, feeling bat on ball. It's also kind of a way of playing yourself in, isn't it? But right now, it's the end of the 16th over, 121 for 5. 4 overs to go, and 38 required for victory.
Chad is the main man here, isn't he? He can take this chase away from Stockholm City with just a big swish of the bat. Living dangerously, as was that catch. Second bite of the cherry sees the end of the batter, but while Chad is out there, they'll feel relatively happy. I suppose they've got Giotti to come in as well. The wicketkeeper is solid with the bat as Ashara Pereira comes back on. This is an important over here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got good resources to call on, don't they? Pereira being brought back to bowl 17 and 19, I'm pretty sure. You've still got Amatos to bowl out at the other end. So, yeah, potentially a tournament-defining 4 overs here. It's nice to see the crowd filling up as well. Here, midsummer celebration. Beautiful weather as well. Here we go, Pereira. Big over coming up. Oh, wow. That's a really good piece of bowling from Pereira. Hits the shoulder of the bat of Jasprit. It's very Jasprit-like, actually, the delivery that he got first up. Could have gone anywhere. Luckily for him, it was away from the fielder for a single, and the Chad Podkita will face up. Huge contest here, Pereira versus the Chad.
Yes, heavyweight slugfest, isn't it? Chad will be looking to clear the rope. 37 now needed.
Oh,
wowza.
Didn't seem to pick that up at all. He kind of ducked into it.
Well, he came a little down the pitch, didn't he? I think he was just looking to make a slightly shorter delivery into a slot ball, but managed to just kind of turn away. And I think the way it flashed off whatever it hit senses maybe that it hit the blade of the bat or the top of the bat or his glove.
I mean, the thing is, if Chad gets hit by a cricket ball suffers. But yeah, Pereira seems to have gone up a gear, hasn't he? He's really heaving that arm over and still off a short run, but he probably knows that this is a huge 4 overs in the context of this wider tournament.
Oh, hello. Out comes the party piece, and well, all that was missing from that shot was hitting the daisybox.co sign, because that would have been the best 500 euros I've ever seen on TV, because it's just using the pace of Pereira. It's premeditated, as off stump, and he just flicks it away for a massive maximo.
I can't remember a lap going further than that off the bat, honestly. When you add up the pace of Pereira, the fact that he gave a little bit of push at the right moment, wasn't a huge swing of the bat, but geez, that's a real pressure reliever. Now gets a bouncer. That's a genuine bounce that time. The first one that hit him definitely wasn't above the shoulder. Geez, this is good cricket at the moment. I know we've had some, as you'd expect, this week we've had some times where the game seems to have drifted, but right now it's game on out there.
It's high quality cricket as well. And you feel like neither of these two want to give an inch. Shara just changing the field as well, so he sent fine leg back. But I mean, if Chad's going to lap him again, it doesn't really matter where the fielders are.
So they get 9 off this over already, which is basically the rate. See what happens last ball.
Goes deep in his crease, tries to absolutely marmalise that one. It's not a bad result, actually, because he gets the single, which keeps him on strike. The end of the over, 131, so the equation now is 28 needed off the final 3 overs.
Yeah, so I love this from Wayne saying, did you know that Chad can cut through a hot knife with butter? Have a look at the arms on the guy. Never heard that one, Wayne, but see what you're saying. Maria's in there. Hello, Maria. Obviously pretty excited. Again, look, we're just passing on what the viewers are saying in the chat. And the Chad certainly is a bit of a cult figure. That was the one where, I don't know, he regretted charging out of his crease a little bit. Just didn't want too much to do with it. But, all right, like I said, Amitoj Singh, he is going to bowl 18, and I think he'd want to bowl 20 as well. So basically you got him to bowl 2 and Pereira to bowl 1. So it's not going to be easy. 28 required off the last 3 overs. Every ball's an event right now. Here we go.
Slower ball. Chad just about picks it in time. Is able to paddle it away for a single.
This is pretty close to a 50-50 right now. What do you think? What do you think with the Chad there and Sat batting team in charge?
I think the batting team are happier of the two. Jasprit is more than capable of clearing the boundary as well. That's what he tries to do, but again, an excellent piece of wicket keeping there behind the stumps by Rohit Bailey. He asks the question, but I think really Jasprit never moved his back foot there.
Yeah, good call. But again, Amitoj, I don't know how he does it, but he just seems to get more out of this track than the other bowlers that are about his pace. You know, he used to be a bit of a quicker bowler. Obviously, at this stage of his career, he's, I suppose, more of a wobbler, but just does enough, doesn't he, to tempt the batters into mistakes.
Goes for the pace on delivery. Great hands there from Bailey, and I think Jasprit was hoping for the wide, but his feet were pretty much planted outside off leg stump.
I think we are at least back at 50-50 now after these 3 balls have only gone for a single. Jasprit's got to at least get out the way, give the Chad an opportunity.
Crunches that one, and it's misfielded, which should give them the opportunity to go through for 2. And actually, in some ways, it's one of these ones where Chad being at the non-strikers is not the worst result, because Jasprit, as long as he's scoring runs, and a 2 is, I suppose, okay.
Would you pay 1 run for the Chad not to have to face? And you probably would at this stage.
Yeah.
Still, Jasprit, you want to make something out of this over.
Tries to go for it, and will give Chad then just the 1 ball to face. Which again puts him in a bit of an awkward position. He wants to send it out the ground, which will mean it's an over that goes their way on the run rate again. Equally, it will put Jasprit on at the other end into the 19th over.
I will say if the Tigers lose, it's not impossible that they could end up in the 4, because it might be a close loss and their net run rate might improve slightly.
I imagine if they do lose from here, it will be pretty tight, as they only now need 23. That's the end of the over. So it's getting tighter. Chad took a single, so he will be on strike for this all-important 19th, which you imagine will be bowled by Pereira, and then Amitoj Singh will finish up from the other end. So it's 2 excellent bowlers to bowl out.
This is what you want, isn't it? You want kind of your top one-on-one contest. We're going to have Ishara Pereira to Chad Botkita here in the 19th over to decide kind of who goes into the last over on top. So the equation, 23 required off 2 overs. And they've just hung in there all the way, haven't they, Stockholm City? And you go back to that wicket of Palmer, they were cruising. Palmer, I know it was a 50-50 call, it went against him, but he probably would be the first to admit probably wasn't the shot to play. And you get defined in these pressure moments, don't you? And no surprises, Ish Pereira getting ready to send down the 19th over. A real thriller here in match 14 with the Tigers in jeopardy. Stockholm City, I mean, feels like they really want to win as well, almost to prove it as a group that they're a force in the competition. I called them the reinforcements earlier because of all the changes that we had compared to their regular side we've seen during the week. But this one's too close to call at the moment.
You can see that they're taking every second available there, the skipper Amitoj Singh and Ishara Pereira, to make sure their field is just so, and they bring up deep square leg.
Okay, so Pereira over number 19. Attempted scoop, and he's gone, is he? Well, the umpire hasn't moved a muscle, and the Chad will survive. He's going to go to square leg here for a chat. But yeah, the Chad's not going anywhere. Well, he's been given out. Well, there it is. Chad. He doesn't look too pleased. The umpires came together. I mean, to be honest, if there was a noise, it's hard to see what it could have been. It did seem that it couldn't have been his leg. He seemed to get kind of outside the line of the ball.
The umpire there is nodding, so he seems to think he heard something. The standing umpire looks straight to square leg. Ishara Pereira almost celebrates immediately.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to know because we don't hear anything. Pereira, though, did he celebrate or was he turning around? Yeah, I think he was turning around. He was imploring the umpire.
He was celebrating to the extent where, you know, bowlers often hear a noise and they're like, yes, he's out.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're not sure, you appeal with conviction. He was just like, yep, that's out. Chad wasn't too happy about it, though.
Yeah, well, that makes it real tough, doesn't it? Samir Hankare is going to come to the crease. Crisis is an opportunity, and let's see if he can get closer to the line. But the Tigers really, I think this is their tournament on the line in the next 11 balls. Be a mathematical miracle if they were to get in. Not impossible, though, we know that. Hankare faces up. Get one, and probably two there if they run hard, but Jaspreet has zero interest, and he thinks, okay, well, I probably got us into this mess. Maybe I can hit us out of it.
Yeah, 6 off 8 for him, which was all well and good while Chad was out there doing the heavy lifting. Chad is more than capable of lifting heavy things, I'm sure. But now Jaspreet has to step up here.
To muscle it, but I don't think this gets out of the infield. Just a single. You've got a real situation here. Why don't get a boundary this over? Probably looking at something like 18-19 off the last, which is going to be real tough. Again, 1 or 2 big hits could completely change the narrative.
Yeah, they want that down. Surely around 12 would be far more comfortable.
Again, doesn't get under it. And no real intent for the two either. Hamid Mahmood is the new batter. Tigers, a real case of the what might have beens, I think, with this chase. What about that partnership, though, in the first innings between Bailey and Tucker to rescue the innings for Stockholm City? Without that, I think there's absolutely no chance. Pereira just can't time him up, can they? He's an imposing figure. He's tall. He can get something out of this wicket. Yeah, the Chad, I mean, you go back and you think, okay, premeditated shot. Was that on, or was he better off trying to hit through the line? Can understand you want to use the pace of Pereira. Did lap him for 6 onto the net's last over. As we'll get a dot ball to finish the over. So what an over from Pereira. Removes the danger man. Just 4 singles off it. He'll finish 1 for 22 off his 4 overs. We'll go to the last. And it's 140 for 6. 18 to tie. 19 to win. It would be dramatic if they could chase it from here. But this is European cricket and anything's possible. That was the over. You could see there was some discussions. Umpire obviously felt it was out, wanted confirmation to make sure he hadn't missed anything obvious. Gave his decision. And the main problem here, couldn't get that ball anywhere near the rope for the rest of the over, these two.
Yeah, and you have to say that was because of the bowling of Ishara Pereira. It wasn't for a lack of trying. They were throwing everything at it. Just couldn't get him out of the ring. He finishes with outstanding figures, 1 for 22 off 4. Remember, 2 of those were in the power play as well.
How good's Amatov's been? He's going to bowl out here. Big swing and a miss. I think at his pace, you feel you can get your foot down and you can drive him, but he just seems to get this extra bounce. It's probably half a dozen times now in this game where batters just have ended up trying to drive a ball that was about chest high. Now this one will be called a wide, so it'll be 1 run. But the equation, 18 runs off 5 balls. How can you do that? Well, you kind of need 3 of them to go to the boundary, I think. The boundaries have been hard to come by. Got a run here. Might as well try your luck with two. Jaspreet wants to come back. Throw goes to the bowler's end, and it jumps a bit on Amitabh, so they will get two. And two helps a little bit, but not really enough at this stage.
They need a boundary. This ball pretty much to keep them alive. 16 needed. 6 here would make it interesting.
Where's it going to come from? Again, huge swing from Jaspreet. Got a feel from him a little bit. I mean, just hasn't happened for him in this innings. There's been lack of intent there or anything, but it's almost like the harder he swings, the worse the results get. 16 off 3 now, and as long as this doesn't go to the boundary, and it's pretty much game over. And it doesn't. So Amitabh, tell you what, he's really giving Thacker and Bailey a run for their money for the player of the match, I think, because he's come on and he's been incredibly miserly bowling the last 4 from that end. Let us know who you think should be the player of the match in the comment section too to come. Jaspreet does get this. Again, low to be a single. So Tigers, well, I can probably do a bit of a live net run rate calculation. So then at run rate at the moment is minus 1.67. Which is pretty much where it started in this game. So it hasn't improved at all. As Hamid will put this one down the throat of the deep mid wicket, and that will be it. Well, Amitabh's 3 for 16 off 4 overs. What a performance from the reinforcement. Stockholm City sitting pretty. Nice catch by Swami to finish the game, but they go a perfect 5-0 in the group stage to top the table and set up a showdown with the 4th place team in the first semi-final tomorrow. A game that had twists and turns. It's one of those games, we've had a couple of them lately where the chasing team seemed in control. A little bit like the last game last night. Wicket started to fall, bit of chaos. The runs dried up, and in the end, the defending team hold on.
Unsurprisingly, Rohit Bailey there, given player of the match for his match-winning partnership. Remember, in that first innings, City were 46 for 3, still in the power play, and up stepped Rohit Bailey as he was ably supported with Purav Thacker, and they put on over 100, and that's really what boosted the score to anything like defendable. And then in response, Uppsala Tigers, well, everyone really contributed a little. Karambir at the top, 32 off 24. The Chad got 41 off 26, but it was when the Chad then departed the piece late with that caught behind, attempting another mammoth lap, that the run chase just flew away from them. Owen Palmer as well, 28 off 17. He was the key wicket to fall. That was an excellent piece of glove work from Rohit Bailey. So unsurprisingly, he is player of the match, and Stockholm City march on into the semi-finals unbeaten. Shows the depth they have in their squad as well, as we've had a few changes rung throughout the team so far, and Stockholm managed to fight through that, and they will fight their way straight through to the semi-finals. As for the Tigers, well, all is not lost for them. I suppose they'll just have to sit and wait and nervously look on as the Mavericks and Phoenix, they battle it out. And, well, one thing's for sure, whoever wins that one could still be in contention for semi-finals and finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the only way they could make it now, I'm just doing my calculations, the only way they could possibly make it,
the Tigers,
is if it was a washout. There's a washout and they split the points, and I'm not going to say I can predict the weather in Europe, but right now all I'm seeing is blue skies. So 14 runs away from the victory, 15 runs essentially, I think, away from a spot in the semi-finals. We'll take a break. Coming up in about 20 minutes, it's the final match of the group stage, and it does become, I think, a straight shootout for the Mavericks and the Phoenix for the last spot in the semi-finals. High drama here in Stockholm. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We're back in just around about 15 minutes time to take you through that one. Match 15 on the way. Happy Midsummer, happy Friday, and we'll see you soon for more Nordic Smash T20. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for match number 15. And Gothenburg Phoenix winning the toss, selecting to bat in this one. And look, crunching the numbers. And what we found after the result of the last match is that both these teams, they would need to win, but win by a certain amount to get through. Because Uppsala Tigers did retain a net run rate, which is still better than either of these two teams. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And joining me once again is Tina Golf. And Tina, all set up. Interesting, yeah, once the numbers were crunched, we found out that these two will have to win by a certain margin, which I suppose we'll know at half-time.
Yeah, good crunching done by all the number crunchers, and we have come to the conclusion that it's very much all still to play for, as that's a brilliant uppercut there from Pratik. And it will go all the way. So the first boundary of this all-important, still effectively a quarter-final between these sides, goes the way of the Phoenix. Yeah, it means that the Tigers still, we could hear them roar tomorrow. First and foremost, both of these sides have to win. I think it's an easy trap to fall into when you go into a game like this knowing all the permutations, to try and worry too much about that and actually forget to concentrate on the game. Both of these sides need to win, play positive cricket, and then see where they end up after that. Pramodya started well here. In the middle, it's Pratik opening up with Scott Steele, who was in the chat earlier. Now he's out there in the middle. So an intriguing contest and an excellent tournament as well. We have to say, hats off to the organisers and all the franchises for picking such well-balanced teams, which means going into the game, everything is still to play for. With the two semi-finals and final coming up tomorrow, but the identity of those teams not yet secure. Stockholm City will definitely be there, as will Västerås United, as will Stockholm United. So we know 3 of the 4, and then it's one of Uppsala Tigers who weren't able to secure their semi-final berth just now in that loss to Stockholm City. That would have, of course, confirmed their place in the semi-final, but they have to sit and watch. Now that we've done the calculations, they'll be even more nervous on the sidelines, knowing that the fate is out of their hands, but that they could still get to the semi-final. As for the Malmö Mavericks and Gothenburg Phoenix, well, the Mavericks go into this game with a better net run rate as we get to the end of the first, 6 on the board. So their net run rate, and all negative, is 0.938, and the Phoenix's net run rate is 1.374, both negative. So Mavericks have to win to get through, and win enough to overhaul the Tigers' net run rate. And Phoenix have an even bigger task on their hand. They have to win by an even bigger margin, and I know that the numbers are being crunched in more detail now so that we can have hopefully a definitive figure for both of these sides. I mean, things will become, of course, clearer as the game develops, and especially so at the halfway stage, where whoever the chasing team are, which of course here will be the Mavericks, will know exactly what the equation is to get them through to the final. And if they do get through to the finals day, to the semi-final, if they do that, the Mavericks in particular, it'd be a stunning turnaround, wouldn't it? Given that they went winless in the first 3 games and picked up their first win yesterday, against all odds really, in that capitulation of Stockholm United's batting. Zayn Ali bowls the second over here. And that win kept them in the tournament at all. And now they've got a chance to get themselves into the semi-final. And we've been saying all along that this is all about momentum. And today could be all important for all the sides. Certainly Stockholm City, they'll be feeling pleased with themselves, having remained unbeaten. And despite fielding a slightly different side to the last couple of days. Still able to take the win. But I think it would still be too easy to call them favourites going into tomorrow, knowing that there are a few changes here and there, a few availability issues for all the sides, and it's just a case of which team comes out the back of that strongest. Stockholm City certainly haven't done themselves any harm by picking up that win. Confidence, I'm sure, oozing from them going into finals day. That's nicely lofted by Pratik, just slightly in the slot there from Zayn Ali. And he leans into it, goes all the way as well for 6 runs. That shot was almost as elegant as Vinny's maypole dancing in the halfway break. The festival spirit is in full swing here. We've certainly got the Swedish side of the Swedish Indian festival at the moment. We weren't quite sure what the etiquette around the maypole was, but apparently just singing and dancing, going in a circle until you're dizzy, just about did it. Zayn Ali looking for a comeback ball and, well, scamper through for a single. Paddy Googe lamenting the fact that Pratik got in the way of that throw at the stumps. He didn't in any way change his path, so I think more frustration from Paddy Googe rather than a legitimate appeal for obstructing the field. So it's important for Phoenix to get runs on the board here. Remember, they won the toss and decided to bat. So they want to rack up a big total here. Interestingly, the last couple of games have seen more of the team batting first, defending their total, which wasn't the case earlier on in the tournament, where it was almost exclusively the chasing side that won the game. End of the second over, 15 on the board. Steady start for the Phoenix. Both games today been won by the side batting first. Both Stockholm sides, of course, this morning. Stockholm United posted 201 for 5 off their 20 overs, and Västerås United, a quite weakened side. Both skipper Will Basisto and wicketkeeper JP Mead not featuring, knowing that their place in the finals day was already secured. Managed 166 for 7 in reply, so a 35-run victory for Stockholm United there. And then in the lunchtime game, previously mentioned Stockholm City posting 158, probably just below par. But Uppsala Tigers struggled in response and ended up 14 runs shy on 144. That was after last night as well. The Mavericks, bowling at the moment, defended their total. Big appeal here and nothing doing, but that will be out at the non-striker's end. How often does that happen? An appeal causes confusion with the batting team and a direct hit comes in, and he was well short at the non-striker's end. So the first wicket does fall, and it's frustration there for Scott Steele as he has to depart. He goes for the scoop. LBW appeal, nothing really going for it, going down offside, but then the throw from Paddy Googe. And he knows as soon as that hits the stumps that Scott Steele is a goner. Great piece of work there from the wicketkeeper. And the celebrations for Malmo Mavericks. Unfortunate there for Scott Steele. He turned around, having attempted that scoop, to see Pratik, his batting partner, pretty much charging towards him, gave him no chance. But to put on his skates and run to the other end, you have to say, brilliant piece of fielding there by the Jersey wicketkeeper. So Phoenix lose their first, 15 for 1, start of the third over. And Darshan Lakhani, the skipper, sends himself in at 3 for the Phoenix. It's one of the worst feelings in cricket, isn't it? Being run out. And I suppose for Scott Steele there, it was almost like a stab in the back. Not from his batter, but from the ball coming over his shoulder. He just probably knew and sensed that he might be in trouble with a direct hit, but just had to get his head down and run to suddenly probably hear the ball whistle past him before seeing the stumps akimbo. Big swish there from Pratik, whose head is probably currently in the tumble dryer after playing a large role in that run out just now. Thomas in the chat making the good point. It was that split-second ball watching. I think it was maybe ball watching and also umpire watching to make sure that he wasn't given out that sealed his fate. He didn't get going for the run straight away. By the time he did, he was too late. I have to say, though, he's unlucky. Not sure it's a run that has to be taken so early in the proceedings. Pratik, though, wants to get himself back on strike and paid for the privilege. Music has temporarily stopped, so delighted to say I can once again hear myself think. Not that I don't like the music. Sometimes silence is golden. It's probably not the best thing to say for a commentator. So a few changes in both sides here as well. Malmo Mavericks have their skipper, Jared Wilson, unavailable. Remains to be seen whether Musa Ahmed is available for Phoenix. There, look who it is. Mr. Maximo himself doing the fielding. I don't know if he's making himself available for either of these sides, but if anyone needs an over-celebrating wicketkeeper, you know who to call. That one struck away nicely by Pratik, who has some making up to do here. I think he'll be forgiven from his side and Scott Steele in particular if he does put on a big score for the Phoenix. Flicked away, dismissive, destructive there from Pratik. Just strays on his line as Pramadja down leg side, and well, you can see the fans there in the distance streaming in. Johnny in the chat saying that the car park street is overflowing. You'd be right with that. Coming at just the right time to see this knockout game, or effective knockout game. There's a few expensive cars there out on the street, and well, we all know by now about the 500 euros on offer for hitting the daisybox.co banner. I think there'll be a 500 euro insurance claim coming your way if you hit any of those cars in the street. That would be a monster hit. Again, slight yes, no, maybe vibes from the batters. Darshan there in particular was eager to run. I suppose you would argue it's his call, and he's the captain. But Pratik holds up the stop sign. Yeah, Wayne saying Vinny might be doing himself a bit of a mischief there. He did his back in. He has been complaining about aches and pains all week. Somehow he managed to get himself injured standing still, so heaven knows what that big throw from the boundary did. Oh, that's a no ball. It was called by the umpire, I think recognised straight away by the fielders as well. It's called on field. It was a pretty obvious one. Straight into the midriff of Pratik. Yeah, you can see straight away it was a good catch there by mid-wicket, but straight away saw no ball being signalled by both the standing umpire and the square leg. So free hit then coming up, final ball of the third. He doesn't get it cleanly, but he gets enough of it. The chase is on, and it's going to be won by the ball there. Still in the power play. No fielders out on the leg side. That's costly over in the end from Pramodya. Goes for 3 boundaries. Despite that run out at the beginning, great piece of fielding from Paddy Googe. 31 for 1. Slowly building here, Gothenburg. Decent run rate. They will be still frustrated about how that wicket did fall, though. Here is that run out. Great pickup from Paddy Googe. Knew he only had to go at the other end. Scott Steele in trouble as soon as he was watching that ball. A good comeback from Pratik in particular, and well, look at that for a piece of fielding by Vinny.
Yeah, I got behind it. I'm back. I was just playing Messenger over there because we have crunched a few numbers.
Tell us.
And yeah, as you might notice from the table, both these teams are behind the Uppsala Tigers on net run rate. So Malmö, if they were to win, chasing, they'd have to win basically in 18.2 overs or less. So with 10 or more balls to spare.
Okay, which is not impossible.
Not impossible. That's a reasonable margin. For Gothenburg Phoenix, they would need to win by approximately 39 runs or more. So again, a bit more, but again, margin that we have seen exceeded several times in this tournament. So they need to play for the win, but I think both these teams are pretty desperate to make it to tomorrow. And if you told me the Mavericks had a chance after their 0-3 start, I'd probably tell you to screw your head on the right way, but they're able to battle through adversity last night, pull off a bit of a miracle comeback against Stockholm United. And for the Phoenix, I mean, they've had a frustrating kind of week. Obviously, they had their one win over Stockholm United. That was on Tuesday morning, where Stockholm United just completely misfired with the bat, but apart from that, they haven't been able to pick up a win. So, yeah, it's a pretty exciting finish. And all you want is a live match 15. That's exactly what we've got here, teams.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. And in some ways, it's more exciting knowing the exact equation. I mean, it's interesting enough when it's basically a quarterfinal and the winner goes through. But when you've got this kind of added story of the exact what is needed on both sides, I think it just adds to the intrigue. And both teams will know that now after your great messaging work going over there and fielding at the same time. Oh, I think there's a bit of glove on that one, a bit of something. Certainly looks the way that Paddy has tumbled to the deck. Don't think you can blame him for that one, because it must have taken a nick of some sort on the way through. Let's take another look at what exactly happened here.
Yeah.
Certainly went to the rope.
How slowly, which makes you think it might have been a glove. I mean, it's probably the last thing you expect. I actually think it might have hit the back of his bat.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, look at it. It wraps around back of his bat. Actually, Googe does amazingly well to even get a glove on that. So I think, yeah, hit the glove, it popped away, and it hit the very back corner of the bat. So, yeah, frustrating for the fielding side. Makani tries to launch one, misses out.
Yeah, I was saying earlier as well, it's good news for the tournament, for the Nordic Smash as a whole, that everything's been competitive. There's not been any kind of blowouts. There's been final over finishes. And now we've got final game on the line for finals day. Once again, lost his line. And it's going to be hit away comfortably to the rope. Still in the power play, and Zayn Ali not quite getting it where he wants it. It's the second boundary already in the over. And Waffer there on the ball hunt. Well, we've been on the Waffer hunt a bit all week, haven't we? We've seen him briefly, but hasn't been able to dazzle us too much with his old reversey hands on the bat.
Yeah, a couple of balls. It's still, you can go back and see a lot of footage of him doing his thing. Yeah, when you're Swedish, they let you do it. What about the maypole celebrations? We actually worked up a bit of a sweat, didn't we, going around the pole with some of the kids. Obviously something they learned pretty early to enjoy this midsummer celebration, and there were plenty of smiles on the kids' faces as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone loving it. Loving the weather as well. And the perfect setting for this thriller, the final game of the group stages. It's great to see everyone enjoying themselves. More people streaming in. Remember, it's a bank holiday here as well, so everyone's celebrating the fact they're not at school, not at work. Instead, they're enjoying some food, some drink, some lively cricket as well. Zayn Ali looking to make slight amends in his over. Gone for 9, 2 boundaries from errant deliveries. That was more on the money and appeal. I don't think he'll get the rub of the green there. Looked high, actually. I think it went above the pad and hit the fleshy part of Darshan. But it'll be the end of the over, 40 for 1.
Feeling pretty warm as well, 24 degrees.
I'll tell you what.
I've got a couple of... You've got your jacket off finally. Made us wait till the 5th day, but you've gotten there.
I could have just worn pyjamas all week. No one would have noticed. But people have missed out on some great outfits. But it's finally time for just 2 layers, which is positively summary for me. There was that final LBW call. Zayn Ali, passionate in his appeal, but I think he would know as a batter himself that he'd feel a little hard done by if that one were given. So Pratik out there, 21 off 15. Darshan, 12 off 5.
As Rahul's brought himself in. I mean, obviously with no Wilson in the side, there's a bit of a leadership vacuum. And so Rahul, such an experienced player, it must be really nice for the Phoenix to call on someone with his experience to come in and, you know, he's going to obviously do a job with the ball as well, you know, potentially with the bat down the order. But he does have a wicket in the series. He'll be hoping that he can make a few inroads here. Pratik and Darshan building a bit of a partnership. Projected score 200 at the moment, 10 and over. Here's Rahul. First one, little scratch down the leg side, gets away from Guj and will run into the boundary. 4 runs, again, not particularly convincing, but effective for the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think just took advantage of the fact that the ball was slightly down leg side, knew that any kind of feather on it will probably take it past Guj. That's exactly what happened. Not much that Jersey keeper could have done about that one. Yeah, slightly mixed fortunes for bowling captains so far today. Mohammad Chowdhury brought himself on. He went wicketless in his 3 overs for 32, bowling for the Tigers. And then Amit Singh, what a still from him.
Or his hamstring tossing the coin.
I did see that.
Or his hamstring tossing the coin.
I did see that.
I can, you know what? The few months I've had with injuries, I can 100% relate to it.
Bless him.
There was another one this year you probably didn't see, one of the trainers. Because in AFL these days, Australian football, there's a big effort to kind of get on and get off really quickly and not interrupt the play. They used to be able to just kind of roam around. It's such a big field. But yeah, it's one of the trainers actually who had to give some medical attention to a player. Goes up over the top this time, but might carry out to the sweeper. So as he was running off, obviously trying to get off the field as soon as possible, the trainer pulled both of his calves and or hamstrings and all of the above maybe, but he just completely went down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was, yeah, it might have been both his hamstrings just tore. And then of course, like, who trains the trainer? You know,
team is just
who polices the police?
Lawless.
Yeah, poor guy. Try and find the footage for you.
Decent enough comeback here from Rahul. That's a good delivery. Darshan tries to walk down the pitch, doesn't get any contact on it. Yeah, I remember seeing that toss video.
Yeah.
And I just think, poor guy, because he's clearly, this is his moment. He's probably living out the shadow of a career that he never had in the actual AFL. He was like, the closest I'll get is this coin toss. And he goes with a bit of gusto, doesn't he? Talking of gusto, this is pummeled down the ground. And it will go beyond mid-off, 4 runs.
It was the physio for Hawthorn, one of the AFL teams. And you can see what happens here. Basically goes down, and then he gets up. He's done the other ones. He's completely, basically paralysed at this point. So yeah, it couldn't go any further.
Another wide ball, Rahul. Suffering a bit here, 4 followed by a wide. Already gone for 10 off the over, 1 ball to come. Yeah, the coin tosser needs to work on his coin tossing technique.
Can relate. Anyway, Rahul, it's been decent over. for the batting side. 2 boundaries. They want a third, although they will have to settle for just a single. So, yeah, maybe points victory to the batters on that occasion. 11 off the over. 50 comes up during the over as well. Halfway through the first half of the game, it's 53 for 1. Look that up. Well, we're doing numbers. I'm just getting carried away.
Yeah, exactly. More crunching of numbers. Yeah, Rahul.
It is. It's the first half of the first half of the first half of the game.
It is, yeah.
Of the third of the day.
We're an eighth of the way through.
I think the dance around the maypole makes you a bit loopy.
We are going in circles.
No pun intended. But basically you just go in circles around the pole.
The music was kind of slightly nightmarish if you don't know the words. I'm sure the words are lovely.
Have you had any preparation for that when you were younger?
I wasn't a NASCAR car in a former life.
Oh, well, looks like the youngsters knew what they were doing, knew their way around.
I think it's just one of these things that's so ingrained in Swedish society that if the kids see a maypole, they just gravitate towards it and start walking in circles. It's like it's got a magnetic force.
Yeah, true. Ah, it's a beautiful, bright day as well. I knew this, though. We had better forecast later in the week. And on Monday, it was gloomy. Let's be honest, it was gloomy. It was tough for everyone, players, officials, organisers, spectators, commentators.
In particular.
But worlds away from that now.
Yeah, I think tomorrow looks warm. There's a bit of a threat of a thunderstorm, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain much. We had that thunderstorm on the first day where it didn't actually rain during the storm. So
yeah.
I'm hoping maybe it's one of those mythical dry thunderstorms that seemingly you get in Sweden, as it will be Ashpreet to bowl here in the 6th over, final over of the power play.
Here is I don't want to put a cloud on the silver lining, but what if I told you tomorrow 27 degrees? That's the good part.
Yeah.
Let's just sit with that for a moment while have someone get in the way of the sight screen, maybe one of the workers from the correctional facility in the background. But so tomorrow 27, that's good. What's maybe not so good and a bit ominous is a yellow warning for thunderstorm.
Lovely.
Expected by noon tomorrow. Now noon tomorrow is towards the end of the first semi-final. Let's hope it misses us. Big swing through the line from Lakhani. Does tend to have that habit of letting the bottom hand take over. Yeah, so I will say there is also a chance that we won't get the thunderstorm. Right now, the chance apparently is 45%.
That we will.
Do we need the supercomputer meteorology edition? 45% of getting hit with an apocalyptic thunderstorm tomorrow. Well, goes after this one, Lakhani's tried it a couple of times. This time it works out just right. Maximo 6 carreras.
Nicely played, just waiting to line that one up as the searchers go out. Need to send the spotlights in. So that one went a long way off the bat of the skipper. It was about off fifth or sixth stump as well, so he didn't really heave it from the offside, but it was a clean hit.
Kind of high risk, high reward kind of shot, isn't it, that one? If you get it, of course, it's going to go a long way. You're swinging the bat hard. And I know I've got a bit of experience with weather warnings. I was in Croatia in European Cricket Series 21. We had a yellow warning for wind. Ashpreet gets the comeback ball, chopped down. No, it was, put it this way, after seeing the yellow wind warning, I wondered, well, what is red then? Because literally my setup here blew, my laptop was actually flat on the table, it just blew off when I'd left for a second. There was just stuff strewn everywhere, but of course it's only wind, so we're still playing cricket.
Yeah.
Lakhani might be in trouble here. Gooch to his left, takes the catch. That one got up a little bit more from Ashpreet. I think it's off the glove. Just balloons a short fine leg. And Paddy does the rest. Or maybe it's Paddy's Day as well as Midsummer's Day, as the Jersey International takes the catch. Ashpreet with the perfect reply. And the first wicket falls. It should be the third wicket, pardon me. It is 60 for 2 second wicket, pardon me, I'll average them out.
We're
Again,
all about the numbers at the moment. So.
I was going around the maypole. I can tell you the net run rate, but I can't tell you how many people are out. But yeah, 60 for 2. And Ashpreet, that's a handy one, isn't it? Because Lakhani just hit one out of the park.
Googe has been involved in both wickets so far. Of course, the run out of Scott Steele early on in the piece in the third over. And now Pratik.
It's Pratik, pardon me.
Has to go.
Yeah, Pratik got surprised by that one. Can't hit one out of the park, got a single next ball. But still, really handy one for the Mavericks. Just repeating, I might put this in the chat as well, that if Malmo Mavericks chasing 18.2 or less, then they will make semi-finals. And I'll also put in the Phoenix, if they had to make semi-finals, they need to win by 39 runs or more. Roughly, I put roughly there because it really depends on the exact first inning score, but they won't move too much. Maybe a ball either way, maybe a run either way. But that's pretty much the margins that we're talking about to push past the Uppsala Tigers, who are watching on nervously, aren't they, from the sidelines.
I like Paddy Googe, and you know why I like Paddy Googe?
Why do you like Paddy Googe?
Because he's my surname cousin.
Oh, I thought you were going to... That was a real soap opera moment. You looked at me. Because he's my brother.
I mean, he's blonde hair, you know. I mean, of course.
What if I told you that his sister's a very good cricketer, Erin Googe?
I played against her.
And we're likely to see her and the rest of the Jersey team as part of the quad squad.
Yeah.
That's not my injury rehabilitation group. It's the 4-way T20 IW series in Zurich.
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
You'll be there. I'll be there. So next time we'll see each other.
We'll be reunited.
For commentary duties. Because I will see you in London at Lord's.
You'll be on commentary duties. I'll be on running around like a headless chicken duties, probably.
It's better than doing both at once.
There's a drop opportunity there in the covers. I think he's done himself a mischief as well. Goes down holding his finger. Wouldn't have hurt if he caught it. There's an uppish drive there. And the over finishes as well. It's the end of the power play. 60 for 2 after 6. Power play 60 for 2 after 6. It was an eventful over, wasn't it? There was a couple of runs in it, a wicket. Could have been another wicket. But comes out in the wash.
Lakhani, who got out, went 6-stop wicket. Pratik is still there on 26. Baljit is his new batting partner. Now, because it's gotten over 20 degrees, dehydration setting in, so a few of the players trying to get a few drinks. You can understand that. Hopefully he's all right. I wonder if this is like a busted shoulder, or is it... What's going on? But they're a little bit worried. Or was it just a typical magic spray situation?
Yeah, what I was going to say with the names as well, I assume we've had quite a few Sandus on.
Had a few. We even had a Maximo on.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, really?
She's a favourite of ours.
Bianca Maximo. The nibbler. Yeah, we had a few Sandus. I don't mind claiming a Sandu. Rajmani Sandhu of Italy, good all-rounder. The one that comes to mind.
I don't think we've had another Goff, have we? There is a few out there. Well, yeah. One plays for... There's a female Goff playing for Worcestershire.
I've got a question. Your name is spelled G-O-U-G-H.
Yes.
Feel free to Google. O-U-G-H is a famously difficult combination of letters for non-English speakers and English speakers to manage, because it can be pronounced like 7 different ways, right? Do people ever call you something else?
Yeah, 9 different ways.
9 different ways, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of a running thing. If I'm in a doctor's office or somewhere where a waiting room in Germany, when the receptionist or whoever comes in and hesitates, they're like, Frau...
Yeah, of course.
I just get up and I'm like, I know it's me.
Because you're in Germany, yeah.
Yeah, so they go... So, I don't know how many of them I can say, but they have Gu, Gau, Goch. They kind of go for like the Vincent van.
And Goch. See, why not? Yeah.
Gooch.
You can say that.
Graham.
Yeah, Graham Gooch is good. Okay, so there's 9 ways. Can I have a crack at
Yes.
the 9 ways to pronounce OUGH while we wait for this injury?
Yeah.
And I think judging by that shoulder massage, which is being done lovingly but also fairly forcefully, I think this might be a shoulder. And you see, he doesn't want to go off. He's going to be kick, drag, and stream. He's saying, hey, look, I'm here. And I suppose when you've got a squad of about 29, probably can find someone to come on and field. But he doesn't want to go anywhere, does he?
Okay, give me the 9.
Okay, first one is like cough.
Yes, like
Okay,
Goff.
so
That's how
like
I pronounce it.
Okay. Then you've got O, like dough.
Yeah. Although.
Yeah. Okay, that's 2. How about owl? Like, can't think of one.
Plough.
Plough. Yep, that's right.
Drought.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm up to 3. I know one straight away. It's hiccup.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty random because I wouldn't spell that way. Then you've got like I already said, plough. Maybe see. Okay. Rough.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Rough, tough enough.
Yeah. Well, 5. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm just losing track of which ones I've done. Through. Did we do that one already?
No, so through,
Okay,
as
through.
in double O, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them, yes, but I kind of think of it as only words that end in O-U-G.
Or ought.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like thought, bought.
Yeah. Yeah, true. You still pronounce it.
It's still O-U-G-H.
We're up to 7.
Those are the top.
I promised 7, so I've given you 7. Give us the obscure ones.
So thorough, borough, like
Yeah, borough.
and then
Borough. Yeah, okay. Pay
which
that
is
one.
different to oo, or,
Yeah, true.
and then lock, which is, I suppose, how you spell it, but I think technically British English is L-O-U-G-H, so for like Loch Ness.
Loch.
So it'd be
Okay.
lock.
That's why I thought 7, and I stand by that. I think borough.
8,
Borough.
I think.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you 8. 7.5. Anyway, we can take a break from linguistics chat.
Love
Those
it.
shoulders were hurt during that conversation. So yeah, I suppose one thing I always think when you're naming a baby, I guess you can't do too much about surnames, but first names, I'm always pretty conscious that this baby's hopefully going to have a long life full of people trying to work out their name.
Well,
I don't mind them being a little bit unusual, but you know, when they have to, as someone that gets their name constantly misspelled,
yeah.
I feel like it's just one thing you could live without in your life.
Yeah, that was the main consideration, I know, for my parents when they were naming first my brother and then me, was that it had to be a name that was spelt easily and almost the same pronunciation in both countries as well. Because you have some names which are beautiful in one language and then horrendous in another.
Exactly. You don't want to be like a swear word in another language, especially when you're quite international. I'm going through this debate right now, actually, of course, in Czechia, having a baby with my partner in a couple of months. I'll have 2 months off commentating.
You tempted by Vinny Jr.?
Of course. I mean, everyone assumes it's going to be called Maximo, boy or girl.
I think it could work. It's a multi-gender name.
True. But I'll keep you posted. Definitely pushing for it.
Maximo middle name, you know.
Says Carreras, got to run.
I do know someone whose middle name is Maximus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like Gladiator.
Maximilian's very common as well. No, you could be looking at Maximo Chakadefate Sandu in a couple of months.
Poor kid.
Or Jalebi Sandu. What do you think? Give us your suggestions. Okay, yeah, there's a random question. This is the last game of the day. What should I call the baby? Name. Fun suggestions only. Here's Abdul Rahman. Wants to turn this into something drive or predict, but plays down the wrong line.
I think we should give naming rights to the baby whoever scores 100 next.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's pressure, though, isn't it?
Well, we haven't had one yet, so I'm just putting the ultimate curse on.
Well, we've only got 2 months, and I've been putting the jinx on everyone that's made it to 50 so far in this tournament.
Exactly. You might get through unscathed, or you might have someone who has some kind of vendetta against you.
Lifted up in the air. Fielder comes in and drops it. Well, you wouldn't read about it, really. Ashpreet did everything right there but catch it. Just got in towards the palms of his hands. It popped out. I mean, typically you have your best fielders in those positions. They obviously fancy him to make a dismissal like this happen, but really, that's a super lucky moment for the Phoenix. Should have been a third wicket.
Just went at it with hard hands and just tried to clasp around it, saw it pop out. Unfortunate, should have been taken there. Phoenix praying for another life.
Huge swing this time from Baljet. Never dies wondering, does he? Epratik dropped on 26 during the over. It's still been a good over, only 3 off it. And it's nice to see the crowd coming in as well. I'm sure it'll be much the same tomorrow. There might be a few sore heads tomorrow, judging by what I heard about kind of things that go on Midsummer's Eve. Wayne, I know you've just joined us, but I did say one of the traditions here at Midsummer is skinny dipping. Got him! Well, he was swinging like a rusty gate, Baljet, and Rahman just slipped in the Yorker, demolishes the stumps, and that'll be the end of Baljet Singh. He's the third to fall after 7 overs. It's 63 for 3, and Rahman looked like he should have had a wicket earlier in the over. In the end, it's a DIY job. He does it himself and sends the batter packing.
Good value for that wicket, wasn't he? Decent over, just that one wide. Should have got the wicket. Ends up splatting down the stumps. Last ball of the over as well, so 63 for 3 at the end of 7. Just kind of slowed up here a bit, the Phoenix. Yatath Chauhan is the new bat in at number 5. Remember, the equation as well is clear for both sides. And I'm trying to find where you wrote it in the chat. Yeah, Phoenix need to win by 39 runs or more. So they're, I mean,
10 or 39. So 10 balls or more to spare, or 39 runs or more. They're the two margins, which would, I suppose, the Tigers are hoping to avoid happening in this game. So the Tigers just want a close game because they're holding on in fourth by net run rate only at the moment.
So it means whatever score the Phoenix think they can just about defend, they need to pretty much add 40 to that and aim for that. It's Yatath already got a half century to his name, comes in now. So certainly they have a projected score of 180. If they want to get close to 200, then they need to get a bit of a wiggle on, but that would put them in slightly more comfortable territory.
So they're basically starting at minus 40 that way. So right now they're 23 off 7. And so, yeah, you'd want 180 plus, wouldn't you? Then you think maybe you can defend 140 or less, something like that. Anyway, it was the end of the over. So Arshpreet, he just symboled one down at long on, gets a chance to make amends and bowled to the player he dropped. Pratik on strike. Does beat him first up. So Wayne, it's apparently skinny dipping during midsummer, which is the holiday today in Sweden, is a bit of a tradition. And I have said that I will entertain the prospect at midnight if the Socceroos win against the USA. What do I do if it's a draw?
Take just your top off.
Good advice anytime. Careful who you hand it out to, though, as this one is knocked away from the cover fielder. They take on a second. They get away with it. Will Zisto was with me on the commentary this morning, and he was making a point of saying that, you know, the odds are kind of in your favour a little bit. Direct hits from the outfield have been rare. It's not necessarily easy to take these balls. They're rock hard when they're coming in, especially on the bounce. It's pretty unpredictable. So I think there's probably a few more twos around the ground than normal. This is clipped away in the air, but won't carry out to the fielder.
I'll be honest, Vinny, I don't think there's anything stopping you skinny dipping tonight. Even if Australia lose, I think there'll be a consolation
a happy dip or a sad dip.
Yeah.
Don't know how you'd be able to tell the difference.
You're going with your 50 face or your 100 face.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Well, I think it'd be a cold face, despite it being the warmest day of the year to do it. I don't think the water's exactly boiling.
No.
You mentioned that I did just this in Finland. Which is a tradition there. Bit of hesitation again. Kind of proving a point there. Good throw, I think, had him cooked, but the throw was wide of the mark, and they do get away with another 2.
Yeah, it's what Kesrick was saying on commentary a couple of days ago as well. if you're going for a throw-in from the boundary, you kind of have to go for it on the full, because the chances of hitting when you hit the grass first are pretty slim. You just kind of go on the full there, but then, of course, you kind of lose that speed through the air. So that's why you've seen Will set off for so many twos, because he backs himself.
Straight pull this time, back to the wall and out of here. Maximal. Well, Yatharth, he's been very, very good during the week. Yatharth Chowan, and I know Thomas watching from Madrid saying, yeah, he can play. Team needs him to get some healthy runs. So this is probably a situation he will relish. Right now they are right up at that kind of 190 pace. You know, 189 projected. Geez, that's a good shot. Not much margin for error there, slightly into the wind, but he nailed it over Zayn Ali.
Great shot. We've seen that shot go wrong quite a few times this week. Every time they go for it when there's just not quite enough room, they end up ballooning it up. We've seen so many catches taken at long on and long off, but that time, no chance whatsoever for the fielders. Final ball of the 8th.
Intelligent cricket, isn't it? He'll retain the strike, and that's the end of the 8th over. And the score 75 for 3. Yeah, well, Wayne's crunched the numbers.
Okay.
And according to the global number crunchers, Australia are about a 20% chance to win tonight. So there's a 20% chance that I will be having the midnight swim. I'll do it as well. I've said it now. If I don't do it, I'll be disappointed in myself, or will let my country down. And I suppose the good thing is it's not like I have to pack anything extra when we go out tonight. It's pretty convenient. A towel might be handy.
Just do a few laps of the maypole.
You came to my rescue with an extra layer or two to keep me warm the other night, because I thought going out in the short sleeves would be a good idea. It was fine when we were inside. When we got out trying to get the taxi back, it was a little chilly.
Maybe that's what the maypole's for. It's for drying off if you run quickly in circles after a dip.
I don't know if drying yourself off against the pole is considered particularly culturally sensitive. But anyway, this is Abdul Rahman, who's coming on. Took a wicket first over, might have had 2. But he sprays the first one down the leg side.
Are you willing to negotiate to draw or win?
Draw is I will do it at some point during the summer.
Life.
No, during the summer.
Okay.
In some location.
I was going to say, what's a better location?
Win is tonight.
Okay. I mean, the stars are aligning. It's a very lunar holiday, isn't it?
Pretty aware I'm going to be quite tired after getting up at 6 a.m. and then going watch the 9 p.m. game and 11 and getting back around midnight and then coming and doing final say tomorrow, which is once again 3 T20 matches. Yeah, not throwing shade on any other commentary teams around the world. Everyone does their best, but I suppose when you get above this level of T20, commentators are allowed naps and snacks during the day, and we're not quite operating that way in Europe just yet. Got him. Well, twice as nice. Pratik finally has to go. Rahman, he's a stump hunter, isn't he? And he's made another breakthrough. And both teams have finals aspirations. Rahman helping his side with 2 bold dismissals. Check it out in the replay. Again, not really defensive, was it? Lost his shape, lost that front shoulder. And watch the timber fly. Walking sticks, and time for Pratik to walk. 77 for 4.
Full straight. It's played all around. Phoenix, having had such a promising start, I suppose the run rate that they're on is not terrible, but they keep on losing wickets, and that's an important one as well. As it's the set batter, Pratik, who has to go. So all the top 4 now already out as Yatharth. Big responsibility on his shoulders. He's joined out there by someone with big shoulders of his own. That's Kamran Ahmadzai coming in at 6.
Yeah, well, probably not a bad time for him to come out. He's always a bit of a gamble, but let's be honest, they don't want to just kind of make a pass score here. I think it's probably worth them gambling for a bigger score, but failing. Because I think they will need that kind of 180 plus. Need to win by 40 or more, basically. So, yeah, I was just thinking, you know, so many countries in Europe and wildly different traditions and cultures across the continent. Let's see, this is fire against fire, isn't it? Rahman to Ahmadzai. Oh, tail close. Umpire says it's just sliding down the leg side. Ahmadzai fell over a bit when he tried to play that first ball. But, let's have a look at it on the replay. It does fall over, but I think it's a good call. It does hit him in line. I think with that angle and that late tail, it's just going to miss. Good umpiring.
Good over so far from Abdul Rahman then. Again, not giving much width whatsoever.
Yeah, so what I was saying was that culture is important. So for me to have a birthday suit swim in Sweden might be tradition and completely fine. I was thinking, oh, well, the next time that we're together is working together is probably Switzerland. And if I tried that there, I'd be a little bit worried.
You get a hearty fine coming your way. It feels like not the done thing.
Maybe a night in the slammer. Well, I wouldn't be dressed for it. That'll be the end of the over at 80 for 4. So, yeah, 2 attacking batters still there. I mean, you look at who's still to come. Charambira, he can bat. He's an attacker. You've got Waffa, the cross-hander, who, let's be honest, you know, a lot of people want to see him do well, and I just want to see him in this tournament. But they've got to keep attacking through these little hardships and little bumps in the road. I think they've got 2 players there that can do it, the Phoenix. 80 for 4 after 9. Here's Bala, a.k.a. Bala Subramanian Madhu. Bala is a lot shorter, though, on the screen, isn't it?
Not as good a score in Scrabble, but...
Run out of tiles. At least his last name is Madhu, which at least...
On average, he's got a normal length name.
You can just go B Madhu. It's not so bad, but I always feel, you know, it's going to sore wrist signing your name. But here he is, bowled really well yesterday. Really, really well. And was one catalyst in that amazing comeback from the Mavericks, who were winless before that, and now got a better than insignificant chance of qualifying for the 4.
But Gothenburg pretty much starting here on minus 40 because of the net run rate disadvantage they have. Yeah. Go for a quick single here. Should be okay. Direct hit again would have been trouble, and it's one of those again where the overthrows are stopped by the fact that the batter had to put on the brakes very slowly.
Well, you know what? In the wise words of Jack Hogarth from yesterday, our guest commentator, you know, shoot for the stars and you might get the moon. And so it's one of those things, if you make an effort to score, say, you know, set your sights on 200, you might get the 160. If you set your sights on 160, you get 120, you know, or 140. I think when it comes down to a cricket succession of little battles, isn't it? Ahmadzai likes to give it the kitchen sink, doesn't get under this one. Ahmadzai is just one of those must-watch players. Like, he kind of, you know, he was playing for Drew back in 2023 and the ECLs. He, I won't say blended in, but he was in such a galaxy of stars and like T10 dynamos that he'd often be overlooked, but he'd give you 2 solid overs of his muscle balls, and he just loves to hit bombs. But he would bat around 6, and you know, I suppose that's the position he comes in today. But we have seen him batting more up the order. We saw him playing with, like, moonlighting for Hudinger in the European Cricket Series as their kind of wild card player. Stump's disappearing, but I think if it doesn't affect the play, I think you count the ball and move on.
It must be so much windier out there than it is up here. It's just a gentle gust.
Intended reverse. He swings himself the full 360 degrees, Chowan. Paolo says that Aussie game won't be a draw. Well, what's your call? Paul, let us know.
I think that's just wishful thinking. He wants to hear all about your nighttime antics.
Oh, try again. Gets more of it this time, although it's not quite out of the middle of the bat, but enough to get past Googe for a single.
Good over so far from Ballot. Just 4 singles coming off it.
Ballot continuing his good form with the ball, only 4 off the over. Plus this as Ahmedzai wants to go the journey, and he does. Maximo! Well, that's the old Special K treatment from Ahmedzai, who takes Ballot deep to finish the over. So they get 10 off it in the end, and at the halfway point of the first innings, Phoenix winning the toss and batting in this do-or-die clash for these two teams. They're 90 for 4 after 10.
It's hard to pick this one at the moment. Phoenix 4 down, which always makes you a bit nervous that they could collapse and that the tail will just disappear. But equally, they're on target for 180 based on the run rate.
I think I'd rather be 90 for 4 than 70 for 2 after 10 overs. You know, I think it's the kind of game where you're going to have to trust whoever's there. And they do have a pretty long batting lineup. I don't think they would have planned to lose 4 wickets in the first 10 overs. But like I say, you look at who's at the crease. And the 2 in-form guys. Abdul Rahman, though, speaking of in-form, he sent the stumps flying twice, and he's going to get a 3rd over here. The 11th over coming from the clubhouse end. He's kept it pretty simple, hasn't he, Rahman? He misfields this one. Oh, he's had to send him back, and a tight one, but the batters survive. Yeah, Rahman keeps it pretty simple, doesn't he? He's just gone full straight at the stumps with a bit of intail. Uppercut this time, and it just gets over the fielder. And Chowan runs away for 4. It was enough to make that red car take a second look.
Stopped in its tracks there.
Well, I just said Rahman's been kind of full, so he kind of tries to keep Yatharth honest here by banging it in a little bit. But it just gave Yatharth more time. It's not a particularly quick pitch. I know there's occasional one that takes off, but yeah, really used the pace well there, Yatharth. 4 runs to the Phoenix.
Yeah, nicely played. Just leans back on it. It's a shot that we've seen played with some success throughout this tournament.
This time, Magnus takes out his partner. They'll get one down the ground. Rahman probably feels that, you know, 1 or 2 wickets away from really ripping this game wide open. Remember, Malmo basically start with a 10-ball disadvantage in the chase as well, i.e. they need to chase it with 10 balls or more to spare if they're going to have enough net run rate to get up into the 4.
Yeah, it's not inconceivable that both of these teams will end up unhappy at the end.
Close game's no good for either team. It's good for the Tigers. They've got a rare 3-way to finish the day.
It's always what you want at the end of the tournament.
Well, it's Friday night. Rahman, it's been good, hasn't he? 5 off the over. Ahmedzai, again, his modus operandi is attack. Let's see what he can do. Again, well bowled. Really well bowled. Ahmedzai, I mean, although he's a real muscler, as I said, that he's no fool, he's no slogger. You know, he's a guy with a good technique. He can hit through the line of the ball, generally does. And even here, the intelligence to not go after everything. He has a really good sense of what's in his zone and what's not. That time he knew, look, this is a Yorker. I'm not going to try and hit out of the park. I just got to take my medicine, knock it out for a single with good technique, good batting. Chowan back on strike. Advances and pushes. Looking at 2 here. They decide to go. Go to the bowler's end. That would have been out of it here. Oh, well. Ahmedzai, he was slightly unsure, and you can see why. Because I think even if he'd gone flat stick, he was probably just out on the direct. As it was, he would have been well out on the direct. It was almost impossible to handle for the bowler. So that takes us to the end of the 11th over, 98 for 4. That kind of fulfills the theory that Pesisto was saying this morning, that, you know, not easy to take throws barehanded from the outfield. Look at here, the bowler had time if he took it, but yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, it was one of those where you just have to stand back and hope it hits the stumps, and if it doesn't, there's not much you can do about it. As the gaffer tape comes back out. Yeah, there's a few batters in kind of a similar mould. You've got Cameron Ahmedzai, you've got Owen Palmer, and the Chad, all of whom, if they wanted to, could clear the rope every single time and probably score a quick fire 20 off 5 and have a few fireworks. But actually, they're really smart cricketers, and they know that there are certain balls that they'll go after, and there's certain balls that they'll just work for the gaps and for the 1s and the 2s. So it's been some really impressive batting on throughout this tournament, as the tape allows the players to have a bit of a hydration break. Paolo in the chat saying 3-2 Australia. Do you think if it's a last-minute winner, you're going straight from, you know, wherever you're watching the game to pool or to lake in one swift motion?
Might not just be me by the end. In fact, I mean, Simon O'Brien's here, bowling coach for Vestros United.
Yeah, also an Aussie. Will Basisto.
Not sure that Will be on board, maybe. Don't ask, don't get.
Celebrating the fact that his side will be in the semi-finals tomorrow.
It's a win. We've got some pretty serious stump reconstruction going on at the moment. It's because of this wind. And you said, yeah, it's not too windy up here. If you look down there, it is blowing around. Look at the tape. We've got our wind break, which was a real improvement during the week. Not too far away from a restart. Looks like almost ready to go. Players taking the opportunity to grab a drink as well. Hello to Lovely Random Videos saying, hi, Mr. Maximo. Hello to you, Lovely Random Videos. I hope you're not videoing at midnight tonight when I might be in one of the many pristine waterways of central Stockholm.
Oh,
it'll be a story, though.
You're going city as well.
Yeah. Not making 2 trips. I draw the line at swimming home, though. Anyway, here's Bala. Bala Subramanian Madhu. The off spinner is wily. He's the kind of bowler Ahmedzai wants to nail out of the park if he gives him that kind of just short of a half volley length. Doesn't give him that, gives him a faster one. Carnage at the non-striker's end. Hit somebody, I'm not sure who. We'll get a single over to Chowan. It's funny, both very effective T20 batters, these two, but they're very different in their approach. Chowan's more of an accumulator, and the occasional big shots there, but we've seen him trying to reverse, we've seen him running hard between the wickets. Kind of complement each other nicely, actually.
It's almost like a big man, little man combination that you have possibly up front for Australia this evening.
Funny. Ahmedzai that time just said, nah, because I almost got run out before. And I also think he likes this matchup. He feels that Bala's his kind of bowler he can get after. Bala probably feels like Cameron's the kind of guy he can get out. And he might just do that. Up in the air, Bala Subramanian Madhu takes the catch. Or does he? No, he doesn't. Well, I thought he had it, just popped out, maybe when he hit the ground. And it was clever bowling in the first place. Ahmedzai didn't get something he could drive. Flat bat shot, but the problem with that, if you misjudge the bounce, then it could be trouble. You see, I saw it in his hands for a split second, but it just got away. And a very lucky moment for Ahmedzai, dropped on 10. This is nailed by Chow, and that one is the big shot. We talked about it. When he wants to, he can hit the ball a long way. Chow goes Maximo. And let's just say it was The salt was rubbed into the wounds there. So last ball over for Bala. Chowan taking a deep. They can just get that one maximo in the over and the 3 singles, nothing else. So into the over, and the score is 107 for 4. So 107 for 4 after 12 overs. Every ball's an event. Every ball might matter. You know, it might be really tight on the table, Tina. But Gothenburg, they're kind of still around that 190 pace. They've got to keep going hard, don't they? They don't want to settle for 160. Like you said, they're pretty much starting with a 40-run disadvantage as far as finals qualification goes. Rahman's going to bowl out here. He's been so good during the week, but especially today with a spot in the finals up for grabs. Here he is, Ramazai.
Run it.
Pushes to mid-wicket. Don't think there's 2 here. Bala racing in to stop the second. Good return as well.
Delicately poised this game with not only the win on the line, but of course the spot in the semi-final with these 2 still in contention. And of course the Uppsala Tigers, who are hanging on by their claws at the moment. They want a tight game. One of these 2 wants to win in style to make sure that they overhaul the net run rate. That's flicked away nicely. There's 2 fielders out there. One of them should stop it, and it is thrown in there by Deepak Chandel. Yatov accumulating here more than exploding. But I suppose he's conscious of the fact that they're 4 wickets down. Still plenty of time, best part of 8 overs. You've got Patience still to come. You've got Waffa. You've got Jack Hogarth as well.
Rahman wants another. Instead, he gets met going all the way back, but is it far enough? It is! Oh boy, Ashpreet, he's had a torrid time down there. He found himself just slightly out of position. He backs back, he got a hand on it, tipped it over the line for 6. Maximal, and a big momentum swing in this game. That could have gone either way. It could have been the end of another Gothenburg key batter, but instead, Yatharth survives.
It's a game of margins, and this one again, you can see he's, probably about a metre inside. Could have made all the difference there.
Wow, this one's hit quite well as well, but it's flatter, and it still gets through. Bisects the fielders down the ground. Well, game of fine margins. Chowan, another really good contribution from him, up to 39 now. That's a really good shot, isn't it, on drive. Good shape. But yeah, sometimes outfielders have crept in a little bit in this series where they had to stay back, and that's probably one thing professionals do very well, is know exactly where the boundary is. A lot of them actually, they won't walk in anymore. They like to kind of have their heel on the rope so that they at least know where they are.
Well, it makes sense as well, doesn't it? If you're a boundary fielder and you're then violently walking in, by the time the ball is faced, you're 10 metres inside from where you should be. I think walking in generally is
overrated.
It's generally, yeah, and it's died out a little because fielders are so athletic now.
My era and before my era, especially in Australia when the fence was the boundary, they used to walk around the fence in a way because they couldn't walk in. So
prowling.
Yeah, they prowl. It's more about you want your weight going a certain way, slightly leaning forward, generally in that position, but you don't necessarily have to be taking a running start to do that. So Rahman's got one more delivery to bowl in this match. Last ball of the 13th. Ahmedzai crunches it back at him. And well, there's a good contest between those two. Let's call it a draw, but Abdul Rahman finishing with pretty good figures. 2 for 28 off his quota. And after 13 overs, Phoenix 121 for 4.
Going along nicely now, these two partnership inching towards that 50 mark. Yatath going at 200s, 40 off 20. Kamran, a bit more boom or bust, 12 off 12. I think maybe of the two, he has to decide what he wants to do now. Maybe he should go for it with still, as we were saying, a fair share of batting options to come.
Look at this. Love that he's out of balls, but he's still willing to chirp. Kamran Ahmedzai. I think is that the best you got? So now I think we might have an impact player situation. I'll try and bring you that information as soon as we can. But from the viewers, got to say hello to Ali, who's scoring next to us. Hello, Ali. Hopefully you're well. That's one of the viewers. It's a mystery viewer there. Maybe a Valentine? Who knows? We already had a bit of unsolicited flirting in the chat today. Paul, I'm looking at you. 7 overs to go. So, getting ready for the last 7 overs. Basically 186 pace at the moment. If they were to score 186, basically, you're defending about 146, give or take. Abdul Rahman. I wonder if he's the one that they think, okay, you can have a rest now. Of course, how are that an impact player in this competition? Which basically means you can replace someone in your 11 during the game, whether that player can make an impact.
Or hope to make an impact, I guess. Not always been the case this week.
Do you think if you come on as an impact player and you don't make an impact, that you should get a 3-game ban from being the impact player?
Go and think about how you can
only job.
Be more impactful in future.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you kind of have nowadays quasi-impact players when someone's retired out batting and you make the decision that whoever's going in next off a cold start is going to be more impactful than someone who's in for a while.
That's true. That's true. I've told you I'm not a huge fan of it. I suppose it gives more opportunities. For me, I think there's something beautiful in trying to balance your 11. I think a lot of things are easier these days. Don't make it too easy. Let people... It's one of the beauties of our game that you can't just be mono-skilled. You need to be able to do more things, even if it costs certain brilliant wicket keepers a professional career. Anyway, here we go in the next over with Arshpreet coming on. First one's called away. And Arshpreet asking the question short and wide outside the off stump. Yatath Chawan 40 off 20, going a good clip. Kamran yet to really fire the way we know he can.
Yeah, very good boys.
And Ahmedzai 12 off 12. It's a funny situation, isn't it? Because if he was to get out at this stage, probably the perfect person to replace him is him. But he's already in. Having said that, I mean, you've got Charan Bira, who is showing he can hit a long ball. You've got Wafa. He's still got some cover. I just feel like he's going to have to go after a few more. He certainly thinks so, but he can't time this and go straight back to the bowler. He's played a lot of T10 cricket as well, Ahmedzai. So I mentioned earlier, one of his skills, ironically, is coming out and hitting boundaries straight away.
Yeah.
But I actually think they bowled pretty well to him here. With Bala, I was very, very careful not to give him anything he could kind of just get on the front foot to and and just drive out of the ground effortlessly. Went a bit shorter to a maiden play with a horizontal bat. He's gone. Well, there you go. They have bowled well to him. Arshpreet gets this one to kiss the bail, so it just doesn't happen for Kamran in this game. That's cricket, I suppose. And it's the old Lou Bega 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's a little bit of Arshpreet in my life. Unfortunately for Kamran, it's a walk back to the pavilion.
Just never really clicked for him, did it? There's a couple of big boundaries to his name, but not much else to speak of. In fact, just the 1-6. Otherwise, scratching along, and maybe not the worst wicket to lose. It's not the Kamran on full cylinders, and given that you were struggling, maybe it's time to bring someone else in who can play with a bit more freedom now, knowing that they just need to get as many runs on the board in the remaining 6.5 overs. And it looks like it will be Waffa. So we get a bit of a Waffa party here. And keep an eye on how he lines up. There's something very strange about his stance.
Yeah, it's unusual. Well, I've seen him play a lot, so for me it's not as much of a novelty as just a skill now. But yeah, Ismail Waffa, have a look at that. Does have 100 in the format. And I can tell you, he got that batting the way that he does. That's his grip there. So yeah, his left hand is the bottom hand, whereas normally when you're right-hander, your right hand is the bottom hand. But that's the way he sets up. Unfortunately, he's only batted once in the tournament, was out second ball. Didn't make a duck though, so that's something. But he's got an important role to play here. Batting 7, Arshpreet bowling pretty well, but yeah, Waffa. We're going to see him try and Waffarize this innings. I'm curious to see how aggressive he will be. I've only ever seen him bat aggressively. And he's gone. First ball, and Arshpreet finds the target again. Waffa be disappointed. Never really moved his feet. He never really does. But that one may be coming in a little bit off the surface. And would you believe it, Arshpreet on a hat-trick, 123 for 6.
Yeah, it does actually nip in a fair bit after it pitches. Then again, Waffa makes it look like a bit of a Jaffa.
You can crop that out and freeze it, and it will look like you've smashed a 6. Maybe Waffa will try and do that for his social media, but unfortunately for him, the result is no good. And one thing we haven't had this week is a hat-trick. So Arshpreet has an opportunity here, obviously for Gothenburg. It's a bit of a bang-bang disaster for them. Even with Chowan going well at the other end, he needs some help. 1, 2, 3 for 6. And the new batter is Jack Hogarth.
Yeah, he's got some work to do here, has Hogarth. I will say he's not really a number 8 batter. But he's coming in here with an important job to do. First and foremost, to see out the hat-trick ball, but then also to get his side to somewhere that's a score that's not only defendable, but defendable, remember, by 39 runs. That's the magic number for them to leapfrog both the Phoenix and the Tigers to go through to tomorrow's semi-finals.
Well, Jack loves being a part of history, but I don't think he wants to be a part of this history and be the third leg of the first ever hat-trick in the Nordic Smash T20. Arshpreet on a hat-trick in match 15. And Jack plays spoiler, clips it off nicely for 1. Now, yeah, this is another situation where Yatharth, I think in a regular game, I think he just kind of probably dials it back a bit and wants to get them to a sure kind of 160. But I think in this game, given the fact that they need to win by 40, I think it's worth him kind of pretending that those wickets haven't fallen at the other end. Wants 2 straight away. Hogarth just stuttered on the turn. That was probably there. Decides it's not worth the risk. It will be the end of the over. So, probably not a bad thing. Chowan retains the strike, and after 14 overs, it's 124 for 6.
Delicately balanced here, this game. A slight flurry of wickets has halted the progress of Phoenix.
The only downer of Waffa, unfortunately, having 2 fails, which, by the way, can happen to anyone in cricket. And like I said, he's a guy with 100 in the format. I've seen him score big runs batting that way. But given the profile of the tournament, at this stage at least, I don't think we'll have a lot of Swedish kids in the streets batting with their hands the other way around. But there are some sports where that is the predominant way to hold the stick or bat. hurling's one.
Yeah, I suppose it kind of makes sense. You have your dominant hand at the bottom.
Depends.
For
In
power.
hurling, they've got to do a lot of scooping the ball up off the
Yeah.
ground. They're not allowed to pick the ball up off the ground. Anyway, it's great. I mean, diversity is what makes the world so interesting. And like I said, I could literally give you a team of players that bat that way. That's how much cricket I've done.
Yeah.
And let's put that team together. Because imagine going to just any game in England at a kind of club level and saying, hey, this is our team we bring. And this is how we play. And they'll be like, pfft.
You could go.
And then you just smash them.
You could go full gaslighting mode and be like, "You mean you don't bat this way? I
Yeah.
thought this was normal."
Uh-oh, in the air, dropped. Oh, he guided that one, Chowan. Thought he had enough to get over the fielder. He didn't. But off the fielder's fingertips, and another life is given to a Phoenix batter with Chowan dropped on 42.
It just kept on rising, didn't it? Zayn Ali back into the attack. Thought he might pick up a wicket on the very first delivery. Since we're in the Football World Cup as well, it's a good goalkeeping save, tips it over the bar.
Yeah, that's fine in football, but in cricket, they like you holding on. We've had a couple of tips over the bars, haven't we? Big swing. They like it. Umpire's unmoved. Chowan's not going anywhere. Zayn Ali coming back for his third over. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, in cricket, so you don't see that very often. It's amongst the rarest things I think you'd see on a cricket field.
Yeah, I suppose you have bowlers bowling off the wrong foot. That would be, I suppose,
Occasionally,
the bowling
yeah.
equivalent.
Reminds me of something I tell a few kids around Europe. I tell them I'm from Australia, which is on the bottom of the world. And I tell them, so in Australia we do everything backwards, you know, like the water swirls the other way, and so when we catch on the back of our hands. I can do that as a party trick.
And then you have several European children running off to A&E with broken
I
fingers.
try and bowl this back of the hand slow ball where I balance the ball over the back of my hand. True back in the hander. Zayn Ali. Castles Yatharth, who runs out of lives on 44. Well, he might have been gone earlier in the over. And he's certainly gone now. And now it's trouble with the capital T for the Gothenburg P. Because it's 127 for 7.
It's been 3 wickets in the space of about 10 balls here. And again, nothing really on the delivery. To be very generous, it maybe just seemed in a touch. But that kind of cross-bat shot is never really going to bring you too much joy. And that's the last set batter really back for Phoenix. Yatharth has to go for 44 off 26. A decent knock from him. He provided a bit of backbone to this innings so far from Phoenix, but now you have 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Hogarth just played the one. He's more than accomplished though, but he needs to get some runs here.
Yeah, exactly. Not as recognised, are they, these two? Pawan and Jack trying to turn this innings around. Yeah, Wayne's saying, yeah, you don't really see the cross-handed very much. It does exist in other parts of the world. I just think they might not get the coverage that European cricket does. One of the kind of older indoor cricket guys that I used to umpire when I was very young in indoor cricket, he used to bat that way. That was just his natural way. So I might have seen it once or twice in Australia. But again, yeah, there's normally some sort of story behind it. It might have been they started trying it as a joke. It might have been due to an injury that they started. But some people find it works for them. Got to say, I've tried it. I went and did a bit of a, what's the opposite of a masterclass? Because when I tried it, when we were at Mashta, which is just north of Stockholm, during the European Cricket Series in 2023, we did a bit of a deep dive on it. I saw it close up, and I couldn't compute it. Actually, the closer I got, the less I worked out how it
I still can't compute.
But the thing, what I've noticed, so I tried it, and I could hit it, but
no power,
it's not
I guess.
going as far as if I hit it
Yeah.
the more conventional way, but that's just me. The other thing, because I was trying to hit a 6, I think I got pretty close to hitting a 6, maybe 1 or 2 meters short. And this is like with people lobbing them up, right? End of the 15th over, 129 for 7. But I've got my theories on it. I've seen a few of these players. A lot of them are very strong through point. What I think, this is my best analysis, is because they're strong handers on the top of the bat, they seem to have this acceleration in the bat speed and they have this kind of flick of the wrists. So that because they're, it's like if you hold the bat, just imagine you're swinging it one-handed.
Yeah.
If you hold it right on the end, think of it like a hockey stick. If you hold it right in the end, think how fast the other end's traveling versus if you hold it in the middle, right?
Yeah.
So just watching the ball ping off the bat of Wafa over the years, and some of the others, Bakhtiar Hahiri is one in Spain, Balwinder Singh, who's played international cricket for Austria. We've also seen him in the Portugal European Cricket Series. That's my theory that I eventually landed on about why, what their advantage is, even though they've got the unique ability to do it. And most of us don't. This will sneak past the keeper. A lucky one for Jack, but it'll take the luck. It'll go all the way 4 runs. It's kept on going. This outfield certainly has quickened up over the week. Yeah, so that, because the question everyone would probably ask is, apart from why, is what's the advantage of doing it? And I think that's the best I got, that when they do hit it, particularly kind of certain shots that slap over point in particular, they seem to be meeting that ball with a higher velocity, higher bat speed than a regular handed batter would.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm still trying to get my head around the logistics of it. I suppose, yeah, your dominant hand is then on top, so you can steer it. Because of course, everyone says you don't want to be a bottom hand player, you want to be a top-handed player. But I still just think that the arms are just in the wrong place. But I mean, whatever works. I mean, it has worked for Wafa in the past. Unfortunately, not in this tournament so far. Unfortunately for him, going on the very first delivery in this game. That's why the Phoenix's score has just fallen off a touch here. There's a slight rebuild on that 5th wicket partnership between Yatath and Cameron Ahmadzai. Since then, they've lost 3 wickets in the space of just 4 runs. Final flurry here as they run through for 2, and again, it's smart running, really, from the 2 batters, knowing that if they set off, play the odds, if it's a hit from the rope, goes direct, then you just sometimes have to say, yep, fair enough. Especially with that fumble there. Put Pramodya, the fielder, on the back foot. Jack was able to comfortably scamper through for a second, but a decent over so far from Arshpreet Singh halfway through. It hasn't conceded a boundary. Up in the air, should land safe despite long on and long off converging. In fact, he was saved there by the fact it was a slight miss-hit from Pawan Kumar.
Remember, playing a 40-run disadvantage. So let me do it. Projected score 172.
Yeah.
Right. Let me work off that. So if they were to score 172, then they would need. Now with the crunch, the Phoenix would need to keep them. It's even more, I think. They scored 172. Then they would need to keep them. No, it's about the same. 134 or less. So to win by 38.
Just keep our calculators out, I reckon, in the second half. But that one's going to go all the way. It's going to just jump over the rope for 6 runs, and a big 6 runs for Phoenix to end what ends up being a decent over for them. 139 now on the board with 4 overs left.
Yeah, it's a nice shot to finish the overs. They're back on 180 pace. Okay, let's give them 180. If they score 180, then they would need to keep the Mavericks 142 or less. So, yeah, 38 runs. Nice shot to finish the over, though. Harshpreet, 3 key strikes there in his spell. Does end up going for 38, though, off his 4 overs. Is Pramod Abakun ready to bowl?
Bala, you have to bowl next over. Where are you going?
17th over then. 4 overs to go. 7 wickets down. It'll be a nice time for Jack to find his batting boots.
Stay inside. I'm not there.
Patient. He's had to live by his name. He's still waiting to bat. He's no slouch.
True. That's true. Hogarth fancies himself as a batter. Let's see what he can deliver here. This is out first ball. I mean, couldn't use that round the wicket tactic.
Gets a fair bit of nip through, does Pramodya. Again, pretty short in stature, but you can see by the carrying where Paddy Googe is standing that he has some
got a bit
speed about him.
Yeah. He was just a bit too late. Oh, well. Hogarth can't believe this. This seemed to be mostly outside the tram line, and Jack not necessarily playing a poker face here. I think he feels that that's a wide, but doesn't get the call. He's just gone redder, if that's possible. Slashes the next ball away for a single, and might just have a couple of friendly words for the umpire with a Scottish accent. It's lucky that no one really understands him outside his own nation.
Yeah, you can see that everyone's scrapping for every single run out there, and he's showing signs of frustration. Again, 3 balls passed by without a boundary. This would be a very good time for Pawan Kumar to strike. He's not going to get the boundary as it's just knocked down the ground for a single. So an excellent over so far. 2 singles. The only runs coming off it in the first 4 deliveries.
Yeah, what an over from Abekun. Need to find a boundary from somewhere. This is where if you've got the wickets in hand and you've got recognised batters there, then they're more willing to want to try something like a scoop or a little lap, and they're more able and also able to take the risk to do something like that. As right now, trying to bat conventionally, lower order batters having a bit of a tough time. So what an over from Abekun. Just going for 4 in the end. Nothing but 4 singles in that one. And the Phoenix, 148 for 7, 3 overs to go.
Again, they want at least, optimistically, 25 runs to get them somewhere towards the 174 projected score.
It's good areas, though, wasn't it, in the first place from Abekun? Never really strayed on the leg stump. It probably should have been called for a wide. That first one to Hogarth, which set him off. All right, so this is going to be Bala, a.k.a. Bala Subramanian Madhu. 2 overs to bowl, so potentially could bowl 18 and 20. Different proposition. I think you got to grip it and rip it here against him. I suppose you still need to be a little bit selective, but you need to be looking kind of minimum 2 off the ball. So if you can't get it for 6, try and knock it slowly into a gap and get 2. First one certainly will be called a wide this time. But Balla's been clever. He seems to be a bit of a mind reader, Balla. He seems to be able to get the batter's head, know what they want to do, and give them a ball that's tough to do it with. Like right now, they want to drive instead. It's going to be cut, and it's going to get away from the fielder. Kind of over-attacked that one, Chandel, out there. And we'll get back for a couple, but the catching's left a little bit to be desired, despite the fact that the Mavericks have captured 7 wickets in this innings.
Yeah, just ran at the ball there and almost slapped him straight in the chest.
Tried the old blitz the quarterback technique, didn't work out too well. As the next one's nailed, it will be into the gap. Now there'll be 4 badly needed runs coming at the end of this innings. No, we said they kind of wanted 200. They might still end up with kind of 170, 180. Going to shoot for the stars. You might get the moon mentality. Wow, a rare bad ball from him, really.
You just have to look at the Mavericks batting lineup as well. Missing Jared Wilson, of course.
Yeah, that's true. They've had their issues with the bat, haven't they? Wow, it's a very good throw, actually, from Zayn Ali. Good distance, but hung in the air long enough to get back for 2. I suppose if the boundaries aren't coming, 2's the next best thing. There's the 30 partnership and just 17 balls from these two, despite the efforts of Abed could last over. Only went for 4. Exciting game. Still kind of all possibilities possible, which I think is interesting as far as who qualifies for the semi-finals. Right, bit of luck here. Chop behind the keeper. Thinking of 3. Well, Jack is. I think Pawan is. So nothing on that in the end, so it got away from the keeper, and it will be 2 wides. Well, I think the issue here is he does tend to run in front of the umpire, which makes it tough for the umpire to do his job. So I think he might be getting a warning about that. He might have already had a warning. 3 balls still to go.
Up in the air, and it's stopped well in the deep. So again, just be a single, but it's been a decent over for the Phoenix so far. 180 is not beyond the realms of possibility if they can clear the rope in the next couple of balls. 2 balls left of the 18th.
Really trying to hunt that tram line, but he hasn't gotten away with it too often in this over, Balla. A huge swing, Googe. Yeah, there's a glove too many in the last few minutes. That's the way it goes, keeping sometimes. Normally pretty good with the gloves. Nice ball for Balla. Dragged down, mishit. Googe is after it, shies at the stumps, misses, and whoa, Balla almost gets taken out by Hogarth. An accidental collision. Hopefully he's all right there. Yeah, nice to see that sportsmanship in play. And so there's a bit of chaos in the 18th. 163 for 7. So yeah, what I was saying earlier, with this kind of a score, let's say it is 180.
Yep.
All of the scenarios are possible. Malmö could chase it down with 10 balls or more to spare, and they go through to the semi-finals. Phoenix could keep them to, let's say, 132 or less, and they could qualify for the semi-finals. Or, if the game's closer than that, the Uppsala Tigers will qualify for the semi-finals. So it really doesn't get more exciting than that.
And at this point, it's hard to even say which of those 3 options is the most likely.
Yeah, I think they're I'd say all equally likely. I'd say the most likely is that, funnily enough, is probably a close game, because it's a par kind of a score, isn't it?
Yeah, and Malmö have struggled with the bat, even more so now that they're missing a few batters. So
that's true.
Chasing down a total, which is probably just above par, is tough for them anyway. Doing it with 10 balls to spare, possibly, well, definitely even tougher.
But I will say, that although he's been good, Zayn Ali, he's the kind of guy that can go up a notch and hit a really big score. I mean, to be honest, I'd have him opening the batting. I just think, why waste time? Just get out there, be proactive. He's comfortable opening the batting. We saw him doing it in the ECL last year. Had a really good series. He was banging hundreds in the T10 format of the game. And why leave him at 3? Can't get on the game straight away. Oh, boy. What a bit of work from Pramodya. As Pawan smashes this full toss back, and somehow Abe Kun's reeled it in. What a catch.
Yeah, he tips it up and gets it at the second attempt, and he did well enough just to get anything on it the first time round. He actually knocks it down, so the reactions to grab it while he was still falling from the sky were mighty impressive. And another wicket falls here just as they were looking to go for a big finish. It's the next one, and it will be Pawan Kumar who has to depart. A good little cameo from him, 21 off 11, and it is Patient who has bided his time, but he comes out here at number 10 for Gothenburg.
Pretty good number 10. And we saw him come out and smack a 6 last ball of one of the games during the week. So, Patient Charambira walks to the crease. This kind of situation, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, this is a funny situation because you don't know how it's going to go in the second half, whether this is enough runs or not. Essentially, you've got to be a bit careful not to get bowled out. I think it's probably as simple as, you know, hit a good ball for 1 or 2, and if you spot something you can hit for 4 or 6, you go for it. But I think it's dependent on what comes down at you in the first place. Patient does just knock the first one into the leg side for a single. These two are roommates, gotten to know each other over the week. And let's see if some of that synergy comes out in this late innings partnership. Slow ball, misjudged by Hogarth. Swings straight through it.
He's not quite been able to hit his straps here, Jack. Showing signs of frustration as well, not only at the umpire but also at himself. That ball was there to be hit. Doesn't manage to get any contact on it. Even a thick edge will probably fly away for 4. It's a very wide third, very wide fine leg as well.
Hasn't been able to time the bowling up, has he? That's better. That's absolutely slammed off the standing start. Hogarth, just his luck, goes straight to the fielder. And Pramodya, what another fantastic over. This is only 3 off it. And of course, that wicket as well.
Jack stood and delivered there. I think he thought that it deserved a 4 for the contact.
Started strutting, didn't he? But then realised he had to run it out. Last ball for Pramodya. Patient hits it down the ground. Hogarth was off like a ferret, but he will have to settle for 1 in the end. So Charambira retains the strike. 167 for 8 after 19. Game on here in match 15. Semi-final spot on the line.
It's a big final over, isn't it? With the difference of a couple of runs here could be what decides who goes through to semi-finals and finals tomorrow.
I suppose what we've glossed over a little bit in all of this is that Stockholm United are through. And kind of regardless what happens, only one of United and Tigers could be knocked out by these teams, and Stockholm United have a better net run rate than the Tigers. So, you know, with their win this morning, they have played their way into the finals. All right, Zain Ali to bowl the final over. And really now, might as well go for it. Still got Sunil Yadav to come, but Patient. He can clear the ropes. 20th over. Patient hits it nicely. Really good shot. Very smart shot because he waited for it to come to him, and so that meant he hit it squarer. And so the intelligence of Charambira showing out. Former Zimbabwean international starts the 20th over with a boundary.
Very nicely played there.
So he could have hit that straighter, but he just waited and waited. And you know, it's a fraction of a second, but it makes all the difference. There was a deep mid wicket there. Obviously got the long on. It's going to force a field change now. And yeah, he's smart. So now covers come up in the circle. That same ball, if he got it again, he's probably looking to hit it over cover. Not bad for number 10. Instead, he swings straight through it. Good comeback from Zayn Ali.
And Patient there just playing the shot he feels like he would have played had he had that ball again. Ali's picked up a wicket already. Earlier on in his spell, went straight through Yatath, and that was a key wicket, a key time as well, just as Yatath was beginning to rebuild for the Phoenix.
Slower ball. He does go over cover. Told you, he knows what he's doing. Don't think this will go for 4, though. But they should get a comfortable 2. Slight fumble, but yeah, Patient. And showing all of his cricket IQ in this brief innings.
See that late night chocolate that's been fueling him. He did return the favour and bring some chocolate.
It's the plop.
It's the plop that did it.
It's the plop. That's the chocolate bar, by the way, we're talking about. We shared with Patient the other night. This one could be trouble. Oh, get through. Don't know how. Yeah, there must have been a little bit of bat in it on the way through to Cooge. It was nicked and kind of went almost along the ground. Good, took a running start, but I don't know which stumps he was aiming at.
I think either.
Yeah, 0 for 2. All right, Jack, time to make a name for yourself. 2 to come. Swing straight through it. Another miss from Good. Another miss. We got 1. Do we have 2? We do have 2. Jack, he's probably out of gas, but I would have liked a 3 because Patient has had some success in the over. This is probably a bye, or 2 buys, I should say. It is, as signaled. So 176 with 1 to come.
Don't think the throw was the right call there from Zayn because
Googe's spot in my 10-pin bowling social team has now been rescinded. No offers for Paddy. Last ball. Hats on, everybody. Hit. Now you got to run. They get 1. They'll get 2 pretty easily. That should be all they get. So Gothenburg Phoenix 178. Okay, you ready for some live numbers?
yes.
Simple as this. They got to keep them 140 or less. 140 or less to make it. All right. Do you want some other numbers?
All of them. So Phoenix 140 or less.
Yep.
And they go through.
Yeah. So simple as that. For 178, right. So Mavericks would need to chase it down in... Okay, they can actually go to 18.3 or less with this score.
So if they win on the 18.3 over.
18.3, they're good.
18.4.
There's also 18.4.
Not good.
Although it kind of depends then if potentially if they won with a 6 or something. But let's keep it simple. Say 18.3 or less, and they would make it through. Drama. That's all I want to say. High drama here because all results possible. That innings was certainly one of the most entertaining we've seen this week. Still unlucky to be run out early in the innings. Sankey stuck around for a while for 30. The captain, Lakani, with 23. Chown batted really well, I thought. Had a bit of luck along the way. He was the top scorer with 44. And then a few cameos. Ahmedzar with 12, but couldn't really get going. Hogarth with 15 not out. Pawan Kumar with 21, including a Maximo. And Sharon Bura with some intelligent batting towards the end on the way to that 178. Bowling-wise, well, it was a pretty good shutdown job for a lot of it. In the end, probably around about a par score in the dry. 2 for 28, Rahman. He was my pick. I thought he was absolutely brilliant and knocked over the stumps a couple of times along the way. Broke that key partnership, removing both of the protagonists. Harshpreet Singh, though, did pick up 3 wickets of his own, though. He did go for 38 singles for Pramodya Abekun and Zayn Ali. Both of them pretty miserly, only going for around about 7.5, 8 and over. We will take a break, and when we come back, well, lots going on. It's 180 for Malmö to win. It is 140 or less that Gothenburg need to restrict Malmö to. And Malmö, if they want to go into the semi-finals, well, they will need to win in 18.5 over or less. If that seems confusing, that's fine. I'll be back here to take you through it when we return. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo, for Tina Goff, and we'll see you after the break, live from Sweden. You are watching the Nordic Smash T20.
direction to this side.
Keeper! Darshan! Keeper! Darshan! Keeper! Keeper! Darshan! Keeper! Darshan! कूद मत यार, कूद क्यों रहा है?
ब्रो माइंड मैं अंदर हूँ, मैं नीचे हूँ।
जल्दी कर मुसा। अली अली आप पीछे चले जाओ और हेल्प करने के लिए हाँ पीछे चले हाँ एक बॉल लो ना कार्तिक is that a good ball yeah प्रतीक घूमना पड़ेगा घूमना ज़्यादा बोल रहा हूँ
It was two, but I don't know. There is a lot of confusion. After the ball was played, they were keep running.
Some patience.
Vinny, it's 140.
Now you heard. What's there, 140 or less?
It's there in my mind. I know it's a 38 run difference, 38, 39 run difference.
Although I don't know if they gave them to run. I thought you made 178. I saw on the screen 178. That target they normally put up?
No, it is done. Actually, they missed our bound.
I thought that was 4.
Yes.
Is this 4?
Yes. It was. Can you get at 2
What
runs?
can I do, man? Like, let's not do anything. If they do that,
But it's okay. We still run 1 run short.
well, I mean, look, what can I do, man?
Like, can you confirm what is the score, please? Help me.
Yes.
Is it 179?
On the screen's 178. Look,
Okay.
here's the problem, Darshan, and you know as well as me, right? If you want to have a professional tournament, you need to have professional crew. You can't be missing balls,
Trust me.
missing runs.
Trust me. I was the one who was. I mean, whatever setup you see is because of me. They have pushed one so much. And because this was very kind of me. I give it.
Just put it this way, like if it's 178, if it's 170, you can win 140.
I think that is.
If it's 140,
Ground and catch.
140 for me.
Du kan kasta 6 också båda.
Kamran, ball release कर. Patient, release ball. Patient.
it may change, it may not.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for what's going to be a really interesting innings. Before we left you, we thought the score was 178, but we didn't account for the fact that they did sneak an extra run off the last ball. You might have caught it, and the graphics already gone on. I think the band was already coming on, but they did get 3 by, I suppose, daring the fielding side to throw them out. So 179 is the final score, not 178. The target is 180 to win. The numbers I gave you are more or less still accurate. The only difference is because of 1 extra run, it means that Phoenix have 1 extra run to play with. So Gothenburg Phoenix, the fielding side, need to keep the Mavericks to 141 or less in this innings if they want to make it through to the semi-finals. Malmö Mavericks need to chase in 18.3 or less. So more or less 10 and over is what they require It's almost like you're chasing 200 here, or high 190s. There's a lot going on. But Patient Chirambiri's been steady as a rock, hasn't he, with the new ball in this series. It's going to be Paddy Googe out there with Devendra Singh. So Devendra gets the nod at the top of the order. Again, I would have been tempted to go straight to Zayn Ali personally. But anyway, I should mention, if the result is closer than either of the two results I just gave you, it's the Uppsala Tigers that will hold on net run rate. So we do have a bit of an NRR thriller. Patient, Zimbabwean turned Dutchman to get us going. What a crazy day it's been. Here we go. 180 to win. Starts with one that jumps a bit on Googe, who's never really kind of adjusted to this surface. Found it tough going. Obviously, Googe, very good player. You know, we've seen him at the Carlton Oval, but also, you know, he's been turning up for Jersey, which is a side that have even broken into the ODI setup, which is only for top-tier nations. And hits this one on the up. Nice start for Paddy. Go to the boundary, but they will come back for two, the first runs of the second innings. I'll put that in the chat as well. He's Patient once again to Googe. Some better touch already, Paddy. Despite missing the first one. Couple out of the middle and turns the strike over to Devendra Singh. Little party atmosphere here with Midsummer Eve in full swing. Glad Midsommar to all of our Swedish viewers and everyone celebrating today. So yeah, 141 or less, what Phoenix's target is. Malmö need to chase it quickly, 18.3 overs or less. 9 balls or more to spare. And it's almost like they're both at either end of a rope having a tug of war, but they don't just need to win by, they don't just need to pull a little bit their way, they always need to make the other team fall over. So it makes for really interesting dynamics. Put yourself in the Uppsala Tigers' shoes. They don't even know who they're going for yet. They just know that they want it to be close. So it'll be like every time one team gets ahead, they'll actually switch allegiances because, yeah, close game gets Uppsala through. What would happen if they had the exact same net run rates? Pretty hard because you can go to more decimals, but it is possible. Yeah, I think you probably look at who won the clash when they played each other. It's good. Can't get this one off the square. But yeah, two teams that, yeah, I suppose are playing with a certain intensity. It essentially feels like the first final, doesn't it? With finals day starting tomorrow, but this is a battle for survival. You can already see the lift in intensity. Patient. Only gone for 4 in the over. Last ball of it coming up. Beats him upstairs, so it finishes the way it started. And Mavericks 4 without loss after 1. It's not going to be easy to go at the kind of 10 and over that they need to if they are to make it through to the semi-finals. Pretty sad to hear, and somebody that will be joining me in the semi-finals, no doubt, tomorrow morning. If not after a slightly late night celebrating Midsummer. It's Tina Goff. Welcome back, Tina. And how are you going crunching all those numbers in your head?
I've got a headache. That's what I've got. But maybe that's because I'm sitting right in the Stockholm sun now. So I hope you don't mind that I'll commentate the whole innings with my back to you.
You've gone different shades of red as the week's gone on. Look forward to seeing what you look like after this innings.
Luminous.
Cameron Ahmedzai, look at him as well. It's
chiseled.
Yeah, I like the players can express themselves a little bit with their profile photos. Ahmedzai coming on to bowl the second.
He had a role to play with the bat. Struggled a bit, didn't he? 12 off 14. But he did put on a nice little partnership with Yatath Chowan that was worth around 50, but once they just fell away the innings. He can make amends here with the ball. Of course, left-hand, right-hand combination. They're making sure their field is set exactly how they want it. They've got deep mid-wicket out. I think that's Scott Steele patrolling the boundary here in front of us. And then the other fielder is out at third. He's going to stay over the wicket to the left-hander, so just looking to carve it across Devender Singh. Here we go, second over. And that's kind of what he achieves. Just have to be careful when you bowl this angle to not go across the left-hander too much and just give them that width. That's pretty much the line he wants to be on, kind of fourth stump line, 2 straight to cut. Try and force Devender into a mistake here.
Got my live run rates up as well here in front of me so we can see what the various equations are. It's where the, well, clean pick up here and throw might be he went the wrong end. Instead, he decides to take out his keeper. I was going to say that this is where the European Cricket Series is very good groundwork, because we're pretty used to dealing with 3 equations, aren't we? So we have the bonus point.
Yeah.
You kind of got the batter on top, batting team on top, bowling team on top, normal. We've kind of built that for to help us here. So yeah, 9.4 is the rate required for the game, but before that ball at least, the batting team need to be going at 10.2 and over, and the fielding team need to restrict to 7.3 and over. There are all the mathematicians out there, they'll be absolutely loving it. Maybe football is a simpler game, because you typically only need to count to 1 or 2 in a football game. Well, there may be 6 last night.
Yeah, the close.
7 in the German game.
Yeah. Germans love hitting 7 goals, although that time was only 6. Yeah, I suppose the closest you get in football is you have goal difference come into it, but that's very much whole numbers.
Now, there's this gone. Not too far. Not the start they wanted. Gets hit a boundary, the Mavericks.
This is the one thing we feared a little from them, that they might just end up being a touch light on the batting front. Still a long way to go here, but they're without their skipper.
You can't let this game drift. You've got Zayn Ali sitting, you've got power play. I think it's a bit of a tactical misstep not to have him as one of the openers. I know what you're thinking. You put Devender out there, you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. I'm not saying he should be, either one of these guys shouldn't be opening, but I do think Zayn Ali should be opening. I think he's been your best player all week. I mean, Wilson's been pretty good with the bat as well, but I think Zayn Ali's been consistent. And I would hate to see this drift out to kind of 12 plus and over required to qualify with him sitting on the bench.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to die wondering in what's effectively a knockout game here.
Now it goes after this. That's more like it. More like it from Patty Goose. Maximo Ahmedzai gets a taste of his own medicine. The hurdlers do their thing, and it's the first 6 of the innings for the Malmo Mavericks.
Good start. Paddy needs a lot more from where that came. That's a nice swing of the bat. Pretty much picked it up off middle stump. Not much movement to speak of, and it's a good way to finish the second over there for the Mavs. 13 for no loss.
I do like
coordinated jumping.
Yeah,
you notice that?
Does that used to be an Olympic event as well?
I think so. It was right after the plunge for distance.
I'm in a situation where I have one arm in the sun, one arm not in the sun.
I can manipulate your tan as well with my head.
I'm thinking of doing a waffa and trying to cross my hands over just to get a bit more even coverage.
It's either that or commentating facing away from the action, which is probably the worst of the two options.
Won't be the first time. Got a good mirror here. Won't be able to tell who's left-handed and who's right-handed.
I'm fearful for a microphone tan line on my face.
Yeah, true. There's the famous story of someone that was an SCG member. Speaking of which, I'll be commentating MCC versus the SCG at Lords in a couple of weeks. Looking forward to that.
On that, the stream is often a bit hard to come by, but we'll make sure to...
We'll make sure. I'll definitely put in a squad, make sure everyone knows. But there was a guy who watched Bradman bat for 20 years. But his spot at the bar, he watched him in the mirror and he thought he was left-handed because he'd only ever watched him in the mirror while sinking a few frothies.
That feels like a apocryphal tale.
Feels right to me. There's also the story of Bert Ironmonger that Very good spin bowler, but terrible batter, number 11 for Australia, whose wife called.
He should be in the England team at the moment, by the way, Ironmonger. Fit right in with his name.
Exactly, you got all those professions in there. Anyway, he's patient, getting another over. Big swing and a miss from Devender. And, you can see he wants to get on with it, but right now he's used up 6 balls for just 3. And Mrs. Ironmonger called. And being a famously terrible batter, he'd just gone out to bat. And they said, oh, no problem, Mrs. Ironmonger. He's just gone out. Bert's just gone out to bat. Do you mind holding for a minute? Again, may be true, maybe not. Still makes a good story. Defender wants to come down and muscle something here. Patience not giving him anything to drive as yet. See, even that one. It's coming through kind of top of the pad high. Good carry from Patient. Thomas liked the coordination for the fence jump. 7.5. Harsh marker. Degree of difficulty?
I mean, they've had a lot of practice at it today, so I'd say that...
I mean, synchronised diving is still an event. Like, it's quite a recent event, but it's been in for a decade or so, maybe 2. Synchronised swimming seems to be on the way out. I think synchronised swimming with one person was a curious event, but I think you synchronise with the music.
Yeah, it's kind of gymnastics in the water, isn't it?
This one will get away down the leg side, and badly needed boundary for the Mavericks. Look, there's still time for this game to change in either direction. But yeah, I think they're pretty cognizant that there's only 6 over power play and they would like to see a few boundaries flowing. I just think someone like Zayn Ali, don't want to harp on it, but this isn't ECS cricket with 50-metre boundaries. You know, you have to hit it really well to clear the outfielders, and I just think he's a clear boundary hitter. He's going to have no problem getting over to the infield. I think, again, don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'd love to have seen him out there opening the batting and seeing if Mavericks get the jump. Sure, you might get out and you're in trouble, but then you can hope everyone else can make up for it. I don't think Zayn's too worried about the new ball. Popped up in the air, fielder to his left. Oh, wow. Had a couple of juggles at it. That's Darshan Lakhani. He put his left hand out and hoped for the best. It popped in, it popped out, and Devender survives.
Had about 3 attempts at that one. Stuck out a left hand. There you go, great capture there by the production crew and the camera crew. Just didn't even try to go two-handed. I think it was always a one-handed catch, but he just kind of stuck his hand out and hoped for the best.
Well, it was a run, wasn't it? Talk about diving earlier in the week. In fact, you have to plan it 3 or 4 steps out to coordinate and jump. It was running so fast, he couldn't really organise his feet, and the hand of hope didn't hold on. Bumper this time, checking the height. It will be called a wide, much to the chagrin of Patient Charambira.
I think he thought he nailed that one. Just too much carry there.
And the thing is, I often go on, did the batter bother ducking or not? He didn't really make too much of a duck.
He's not the tallest though, Paddy Googe.
Live equation. Batting team need 10.2. Bowling team need to keep 7.1 or less. And over.
Tigers want neither.
That'll be my, yeah, exactly. 7.2 to 10.1 is Tiger territory. Just look it over.
Come on, boys, keep going, keep going.
Last ball of the over for Patient Charambira. Another wild swing. And a miss from Devender. Hate to say it, but I'm worried. Am I being a bit overreactive?
No, end of the third, 20 for no loss, because, well, Zayn Ali's carded at 5, which would be a real surprise. Any situation that Zayn Ali comes in now, he's under more pressure than he was at the start of the innings, because they've already had a slow start or a slower start than they need to. So all you've done is wasted 3 overs where Zayn Ali, yes, okay, he's not Don Bradman left-handed or right-handed, but he is that kind of player that can win a game single-handedly, and for all of his qualities, Devender Singh, I don't think he's that batter.
He's scored more runs than Bradman lately.
True.
Amatzai in anime form on the screen, but in human form out there in the middle. Bowler second over. On to Googe. Beats him for pace. Paddy's been a few good signs here. Again, you know, he might have taken that bit of helmet there. And Paddy says, I'm fine. Good heat from Amatzai, the flying Frenchman. Once again, good heat. That'll be the one for the over.
If you look up Cameron in the dictionary, well, no, the other way around. If you look up bustle in the dictionary, it'd be Cameron. The way he lumbers in, he's
a muscler and a bustler.
He bowls it with some force.
He sure does. Party's still going on off the field. Who's going to be partying after this game? Googe takes it on. Ends up skewing it to the deep backward square leg. Just the one. Not able to get a run on, really, in this second innings as yet. What do you make of it? How long are you giving Devender here?
I mean, I think the power play is too much. He's already, I don't want to say wasted, it seems a bit harsh, but he's already used up a fair few balls. More than half the power play is gone.
Oh, wow. That was a flying attempt in the field. Jeez, I hope he's all right there. He's gone down for the count. The ball's gone to the boundary. And it relieves the pressure somewhat. 4 runs.
Again, streaky, but he gets the boundary that he was after, uppish, and the tumbling fielder at point. He's still down, slowly getting up. Must have been a painful one there.
Yeah, probably plugged in the surface when he hit the turf there. Getting the groove. 10.4 and over required by the batting team, Mavericks.
Well, I suppose you've got to argue now Devender and Patrick are both on the exact same score.
Yeah, true. As this is only a single for Devender. I think with Phoenix, though, let's give them credit. They've got good power play bowlers, not easy to score off. I suppose collide a lot of time in the European Cricket Series. Depends where you go. But let's be honest, a lot of the time, the bowling is P for pedestrian.
Yeah.
And not just that, it's that they probably don't have the ability to locate the ball exactly where they want, as often as they'd want. And so you combine a couple of those things. Smaller boundaries don't help either, but I think, yeah, you can bank on getting 2 or 3 real hit-me balls and over that you're confident of hitting for 4 or 6 in ECS cricket. 20 over cricket, different kettle of fish. These boundaries are 10 metres longer, I'd say, maybe 10 to 12 metres longer. But you've got quality with the ball. And that's the one thing that struck me as I went up the levels of cricket as well, is that these bowlers give you next to nothing. They give you less and less kind of hit-me balls as you go up levels. And I'm sure you experienced the same thing. End of the 4th over, 27 without loss.
Well, it's easy to look like the best batter in the world when you're batting against bowling that's probably beneath you. It's always, I mean, it's all relative, right? So one bowler's going to be good for a certain league and not for another, but this really is a step up in quality. Cameron Amatzai probably hasn't faced too many of Patience bowling before and of the quality of Patience, and that one again, Paddy Googe, with a bit more international experience, just fends away that one and they run through for a single. It's just a step up of quality in this bowling.
The thing is for Devender here, he is being aggressive, so it's not that he's not. But your worry is swings and misses here. You've only got 11 balls left in the power play. Okay, field will go back. You can still score at kind of 10, 11 and over, maybe hitting 1 boundary and over and running well. But yeah, he'll be hoping he can deliver for his team. It's not an easy place to be right now. Again, there's the swing and miss. Cherambira beats him upstairs. Jared Wilson, he'd be squirming watching the telecast. Hello, Jared, by the way. Fortunately, couldn't get released for the finals day. We're hoping that his teammates make it. Of course, had a tough start to the week, 0-3. Broke through with a win yesterday. This time, Kings of the big turnaround, aren't they, the Mavericks, in the afternoon? Does get this one, but he could be out. He will be out. And put through the goalposts by Scotty Steele. So Devender, his vigil will end. He'll go for 13. Unlucky for some. And the Mavericks break through. The opening partnership broken. It's 28-1.
It's a good wicket for the Phoenix. Probably even a better wicket for the Mavericks because Devender was chewing up balls there, not really going at the rate that was required to even win this game, let alone win it in the speed that they need to.
The kick the ball celebration, I did it once after a stumping.
I'm shocked to hear
and
that.
I gave it a hefty heave. Forget that cricket shoes aren't necessarily meant for kicking cricket balls. In fact, I don't think any shoes are meant for kicking cricket balls, and it can hurt.
Especially the top bit of a cricket shoe is usually the most meshy part.
Steele.
If you kind of
kick, though.
toe poked it, you might have been all right.
Maybe. Patient gets some reward. But this is, to me, this is kind of where the game is, where the qualification is won and lost. If Zayn Ali clicks into gear, they've got some other players that can do it for a little bit. But I just think Zayn Ali is your trump card in this situation. 152 in 93. He comes to the crease, and they need 10.9 and over to qualify.
Yeah.
Phoenix trying to defend 7.4 and over. Well, Kito Sumi thinks chasing's impossible. Well, tell that to Zayn Ali. Let's start with a little push. And gets off the mark. It's a Googe in this situation, I suppose. I know he's the quote-unquote established batter in this partnership. But I think, seeing how Zayn Ali's gone this week, probably has the confidence just to kind of push, get off strike, do his bit, play the anchor roll a little bit, and hope that Zayn comes off. Paul Kempen excited to see the big Italian at the crease, Zayn Ali. Right now, it's Googe facing Cherambira. Drives, but doesn't beat cover.
Great over from Patient, isn't it? It's already the kind of situation in the game where every over that doesn't have a boundary in it is pretty much a tick in the box for Phoenix.
Yeah, Patient's been outstanding this week, hasn't he? Really bowled a bad over.
Mr. Consistent for Gothenburg.
Going to bowl them 3 up front here. Probably they know how it's really important not to let the team get away. Typically, I think they wanted to bowl him 2 and save him a bit for the end, but there are no tomorrows for one of these teams, maybe both of these teams, at the end of 5 overs. 29 for 1, not even quite run a ball pace through the first 5 Malmo Mavericks.
It's the exact start that Phoenix would have wanted. Everyone going into this game, into this innings, including the Tigers, knowing exactly what's on the line and exactly how they can get there. Of course, for the Tigers, there's nothing else they can do apart from sit and watch and chew their nails. Oh, my Mavericks, they had to come out all guns blazing, and, well, it's been a bit of a misfire so far, 29 off 5.
Bowling well in partnership, these two as well. Different kinds of bowlers, Cherambira and Ahmedzai, but very skillful in their own right. And Ahmedzai is going to get a 3rd as well. So they just basically said, right, we're dominating this power play. We're going to stick with the bowlers. We're not going to give them a chance at a new bowler that might not come off. I quite like it. It means the new bowlers come on with a bit more protection in the outfield available to them. Here's Ahmedzai.
Bustles in again. Big right armour. That one's carved away, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Much needed 4. I think they've just realised, Mavericks, this is the final over of the power play, so if they're going to go big, this would be as good a time as any.
Yeah, it's a good shot, though, isn't it? Zayn Ali and Ahmedzai know each other really well. Played for France and Italy in the European Cricket Series. European Cricket Championship, I should say. So Amatsai will get the reply. Kamran with a comeback. That's a good one. So Ali goes here. I think not only will Phoenix think they're in good shape for the game, but they'll think they're in pretty good shape for qualification. Remember that they've got their own equation that they're working to, trying to keep the Mavericks 1-4-1 or less.
It's like the likelier of the two equations at the moment. Unless the Mavericks can turn this one around. Zayn Ali, got pressure on his shoulders.
And a little pop-up. Teaser for the bowler and the fielder who was racing in from mid-wicket. Zayn Ali survives and takes one.
The thing is, Ali here has to put in not just a good performance, but an almost unprecedented performance just in terms of the run rate required for the extent of time. We've seen him do it in T10, but going for that long.
Yeah. Can make a name for himself, though. That's what this tournament's all about. It's one of those things, you know, one mistake and you're gone. Cricket's a brutal game sometimes. Uh-oh, straight up in the air. Good, should be gone. Cameron can't find it. Now he can, and he takes the catch. So Googe, again, just kind of beaten for pace. Got big on him. Was skied. And it didn't go too far from the centre of the Botchurka cricket ground. Amatsai wins the battle, wins the war with the Jersey International in the end, and the Mavericks have lost both openers now in the 6th over. It's 34 for 2.
Well, if there was not enough pressure on Zayn Ali, now his buddy is gone. Patrick Googe, he is capable of it, really didn't show it on this occasion. In terms of the speed of innings required, 14 off 16. Zayn Ali needs to put in an all-timer here as they take their time here to take on some water. It has got hot here, and it's taken a while, but for the first time, ABBA is on the music as well. We're in the home of ABBA, and disgusting that it's taken so long.
Maybe it's like, you know, there's just been a warm-up act so far. What about the ABBA, is it like the holograms show?
So good.
London? Is it good?
Voyage. Done it twice.
Really?
My mum, when I went, was so confused. She was like, who is that on the stage?
Is it
so
realistic?
It is realistic.
Yes and no?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
So you kind of almost get so submerged in it that it feels realistic. And as soon as it goes kind of to the close-ups on the screens, then you're like, okay.
Okay.
But as like four people on the stage.
So don't look at the screen, basically.
But it's like a whole performance in the screen. Sometimes it goes into like full screen.
I was wondering about it. I'll be in London a couple of times over the next couple of months. So yeah, I'll definitely will. Here's Sahel Zahid. Well, he performed well yesterday for the Mavs. Again, big hitter. 2 big hitters. He's the kind of guy, I mean, they tried him opening early in the week, didn't work out, but again, he's the kind of guy I thought maybe they could open with if they wanted to gamble. Still wide open with all 3 results, I think. Especially with these 2 at the crease for the Mavs. Zahid pushes. A lot of balls getting hit straight to infielders at the moment. Akani in the way.
They're almost falling into this trap, aren't they, of they know they need boundaries, so they're just doing that and nothing else. It's why the dots are racking up. It's already 10 dots bowled by Patient in his 18 deliveries so far.
Shot for short run. They kept significant pace, Amatzai. As Zahid gets in a bit of a tangle this time, wraps the bat around at end of the 6 over power play. So far, it's been the Phoenix flying. The score, 34 for 2.
Phoenix well on top here, trying to restrict the batting side to book their place in the semi-finals tomorrow. I suppose whoever goes through out of these 2, or if it's the Tigers, but if it's one of these 2, then they'll at least go into tomorrow with a bit of confidence on the back of a win. Maybe the team that goes in having experienced the latest win as well.
Here's the spread. 11.7 required by the batting team. Bowling team need to defend 7.7. I suppose they'll start to feel confident, the Phoenix, when that 7.7 they're defending maybe gets up to around 8.5 or something that's about par. Still think they're underdogs still at this stage. Uppsala Tigers. Well, I don't know what you turn to at this stage. Maybe they need to go for a skinny dip in one of the many waterways in Stockholm. at Midsummer to calm down a little bit, because they must be incredibly nervous watching this game unfold and not being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, you go. You got four in the ring. Yeah. Still, a bit round, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so Pawan Kumar's going to bowl keeper up for him. It's a bit of a gamble, because he can get a bit of extra pace and bounce, but that's what they're going with as we get ready for the 7th over. Field goes back now, so 5 outfielders in play. Zain Ali. Big hope, I think, for Mavericks fans that he's going to come off here. And gets done, all ends up, first ball. Well bowled by Pawan Kumar, perfect start. Pratik with the gloves, making the decision to come up. It's tough to decide, or who decides whether the keeper's up or back. Getting a bit of advice from Lakhani. Pratik saying, no, I'm confident with this tactic. Sometimes bowlers don't like it, thinks it throws them off. Sometimes I respected that as a keeper. Sometimes I said, look, just pretend I'm not there.
I think it's an ego thing as well. The bowler wants to be fast enough that the keeper has to stand up, or stand back even.
But it shouldn't really put you off. They felt except the look of it when they're bowling is off-putting, but
it's the depth perception, I assume.
Well, goes after this, and he likes it off the bat to Zain Ali. Goes all the way, almost a catching opportunity! Well, does it count off the tent? We'll have to take it to the Supreme Court, because that is a crowd catch. It never hit the ground, Tina. And Desibox.co, well, they might be fighting this in the Swedish courts for years, but what a catch. And what a shot, by the way, Maximo for Zain Ali.
That's definitely the biggest 6 we've had in front of us. That cleared not the first row, not the second row, but hit the 3rd row of tents, much to the surprise of the 2 women sitting inside, by the way. I think they just had the shock of their lives.
Much as you have to appeal for a wicket, does whoever caught that need to appeal for the money?
I think it's going to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Take it right to the top.
This is why you need to have your terms and conditions sorted out.
I'm a no, by the way.
I'm a no. It's got to be. I could be off another person, but it can't be off an
obstacle.
An inanimate structure. But you see, he's got the 6 in the over. He doesn't necessarily have to double down. Their equation's pretty simple. They just, in their dugout, they were just saying, look, guys, 10 and over. That's what we need. Basically need 180, but 18.3 overs to do it. 10 and over, and you got 3 balls insurance. And right now, they'd want to be kind of, mid-60s. They aren't.
As long as Zain Ali's out there, they'll certainly feel like they've got a shot.
Wow, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? That is absolutely launched by Sohail Zahid. Well, will we have a thunderous double click here? One of the shots of the day, and you can see the talent that he's got. Meanwhile, Baljit searches for the ball. Maximo, 2 in the over.
That's really what the Mavericks need, isn't it? And Zain Naqvi as well. Zain Ali, in fact, will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, knowing that there's someone at the other end who can launch bombs as well. It's just the first one for Sohail. It's actually his first runs. We know he's capable of it, and now it would be the perfect time to prove it with 1 ball left of this over. Pawan Kumar has been expensive so far, 13 runs coming off it. That's more like it for the Mavericks.
Into the over, 48 for 2. As Sohail Zahid attempted to go aerial there. Didn't quite get the contact he wanted, but pretty good over nonetheless with 14 coming off it.
Still, though, behind the rate that they need, well, to not only win the game, but to win the game quickly enough to get themselves through to tomorrow. It's just that slow start, wasn't it? I know we were going on about it but we've seen a few games between us to know exactly why that could have proven to be such a costly mistake. Devender Singh just never really got going. Unfortunately, when he fell halfway through the 5th over, it was just 28 on the board. He contributed 13 off 14. I suppose you've got to throw Patrick Gouge into that ring of criticism as well. He went 14 off 16, just not the start that they needed. They needed at least one of them to go big to put the pressure back on the Phoenix, as it has been though. Phoenix bowlers have had a good run of it as Lakshani, the captain, comes on. And this one's up in the air and long on comes tearing in, but it lands safely. It looks like they are trying to put their foot down here.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere. This partnership is an explosive pairing. Lakani, it's a cool head. He's captain of the side. And feels confident with the ball in his hands. But again, his first over determines how he's feeling about bowling in this game. All 3 semi-finalists still possible. Obviously, depending on the margin, Stockholm United, currently 3rd, could actually drop to 4th, by the way. Well, Zain Ali likes this one, and that is a shot and a half from Zain Ali. Wowee. Well, watch out, Carr, because here comes ball. Maximal, 50 up as well for the Mavericks.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen the nets completely cleared. And again, he just waits on it. So I think a slower delivery than what he was expecting. Almost plays the shot too early, but just hesitates for that split second, launches that one, 6 runs.
Yeah, you know what was really great about that ball, that shot I should say, is that he completely held his shape and he didn't compromise his technique for power. He's just so naturally strong. He kept completely side on, kept his head in perfect position, bat came through straight as you like. Come back ball for Lakani. Big appeal, umpire has a thing. He hasn't moved at all. Wow, made me nervous. This game could come down to one decision, could come down to one ball, could come down to one wicket, one hit. Tense stuff at the moment, but Zain Ali survives. Given the run as well, I think. Umpire still hasn't moved.
He hasn't. Leg bye has been given on the score.
Fair enough. 5 spaced. Zahid. Again, he's going for it. Pretty much every ball at the moment. That's a miss hit down Ahmedzai for 1.
You see the strength of the appeal there from Phoenix skipper Lakani. Shows just how vital a wicket they know Zain Ali is. Lives to fight another day here. Slower ball. Wow. It's a bit of a telegraph slower ball though, wasn't it?
Nothing else but wow sometimes with Zain Ali, because when he hits the ball, there's absolutely no doubt that it's leaving the building. That is an incredible straight hit. 2nd of the over, Maximal. And Zain Ali, where have you been all my life? I think they left him on the bench for way too long. And now he's trying to rescue this Mavs innings. So far doing a pretty good job.
This is what we were calling for from the very beginning. As the ball has gone up and over the fence, the spotters, well, we're going to have to give them a GPS so they can find their way back to the pitch.
They got the sensors in the ball in the Football World Cup. I saw that.
Yeah.
Are we far away from having sensors in the cricket ball? Not necessarily for DRS or anything like that, but just so we can find them. I mean, the thing is, you find a ball in there, who knows if it's the same ball that got hit? Found a ball. I was playing a white ball game once at Cartermore Oval when we used to have days off. We hit a 6 and a red ball came back and I kept playing with it. True story.
What happened in those bushes for that to occur?
Also, almost had the game cancelled when I hit a ball into the lake on the 2nd round from the 1st over, and there were no other balls. They'd only budgeted for 1. Beauties of European cricket. You could tell they're annoyed because I think they're quite expensive, the brand new pink balls.
Well, we're having a MCC because we have to send out all the balls to the different captains for the days. We have a spate of robberies every year, so I think because we send individual balls rather than boxes, whoever's handling don't want to cast aspersions. At some point, someone is holding that package and is feeling some cricket balls.
Right. A few just go missing, do they?
Sometimes the parcel then arrives. We send caps as well that you give out to school players, and the parcels, they didn't want the caps, they just wanted the balls.
Right. David Copperfield. Down the leg side. Bit of an appeal. It's going to be called a wide. kind of intimating that it might have taken something on the way through. Taking back to the first ECL where we had Painter on board, and that was on turf. They were giving spikes to all the players for free, which was pretty good. Not long before those spikes were on eBay, it was certainly before the first ball was bowled, that a lot of them were available for sale. As this is stroked through backward point. This has typically been the slower side of the field. But geez, hasn't the field quickened up though? The more sun we've had, I just feel it's rolling a little bit further. End of the over, 66 for 2. And yeah, time for some numbers, I think, as we get ready for the next over. Let's have a look back at that 8th over. Yeah, Zayn Ali can often tell from his body language how well he's hit the ball.
He's very much a stand and deliver player, isn't he? He's not one of those that takes a few steps just in case it doesn't go over the rope. He knows as soon as it goes.
This is more my jam now. Got a bit of Robbie Williams rock DJ.
Is it getting louder as well, or are we just getting more?
I think we're just
insane.
It's more our era.
We're going. You're saying we're the same era. Is that what you're going with?
Mentally.
Well, I'd even...
You're an old soul.
Okay, yeah, we'll take it.
Do you want some numbers?
Yes,
9.5 and over for the game, but the Mavericks need to go 10.9 and the Phoenix need to defend 6.3. So that's, in this phase of the game, that's getting a bit less likely. And that could all change, though, with 1 or 2 wickets. And here's the man that is hopefully going to deliver for all those Phoenix diehards out there. It's Jack Hogarth, the Flying Scotsman, coming on to bowl over number 9.
The longer this game goes on, the happier the Tigers will be watching this.
Jack bowling right arm leg spin. Tosses the first one up, and Sahel takes it on, and it has gone many a mile. Wow, brilliant, brilliant hit. And all the way, Maximal. I like that bowling from Jack, actually. I think he tosses it up. He knows Sahel just won't be able to resist. But much to the chagrin of the Scottish spinner, that ball disappears comfortably over the fence.
Again, another one that you could hear straight off the bat. These two probably not quite clicked together yet. Sahel, that was only the second Maximo that he's hit in this innings, but he's slowly inching his way to helping Zayn Ali into a pivotal part of this game now. That's going to be another ball hunt, I reckon.
Yeah. The most likely result is actually Tigers going through, I think, at this stage. You'd need to do an XYZ axis supercomputer. It'll be our first 3-way supercomputer to work out who's the most likely to actually qualify. Right now, I mean, I think it's getting pretty tough for the Phoenix, but that could change very much. Still 76 runs to defend there, well, at the start of the over at least. But yeah, wicket or two could completely change it. And now we've got probably the biggest search party that we've had in this Nordic Smash T20 so far.
Maybe this is why the squads are all so big, so they can all go on the ball hunt.
I think so. I always think that, you know, like you have to give a deposit. I think that the batting team should get runs for finding balls. I feel like
they can claw back.
Could be worth a couple. Oh, actually, our crew reckon they know where it is. Yeah, okay. Well, apparently my Balu, number 45 up the back, is the closest.
Should we play a game of hot and cold?
Yeah, let's see.
Hotter.
Who gets it. Looks like we have a... Looks like they're ready to go with a replacement ball. Let's have a look. Where'd it go? Here it comes. It's right near that post. I'll go get it. Anyway, we're back to live action. It's Hogarth. And he's bowled him. Well, Jack Hogarth, he is certainly a player that spectators love to watch. I don't think Zahid likes watching this one. He turns around. The stumps have been flattened. It's 6 and out to start the 9th over, and Mavericks 72 for 3 as this game takes another turn.
Yeah, just holds his nerve, doesn't he, Jack? And hits the top of off stump.
Yeah, Hoagie, well, he just gives him a little kiss goodbye. And certainly feeling a lot better after that. You trade the 6 of the out probably You need wickets. I mean, Zayn Ali's still there. He's still a big threat. And maybe Sahel will end up trying to find that ball himself as a souvenir, because he's got nothing else to do today. As is Ashwin Albert coming to the crease.
Well, Zayn Ali is still there. We are slowly, I think, fully paid up members of the Zayn Ali fan club. But there's even more pressure on him now. Ashwin Albert comes to the crease.
Come on, the hoagie bear!
Jack looking to go 2 in 2. It was pretty brave, wasn't it? He got absolutely pulverised first ball, but held his nerve for the second, was rewarded.
He's a nice ball to a new batter as well, and I like they brought the mid-wicket in tight, not wanting to give Ashwin Albert an easy single to get off strike right now. I think that Phoenix is pretty happy with Zayn Ali at the other end. Again, little push and covers in tight as well. Very clever captaincy from Lakhani here against the new batter. Probably doesn't want to have a dip straight away. Oh, good one. Really good one. Albert's dotted up 3 times already, and this over has turned around ever since that ball got lost in the bush. Last ball of the 9th. Slower, Albert takes it on. He'll only get a single. Zayn Ali will have more non-striking to do. Fantastic over from Hogarth. 1 for 7. And after 9 overs, 73 for 3.
It's almost a match-winning over there from Hogarth, just getting that wicket. But also, I suppose more significantly, slowing up the rate. Phoenix well on top here. And they'll certainly think they're still within a shout of restricting Malmo to that magical number, which would send them through to the semi-finals. Anything that goes longer than that, then you imagine it's the Tigers who will roar through. Mavericks here, looking the unlikeliest of the 3 to make it through to tomorrow.
Still not prepared to put a line through them while Zayn Ali's at the crease. That's the thing, T20 cricket, you've got twice as long to make your run, so you've got twice as long to turn things around. Ahmedzai to bowl out here in the 10th over, so they're getting him done before the halfway point. So 5 balls have been used. Hogarth's 5th bowler. Lakhani's bowled 1 over. Kind of got taken down by Zayn Ali. Kuma's bowled 1. Patience bowled 3. And Kamran is bowling out here. Uppercut in the air. Fielders sit under it. Should take it. And he does. Hogarth in the game. Running hot. Ashwin, no good. Unfortunately for him, Hogarth kind of worked him over and then puts the final nail in the coffin. Mavericks lose a 4th wicket, 73 for 4.
He had to do something, didn't he, Ashwin? Probably not what he intended to do. Uppercut, and Jack Hogarth certainly assisted on the catch there, and more than assisted in his previous over. Just piling the pressure on the one side, and then the bowler at the other end, Kamran Ahmedzai, says thank you very much. Starts off with a wicket. He's 2 for 21. It's unsurprising that they've asked him to bowl out here, because Phoenix, they basically just want to take Malmo out of the equation here, at least for Malmo chasing down the score. And then it almost becomes a straight shootout between whether Phoenix can reduce Malmo or whether it will be the Tigers that go through.
It's a funny one because, I mean, they've got nothing against their opposition in particular here. So, they only care whether they're going to go through or not. But, yeah, you're right. It's a good target to shoot for to start. But they're pretty focused on catching up to this 10 and over. And right now, I see the 10th over, they'd want to be 100 after this over. Quite a lot behind. But, again, they can chip away at it. That's the thing. If they can keep scoring double-figure overs, the odd big over, they still could get there in 18.3 or less. And conversely, with a couple of wickets here, if you're looking at 80 for 6, suddenly that 140 defence doesn't seem out of the question either.
It's delicately poised, and it's brilliant that we're going into Well, the final hour of the group stages. And everything is still on the line. Everything could still change. I suppose it's interesting viewing as well for Stockholm City and Västerås United, as they also don't know who they're going to come up against tomorrow.
Absolutely. And they've nailed the good draw, haven't they? Although I still think it's a bit harsh. You top the table and you get the early morning. Maybe there's an argument they get to rest a game in the middle, but
I don't think T20 is that tiring that you have to rest.
The best rest is staying in bed.
Yeah. And then once you're on the field, I don't think you really want to come off for the best part of 4 hours.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's something we actually started. I mean, regular wisdom would say, yeah, play, have a rest, play. But forgetting that if you don't have to be at the ground for an extra 4 hours and you're lazy having breakfast in bed, you're probably getting a better rest. As Ahmedzai just loses this one wide of the mark. Geez, he really can't get the strike at the moment, can he, Zain Ali? He's probably grown a moustache in the time since his last faced a delivery. It's frustrating as a non-striker, and I've been in that situation before when I feel I'm hitting them well, but things aren't going so well at the other end. Push and run. At least Zain Ali will get the strike, but there's only 2 to go on the over. Just feel, yeah, they want him facing as much as possible already. He's probably thinking about the next over. I know we're still in the first half of the innings, but I think he's already thinking about how he might be able to manipulate the strike. Ashutosh 1 of 3.
Well, it's not a favourable situation to have Zain Ali essentially have 1 ball to hit to the rope. Even if he hits this one for 6, it'll still only be 8 from the over, and then he has to get himself to the other end. So a maximum of 9, unless they end up contriving some kind of 3. So you're already behind the rate, whatever happens from this situation.
You need to trust your partner's going to be able to produce as well. That's the thing. And leg side, well blocked by Pratik behind the stumps. Later on the chat, we're kind of spellbound by this game, aren't we? Because it's so fascinating. One thing I love as well about European cricket and various roles I've had, various cricket I've seen, is that every time you think you've seen all the situations, you haven't. Something new will pop up. Gets hurried up there. I think Zain Ali's probably happy enough just to see off Ahmedzai. He's been one of their premier bowlers. Okay, then you know you've still got to deal with 1 over of Patient at some point. Hogarth is his own situation, but there are probably a couple of bowlers you feel like can go after here. And I don't think he wants to throw his wicket away to Ahmedzai here. Ahmedzai 2 for 24 of his spell, and here's the last ball. Or not. It's down the leg side. And slightly tired Ahmedzai, perhaps just falling away in his action. We'll have to re-bowl that one.
I suppose the only way this game could get closer is if somehow both of these teams could go through in some kind of contrived situation. I suppose you've seen it quite a lot in football situations where, because you can share points by a draw, both teams have, and there was a few scandalous situations in World Cups where
Austria, Germany.
Exactly. Well, you know.
Where the commentator said, turn off. It could be a costly buy. Because Zain will retain the strike. In fact, it's not a buy, it's another wide down the leg side. So Ahmedzai is struggling to finish this over. Yeah, Austria, Germany was at 1982.
Are you saying Austria and Germany, the bad guys?
Austria and Germany, no, beyond reproach, but they played a draw and the commentator said, do not watch this, turn off.
Yeah.
I've only said that probably 6 or 7 times over my time. Last ball, take 4.
And I suppose it could happen in situations where tournaments where you have bonus points where one team needs a losing bonus point and the other team needs to win.
Yeah, it could happen.
Less likely here.
10 overs and we're halfway through the chase. 79 for 4. Equation time.
Please, crunch them numbers.
They are getting crunched. As we look back at some of the highlights from the 10th over, it started with that wicket. Hogarth pouching it deep mid wicket. Ahmedzai deserved a success. He's been a brilliant player all through this series. Got that one to seam back viciously in Zain Ali. Okay, actual game equation, which doesn't really matter, is 101 off 60, which is 10.1 and over. Mavericks need to go at 11.9 and over. Phoenix need to restrict to 6.3 and over. That's where we're at. Computers are great, aren't they, if you know how to use them?
Oh, I thought that was all in your head. I would have been even more impressed.
Hogarth continues from the clubhouse end. This is the battle, I think. Yeah, Hogarth's real kind of different proposition with the ball. Zayn Ali's got unnatural power. Let's see who can win this one-on-one. Starts with the dot. Tossed up into a low full toss. Zayn goes after it. I think you're Phoenix. You're pretty happy to see Zayn at the non-striker's end once again. Can't get him out. The best thing is hoping he'll go cold and maybe you can dot up his batting partner. Really important that Ashutosh minimum gets off strike here. I think he's become a little bit jumpy, looking to get off strike with a single. Maybe he's better off kind of trying to hit through the ball, hit it crisply, be more confident. But like I said, Hogarth's not an easy bowler to face because he's got a good wrong and he gets a lot of overspin. He's got very good control. He bowled with basically a bar of soap and still bowled pretty well on Monday. Now he's got perfect conditions to rip them over the wrist. The Forfarshire Scotland A representative trying to engineer a bit of a miraculous comeback to get his team to qualify. Tossed up, that might have been the wrong, and you know, and it sneaks past the keeper. I'm thinking of two, but I think that Ashutosh actually slipped, didn't he? I think it might have been the wrong. I'm not so sure that Pratik picked it because he wasn't able to handle it. So it'll go down as a bye. So Zayn Ali back at centre stage, takes on Hogarth. Zayn's still patient and he's waiting for certain balls in his zone. There will be a moment where he has to kind of start forcing the issue.
Yeah.
But again, you've got 2 overs from Hogarth after this. You've got 1 from Patient Cherambira. Outside of that, he really liked the look of Lakhani, didn't he? Pawan also wasn't too effective against him. In the air, dropped. Oh, I wasn't able to get off his feet there at point. That is Pawan, I think. It's about knee high, wasn't it? But he kind of lurched forward and it just bounced down to the hand. It's not for the first time today.
Skewed off the side of the bat. I think he was maybe just wrong-footed. Was expecting to see that one go to the leg side. Big edge, a big let-off.
Now, see, last ball of the over, Zayn says, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I need to do something about this. Hogarth, brilliant once again. Just 2 and a bye off the over. 11 overs down, 82 for 4, and all 3 results still possible.
I think at this point, Zayn Ali can't afford to wait for the balls that are in his hitting zone. He kind of has to go because, unfortunately, Ashutosh is not really helping him at the other end. 1 off 7, and then really didn't have the brains switch on either to try and go for the single off the last one, which is probably the worst thing to do in that situation.
I want to see the one that got away from the keeper, because I think it was a wrong one. It was, you see, and just absolutely not picked. Not easy trying to pick a bowler you haven't played against very often. And Jack, just for his benefit, was showing that catch again. Equation time. All right, so it's now gone up 13.1 and over required for Mavericks. 6.7 to defend. So, oops, the Tigers must be loving this. Anything, that range is getting bigger. Their range is the Tiger range, or the Tiger territory we're calling it, 6.8 through 13, which is all like the normal ranges.
Yeah.
It has to be a big comeback one way or another. So, Tigers fans, they're liking what they see.
I suppose it's Malmo have to go for it, and if they go for it, then either they might explode or they might collapse, and the collapse obviously favours Phoenix. So I don't think Tigers have got their plane tickets booked tomorrow yet. But
Gamble coming up, Patient bowling out. They're really throwing everything. It kind of makes sense for the Phoenix. They don't let the game drift. They've got 141 in their head, 141 or less. So we're going to do everything we can to restrict now, to force that over-aggressive shot. Zayn Ali might have worn that one. Patient bowling from the grassy knoll end for the first time today. Something's got to give here, Tina. This one, he tries to manoeuvre away, but it's harmlessly down the leg side. It's tense, isn't it? It's almost like seeing cricket in colour for the first time when you've got the third dimension of not just two teams competing, but a third team off the field also competing for a spot in the semi-finals.
And it's almost a game within a game because the actual result is not what's important here.
Cuts away, finds the fielder, won't get a run here. Now, it's not often that I think that my postgraduate degree in statistics was a good idea, but in these circumstances, I feel like it's paid off. Just happy you don't have to look at the Greek letters anymore. Much happier seeing the RRR and the NRR and the CRR.
Yeah, it's a real life-based solution.
Good bowling, good bowling. Gets away from the keeper though. Sankey couldn't take it low down. Get some free advice from Patient. I'm not sure last time Patient had the gloves, but pretty sure. Was that off the bat? There's no signal. Oh, well. Was that a chance low down? Didn't think it carried actually to protect.
It was noted down as buys in the end. That the umpires are very quick in their signals. I don't know if it was so quick that none of us saw it.
Fair enough. Buys as a first thought. Again, now you're kind of hitching your wagon to really going after some of the bowlers that you think you can. And that's the thing. Nothing stopping Zane taking big overs, 18, 20 run overs. But Patient has just lived up to his name. He's been cool, calm. He's put away that kind of mega slower ball that he has sometimes at the moment. Stop ball's doing the job. What might have been a wide there, Zayn Ali. He's just in a bit of a funk. Can't get any fluency going. He did have that big over off Lakhani, but since then, Gothenburg electing to kind of go with their strike bowlers. Hogarth's come on, he's bowled pretty well. So Hal Zahid took him downtown first ball, but was stranded uptown the second. He had his stumps rearranged, and Zayn Ali hasn't been able to get on top of Hogarth yet. Last ball for Patient again. Now you probably should take your medicine, maybe take the one, but you're going to need a big finish. Last ball of the 12th. He will take one. So Patient Cherambira, once again, sensational work with the new ball and then following up in the middle of this innings. But that's his afternoon done. End of the 12th over, 86 for 4. And it looks like I'll be doing some more sums.
Well, this is where it gets interesting and where you earn your pennies as a skipper, because Lakhani, he's bowled out his two frontline bowlers. They're the two outstanding candidates. Of course, Jack Hogarth is the other one. He's 1 for 9 off his two. But apart from that, he's got 6 overs to cover. And Pawan Kumar and Lakhani himself both have been expensive. Kumar went for 14 in his single over. Lakhani went for 17. So does he trust himself and Kumar, or does he turn to a 6th as yet untested bowler?
All right, so numbers time.
Yes.
94 or 48 for the win, but that's kind of not that relevant. The Mavs from here need to go at 14.5 now. The Phoenix need to defend 7.0. All right, so again, dealing with 3 equations.
And the current run rate is 7.17.
Yeah, true. So Phoenix need 56 off 48 balls, and Mavericks need 94 off 39 balls. Work that up. And now, time for a few drinks. 7:08 in the evening. I'm not so sure I'll be getting in for kickoff at the where we're going to watch the football later.
Just as well, it's one of the longest days of the year. Otherwise, we might be calling for the floodlights on.
Plenty of sunlight to work with. What's the rush? Maybe they'll delay kickoff in Seattle for us. Who knows?
And they will continue to go with their main men. Jack Hogarth is bowling his third, and this just creates another story within a story, because someone has got to bowl at the other end, and as well as Jack and Patient and Cameron have bowled. Yeah.
Take us home here, Jake. Take us home here. Wicket time. Here we go. Here we go.
First ball from Hogarth. I think it will be interesting to see who they bring back at the other end, but this is a big moment in the game, isn't it? Hitting the now or never kind of territory for both teams to try and change things. I think so is Hogarth. Gets cut away, but again, won't get out of the infield.
Keep him on strike now. We're going to keep him on strike.
Into overtime now.
Yeah, do we get paid extra after 7 o'clock? Or?
I think Swedish law demands it.
They're pretty good on their old human rights, aren't they, up in Sweden?
Pretty good.
Aren't they some of the happiest people in the world?
These days. Used to be it's a complicated history. It depends how many hundreds of years you want to go back. But anyway, here's Hogarth. First one was given runs. Maybe it's unbeen given runs now. And this one pulled away. I think they must have got 3 the first ball. Did they? Another one. Oh, this time it gets taken out by the tower. And they'll get 2.
Still, coach. Coach, is there another keeper? What the fuck? Why is the keeper missing every ball? Hawks, run him out!
So it was bias as we thought, first ball. This one hit down the ground. And only a single. Ashtosh one off 8. It's really been tied down. They'll be giving Phoenix ideas, won't it? You've got so many things going into the melting pot of factors in this game. Goes after it and it's clean. It is clean. And it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, come the moment, come the man. Zain Ali trying to keep his team in the hunt. He's played that kind of on length. He was able to get fairly close to the pitch of the ball, trusted his swing of the bat, trusted his eyes. And Patient wasn't able to reel it back in. 6 runs.
It's a lovely shot. Unfortunately for Zain Ali, it's only the 3rd Maximo of his innings. Jack, well, he was frustrated that maybe his roommate could have done a bit more. I think he would look back and realise that there was not too much Patient could have done apart from grow about 10 foot.
He was the right man. He's very tall, Patient Charambira. Right man for the job. Well, last time, Jack hit for a 6, came back and rattled the stumps next ball. Let's see if he can come back here. It'd be huge if he could.
Coming, Jack, coming.
Jack getting his vitamin D here today in Sweden. Last ball of the over. And beats him. It's a good comeback. Won't be able to score off that one into the over. And it's 98 for 4 after 13. 12 off that over.
Well, the run rate is not quite 12. It's almost 12. But remember, it's not going to be enough for the Mavericks to just win this game. They need to win it within 8.3. It's looking increasingly unlikely. They've got 5.3 overs to get there.
Are you ready for the numbers?
Yes.
Over. Okay, 11.71. That's right for the game. But Mavericks need to go 14.9 and Phoenix need to defend 6.3. Tigers' spread is increasing. Now we're talking about the spread, which is now 8.6.
Yeah.
Wow. See, tell me if you are following this. I'm glad I've got it in front of me. But basically, Tigers won a close game. This is shaping up to be a reasonably close game as things stand. Here's Lakhani coming back. Well, I think that they need to get Zain Ali up the other end and see if we can have a dip at him again. Ashutosh on strike, start the over. Oh, you hate that, don't you? I mean, kind of got stars in his eyes there, Ashutosh. Burns the ball. The reason we say that Mavs fans would want Zain Ali down there is because he took Lakhani out of the ground twice in the only other over Lakhani bowled. This time it's in the air and that's gone. So Ashutosh, be disappointed with that. Couldn't really move the needle. Scott Steele takes the catch about snout high. Lakhani with his first breakthrough here in match 15. Ashutosh will be back to the drawing board, 98 for 5.
I'm not entirely sure who's actually happier with that wicket because while Ashutosh was eating up balls, I think Phoenix were pretty happy to have him out there and not exactly trying to get Ali back on strike. Mavericks then probably happy that he's out just so someone else can have a crack.
Second boot of the day for Scott Steele. So dot wicket to start the over.
Come on guys, focus, focus. New batsman Abdul Rahman, jersey number 13.
So new batter coming out there, I think is Abdul Rahman. He's clean ball as well. Carney, I think, pretty happy. He hasn't had to tangle with Zain Ali just yet. Rahman hasn't been able to do too much in this series, but he's a solid hitter. Club level, he's known for his ability to hit boundaries in blocks.
They need a big block off him here, especially against Lakhani.
Swings and misses again. Just a lack. And I suppose this is part of the point of this tournament as well. Put people in different situations where they've really got to think. But your primary thing, I know the time's running out and whatnot, but it's still early in the over. Your primary thing there is to just get bat on ball and get the set guy to the other end. Rahman decides he wants to do it another way, and it's up in the air, and it's another wicket. Steele, he's everywhere at the moment, isn't he? The man of steel. Lakhani with a double strike, and no runs to speak of in this over. And now you'd have to say Mavericks. I mean, Zain Ali's a big obstacle, but he's not getting a lot of help at the moment. Remember, they're defending 141 to make it in the finals themselves, and right now they've got the Mavs 98 for 6. Nice catch by Steele over the shoulder.
Yeah, nicely done, and you've got to say fair play to Lakhani as well, because he brought himself back on. There weren't too many options to speak of, apart from throwing it to Kumar, and that's a pressure situation, so he's decided he'll have to do it himself, having been hit for 17 in his first over. He's picked up 2 wickets here.
Not good cricket.
No.
It's not good cricket when you got your number 3. I've got to say, if the Mavs fall by the wayside, I mean, who knows if they were ever going to do it, but tactically, I think they've made a couple of missteps. Not opening with Zain Ali, I think, was the misstep from a management point of view, and for the batters around Zain Ali, they just haven't been able to give him the strike. I also think credit to Lakhani, he's kept the field in, particularly to Hogarth, just not letting batters off the strike with cheap singles. But anyway, this is Bala. He can bat. Bala Subramanian Madhu coming in at 8. He's going to start by driving one down the ground. And it's the same kind of situation. Zain gets the strike back. There's only one ball to go in the over. I don't think he's just thinking one here either. I think he can only kick the can down the road so far. If he likes what he sees from Lakhani, I think he's going to try and smash him out of the ground. See if Lakhani wants to go a bit shorter to him as well. Maybe make him play another shot. Because he looked very comfortable on the drive. That's how he got his 2 sixes off Lakhani last time out. It does make him play another shot. Pulled around the corner. Pretty smart from Darshan. Good IQ. It's Zain will retain the strike as the 100 comes up. And the score is 100 for 6 after 14 overs. Only 2 runs off that over. The spread continues to spread. 17.8 an over required now for the batting side. And Phoenix, they require, well, basically need to try and restrict to 7 and over or less. And as you said, Tina, that required, the current run rate is 7.14. And let's bear in mind that probably the reason it's that many, it's over 7, is because of Zain Ali, who's 38 off 27.
I think if he goes in this over, it's a big over. Jack Hogarth bowling his last. I think if he goes, Mavs are going to, well, they're already by the wayside more or less. I think Phoenix are favourites to go through.
This is the over.
Yeah.
For Zain Ali, the funny thing is go for it or die trying. And the Tigers would probably want Zain Ali to stick around, bat it out, get him to 150, 160. But Zain Ali's thinking one thing, got to get a move on. Here's Hogarth. He tries and he hits it, and he hits it very well. Well, Zain Ali has come up with some of the biggest hits we have seen in this tournament, in this innings. He's been frustrated, hasn't he, through this innings? That 10's been hit for a second time. Zain goes large, maximal to start the over.
Could have been another crowd catch, could have been a crowd deflection.
If it lodges in a pram on the full, does it count as a crowd catch?
It goes into the baby's trust fund, I believe.
Okay. Wow, what a start. Hogarth. Strange little spell. Has been hit for 3 big sixes, but he's actually bowled pretty well around that. Now, smart bowling, isn't it? And Zain Ali now, I think he's completely lost confidence. Anyone not called Zain Ali, as he doesn't want the single here. Wants to do damage in boundaries. I think Bala's a pretty good batter. Could have batted a bit higher, actually. Watches on from the non-strikers end. Zain Ali gets one that had some overspin. Wants 2 here. Don't think Zain wants it in the end. And, well, he might be out. Well, they're going to have a look at this one.
It's quite tight, I think. Bala wasn't expecting the direct hit. We haven't seen too many direct hits, but I think he's in trouble here.
Yeah, any direct hit is normally close. Again, there'll be an umpire's call, but let's see if there's anything conclusive here. I think they called it out in the field. Oh, it's very close.
Yeah, it's difficult to
without
tell.
the line, this isn't inconclusive because literally we can't see the line.
Yeah, trying to kind of work out where the line is.
Probably, but we don't know the angle either.
Yeah.
So it's too close. Whatever the umpire thinks in the end, because there's no way the replay can help. So we have to go with the umpire's call. Umpire's call, which I don't know what it is. Judging by the hooting and hollering, I think the umpire's call was out. So it's going to stay out. And that'll be the 7th wicket down. It'll be 107 for 7.
Certainly looked in trouble, didn't he, when he turned back, and it's difficult to tell from 100 metres away, but instinct was like, yep, that's definitely going to be close. You've got to judge the umpires and trust the umpires to make that call.
And Ali probably just wonders what he did to deserve this. He's gone through partners like Madonna in the 80s. Now finds them 7 down. What a throw, though. I mean, put it this way, if they'd gone for the second, it would have been Zain Ali, it would have been a run out, and it would have been run out by more than that, as it's Deepak Chandel who's going to come out. Wow. Plenty going on. Looks like a beautiful, beautiful day in Stockholm. Beautiful early evening. Okay, so Chandel, again, this is an awkward little opening for him. And once again, like this field, they've squeezed him. They've got a short mid-wicket. They've got a short cover. We'll say the umpire can see the line and the replay can't, so I don't think we can really criticise his decision. As this is going to be worked away. Interesting, they don't take the run there. And Ali's pretty much saying, look, you deal with these two. I will say this, can't criticise the decision when we can't see the line. The thing is, if that line's there and he's just out, then the umpire, you'd have to say, we'd be saying it was a brilliant decision.
It's on a slight angle as well, the camera, so it's always going to make it look more in.
Exactly. So you've got to go with the man in black. I think Zain Ali said just like have a pop at these. You should get, oh, they won't get 2 actually. It's funny you take the first one. You don't take the first one, but take the second.
Yeah, Paolo in the chat saying inconclusive. We agree, like the video was inconclusive, but that's why the on-field umpires have to make a call.
The umpire's call was out. I've got to say, I mean, a long way away, seemed in trouble. Definitely couldn't say it was conclusively in, because that's what you need to overturn.
Exactly.
And Ali wants minimum 1. I think he'll get it here. So, end of the over. And there were 9 off that one. And the score is 109 for 7. Equation time. So they need, well now, to be honest, they need 20 and over.
Yeah.
They need 20.3 and over from here. So now all eyes for me are on the 1-4-2. So basically, if the Mavericks, yeah, see, we can't see the line there. It's the glares there. The umpire has a perfect view. And so, no, I'll back him there. Okay. Definitely can't say he's not right. So, 33 required off 30 for the Mavericks. So basically, we might as well stop calling them the Mavericks and start calling them the Tigers, because the Tigers need 33 runs from Malmo to make the
proxy Malmo.
Yeah, exactly, to make the semi-finals. So they're basically by proxy. I think we are, even with Zayn Ali there, he's starved to the strike. He's done everything he can, really, but hasn't happened for him. Lakhani's going to bowl his third over here. Round the wicket. Zayn Ali hits it. And just short of the player down there. That's Wafa. But here's the thing, they don't take the run, and that only kind of, that helps the Phoenix, doesn't it? As the Tigers would say, hey, take the runs, you know, accumulate your way. You know, you only need 7 and over for us to qualify. Us being the new Mavericks Tigers alliance. Zayn Ali does get this one off the hip and hits it behind square, and that'll be 4. So it'll be 50 for Zayn Ali. You got to feel for him. He's had such a good series, though. Continues to score runs. He's only failed once this week, you know, Tina. But one thing's for sure, you know, win, lose or draw or other in this game, Zayn Ali certainly has enhanced his reputation in this Nordic Smash.
Absolutely. He's been a shining light for a side that look increasingly likely to be crashing out. I mean, he'd walk into any of these 6 teams. It's unfortunate for him. He just hasn't quite had the support around him. I suppose Jared Wilson, if he was in the side, he could have been a difference maker with both bat and ball. But it's all if, buts and maybes for the Mavericks. And it's still if, buts and maybes in this game to see who will go through to the semi-final.
Yeah, true. Phoenix just thinking one thing, 141 or less, 141 or less. Zayn Ali hits that well. Now Tigers fans, up out of your chair. Hat has gone all the way. Maximal, once again, not too far away from the desibox.co. €500 cash prize. But the only prize for Zayn Ali this time is 6 more.
I think this is when the Phoenix start panicking, because the only thing worse than a Zayn Ali is a Zayn Ali with nothing to lose. Low full toss, gets dispatched, and this is where the top-heavy tactic of Lakhani, which I think was perfectly fair at the time, but does backfire somewhat because his 3 best bowlers have all bowled out. The question is who's going to bowl at the other end?
It's giving him a shot at it, is what it's done.
Yeah.
Giving him a shot at maybe doing it, but look, only 22 to play with now. Yeah, lucky the number crunchers are here, otherwise nobody would know what's going on that table. That ball's been lost. Well, we here mentioned desibox.co for feeding us this week. Big thanks to them. Of course, looking forward to tomorrow afternoon because the Stride Women and Girls Coaching Clinic will be going on the other field. Big thanks to Stride. You can look them up. Stride with 2 I's in the middle. Also thanks to 19 Yards. To Stumpi as well, bringing stump camera technology to the masses. More affordable for clubs at the recreational level. And also to Brown Mavericks. Right. We've never been here so late. I know that because the sun's at an angle that I haven't had to deal with before.
An unprecedented angle for you.
That's right. Anyway, Lakhani tries over the wicket now. Zayn Ali can't get this off the ground. The thing is also, I might say they're cruising to the 142, but that's with Zayn Ali there. No one else has really troubled the scorers in any significant way. Here's Lakhani. Zayn Ali goes after him and he's going to get 4. So the run's flowing. I mean, Zayn Ali, in his mind, even though we know it's kind of gotten out of control, but in his mind, he probably feels like there's enough time. He knows from all his European cricket experience and the T10 experience that 4 overs and 4.1 overs is 25 balls. You know, it's 25 balls to go at a rate that is, it's tough, but you know, especially with the main bowlers bowled out, he'll feel that he's capable of doing something magical. 14 off this over. Last ball to come is a bit of a Sophie's choice here. I still think you've got to go after this. Don't restrict yourself to a 1 to keep the strike. Last ball the over. does go after it. He nails it. Well, Zayn Ali putting on a show. Maximo to 66. And the Tigers, don't think they liked the end of that over because it does go magical. 20 off that, and it's 129 for 7.
Just a few instances here where Zayn Ali could have been a match winner. He still can be a match winner. Let's not make any qualms about this. Even if they don't get it in the 18.3,
oh yeah,
he could still win the game. But again, we go back to not opening. And then there was even that period where those wickets were falling. Fine, that happens. But he was just stranded at the non-strikers end.
Nobody could get him one. Yeah, but I think, I know it's a while ago now, but the decision not to open him is coming back to haunt the Mavericks. I mean, yeah, he might have nicked off straight away and it's a different game, but you'll never know. We will never know. Geez, that's a clean hit, isn't it, from Zayn Ali? So, equation. 51 off 24 for the win. They need 51 off 15, so think of it like that, a 15-ball 50. And only 13 runs required to essentially knock the Phoenix out of contention.
And another interesting subplot is that whatever happens, we're going to have to see a 6th bowler because Lakhani has only got 1 left.
Yeah, true.
And then at the other end, Pawan Kumar can't bowl both ends at the same time, right? So we're going to have to have a 6th bowler.
Yeah, he's really kind of
backed himself into a corner, hasn't he?
Overplayed his hand a little bit, but that was probably on purpose to try and give themselves a shot. I mean, that's the thing. The other thing is the Phoenix. They're basically 11 dead men walking after that score goes 142. So that's really the only number they care about. And so that from their point of view, they'd still be hoping, hey, look, we take 3 wickets for 12 or less and we're in the semis. That's where they're thinking. And that's why they've gone so heavy up front. But they probably don't mind. I mean, 142 or 180 is all the same to them. Tournament play, so interesting.
Now they're relying on Pawan Kumar, who went for 14 in his solitary over so far to get the wickets. Although 12 was in 2 Maximos, so he is able to put some pressure on. And here we go.
Should be run out. It will be. But I mean, that's good play tactically. I know it might seem wasteful when you've got 3 wickets to play with, but here's the thing. I mean, the Tigers will be loving that. Because, 1 more wicket now, let's say Zayn Ali, who we know is just going to go for it. He could easily sky a catch. And then suddenly, the Phoenix are still in the mix. I mean, in all my games, almost 6,000 matches I've done, I've never quite had a scenario like this, which is super interesting. And still, I mean, I suppose I'm not going to totally rule out Zayn Ali's ability for Mavericks to pull this off in 18.3. But still, I think, in theory, at least all 3 results are possible.
It's interesting that this situation is also only possible until those new regulations come in where the new batter would come in and bat whatever happens. So there's new regulations coming in.
Really?
Yeah.
No, not for run-outs.
I think so.
No. Really? I'm not so sure for run-outs.
I think they were trying to avoid this complete skewering where Ali just goes for it.
No, but I think that's okay because... Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. Here we go. Zayn Ali needs to go large. Doesn't want the single here. No, I think that's I don't have a problem with that tactic, because you've done enough to cross. You still have to do something to cross. It's not like a catch where you just sky it and get rewarded for it by crossing in the old days. Anyway, back to the action at hand. Oh, yeah. Wow, that was good. That was really good from Zayn Ali. Maximo moves into the 70s. Yeah, how about that? That was so well hit. Incredible striking from Zayn Ali. Just went on the up. Doesn't even bother to watch it. Ends up bouncing off the roof. His 3rd roofer of the innings. All right. They creep closer to that 142, which is the end of the Phoenix chances. Goes again, but this is in the air. Huge moment in the tournament. Can he find it? He cannot. Wow, can you believe it? How did he grab that one? Cameron Ahmadzai has taken an amazing catch. He cannot drop anything in this tournament. Cameron Ahmadzai has finally made Zayn Ali walk back to the pavilion, something that Nobody else has been able to do. Geez, what an innings, though. It's been. Have a look here. I think it was a little bit of a juggle. I mean, I thought he dropped it for a moment, but it was just a bobble out, and he was able to take it on the second effort. And guess what? The Tigers are still alive, Tina, because they're 9 down. You got the number 11 on strike, and they still need 7. So I think that's pretty much the end of the Mavericks' chances. They walk off with Zayn Ali, but everyone stand up and applaud. One of the innings of the tournament. He has really tried to carry his team over the line. He's done everything humanly possible, with a couple of superhuman hits thrown in. But now Arshpreet becomes the most important player in this tournament, because if he gets out, the Phoenix are through. This has kind of grand final vibes, doesn't it? 135 for 9. Just won every run mattered in that first innings.
We need that countdown. 7 runs or 1 wicket.
Exactly. And this isn't Headingley 2019 Ashes. This is the Butchuka Cricket Centre, the first ever Nordic Smash T20 on Midsummer. 7 runs required for the Tigers, batting vicariously through the Melbourne Mavericks to make the semi-finals. And I don't think they're feeling as confident without Zayn Ali there. I'd imagine, you know, the 6 he hit before that. I mean, if the wicket came 1 ball before, it would have been 13, which seems a lot more unrealistic for the 10 and 11, neither of which have faced a ball. Gothenburg know what they have to do. They have to defend 141 or less. Not a bad shot, actually. It's a tight one, but they'll get the single. This is tense. But it's like one team is playing lame, essentially, because even though Malmo, now they're out of it, basically, they shouldn't care, but they'd be acutely aware. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. They knew what they had to do. I wonder if they know what Phoenix had to do.
They were probably so focused on their goal that they actually don't care, really. I mean, they might have friends in the teams, but it's elementary to them who goes through if it's not them.
Still plenty of time. There's 19 balls left to get 6. Tigers, jump in the chat. Nordic Smash T20. Let us know how you're doing. Oh, wow. Ahmed's eyes given the Tigers a prayer, hasn't he, with that juggle catch. All right, Pawan Kumar. 1 wicket away are the Tigers, who aren't even here. Last ball of the over. Swing and a miss, or is it? Umpire being put under pressure. Does he give it? He does not. So there's a lot happening here. There's an appeal for what behind. The stumps are down as well. And I wonder if Pramodji's wandered out of his crease. Let's have a look. And yeah, okay, seems in there. Does he drag his foot?
Yeah, the appeal was ongoing here, and then does he bowl the ball at the stumps?
Does he drag the foot? Oh no, the stumps just blew over. Well, sums it up. All right, so it's not out. Can't be out. Didn't give it out, even though there's 11 Gothenburg Phoenix players surrounding the umpire in some sort of circle of intimidation. The umpire didn't think it was a nick. To be honest, I don't know if there's a nick either, because I think they would have appealed that hard regardless. It will be the end of the over. It's 136 for 9. 6 runs required by 10 and Jack to basically knock Jack Hogarth and his mates out of the tournament.
What a game we've had. What a tournament so far. It's incredible that it comes down to the last 6 runs, the last 18 balls of the group stage, with 2 teams still potentially going through. One of them's not even here.
Yeah, exactly. The Phantom team. We have to call them the Uppsala Phantoms, because they might qualify by not being here. And you mentioned it, they need to go to a 6th bowler. They won't do it yet, because Darshan's saying, hey, let's gamble. He's going to bowl out here.
It's going to be the 20th over, and they're hoping that it's not going to get that far.
Shouldn't get that far. You wouldn't think. Maybe. Weird field. Got a few in, got a few out. Let's go. 9 down. Gets it. Doesn't beat the infield.
I thought that was on the full.
I've never done a test, but this is as close as I will probably ever get, Tina.
We're in the evening session.
We basically are. All right. Oh, every stop's important. There's another dot. So they need 6. The Tigers need 6 through the Mavericks. The Phoenix only have 5 to defend. Hits it into the gap. Fielders converge. Keep it to 1. Kind of forgot to run there, Ashpreet. So now they creep up 1-3-7. Cricket is such an amazing game, and it can have so many different forms and results and permutations and situations. And this has been a strange one, but it's been must-watch TV, hasn't it? So, ... 1. Now, dare I say it? Oh, is this a no ball? No, it's not. So no, it's not. He's just holding his arm out. Good. The last thing they want at this stage is going to say a 6.
I think he's probably saying don't bowl it that short. That's the easiest hit for a number 11, isn't it?
You're right. You're right. Got him! It's all over. The Phoenix have qualified. And Lakani, the hero. Their stumps fall one last time, and it signals the end of the tournament for the Tigers. A miracle finish with 2 afternoons, 2 long afternoons, and it's a midsummer miracle for the Gothenburg Phoenix. They have snuck into 4th place in the semi-finals. What an incredible finish it's been to match 15, Tina Goff.
What a game, what a tournament, and what a ball in the end as Lakani, looking at the celebration. I think he wanted to take his shirt off, realised that's probably a bit too early in the evening for that, ends up going on his backside, and he's all mobbed by his teammates, and why not, because they have tamed the Tigers and they've toppled over the Mavericks here, who've put up such a fantastic fight. It's great to see smiles all around from both sides, because they know they've put on an absolute wondrous game here. It goes all the way to the end. The Tigers, well, they might already be in the pub, but now they'll be drinking consolation drinks because they won't be going through, thanks to the skipper of Gothenburg Phoenix. Gets one straight through, and that's exactly what we were saying. Short won't do it. Hit those stumps, and that's what he does. Middle stump, middle of middle. And here he goes. Let's watch Darshan on his celebration. Off he goes, down he goes. And suddenly, Gothenburg Phoenix snatch victory from the jaws of double defeat. Wow.
What a game. I mean, you got to hand it to the Mavericks as well. I mean, they were, I suppose, banking on Zayn Alia. They were undermanned today, let's be honest. It was a really, really entertaining game, and they were a huge part of it. You've got to say, bad luck to the Tigers as well. We know that they won't be a part of the semi-finals now. But, wow, I mean, it was a great game. It was a game of the tournament, really. It needed some mathematics to work out that way. Normally you'd say, okay, Phoenix won by 42 runs. You know, what's the big deal? But, yeah, they needed to win by, what was it? They needed to win by 38 or more. They end up winning by 42. And Malmo, well, like I said, they probably knew they were out before the very end. So it's a weird situation. They already knew they were out, but it's actually the Tigers that I feel should be offered the consolation handshakes at the end of the game. But the Phoenix, hey, let's talk about tomorrow then, because I think that they fancy their chances against the Stockholm City, who were basically forced to go with their reinforcements. Although they did get the win earlier in the day, but they're undefeated, but you almost could say they're due to lose because it's been so even this week. Phoenix, one thing's for sure, they will be part of the semi-finals tomorrow. And what an incredible way they got there, unlike anything I know that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day of cricket. And it promises to be an even more exciting game of cricket tomorrow. 3 games coming away. Semi-final 1, semi-final 2, and the final. And you've got to say commiserations to Malmo for not getting through. I suppose it's props to them in the first place for pulling it so close. Remember, they were 0-3 in the first 3 games. Then snatched victory in the 4th to even keep themselves in contention. That was about, well, 24 hours ago. And they almost got themselves through. In the end, they were toppled by a resurgent Phoenix, and a word for the Tigers as well, because they were so close to getting through. And here it is. These are the games for tomorrow, and it's all open, I think, Vinny.
Oh, it really is. I mean, pick your favourites. I mean, any one of those 4 teams could win. They're so even going into the semi-finals. Stockholm City would have said if they had their Dutch players available, you'd say that they'd go in as favourites, but they don't. And with the Phoenix, I suppose rising, as you'd say, and probably kind of playing, little bit under themselves for most of the tournament. They're a real danger team. Stockholm United, I think they are so dangerous. They're the one team that said that nobody wants to play. Västerås United, you could make an argument that their playing group that they've got playing tomorrow have been one of the most consistent all week. They've done the little things well, but still, they're quite Besisto reliant, aren't they, with the bat? And of course, the final will take place at 4 p.m. Swedish time tomorrow night. Well, we're running a bit over, as you know, but I want to say big thanks to everyone out there. Thanks for your support of the Nordic Smash. I mean, this tournament's just going to go from strength to strength, and I'm really looking forward to being a part of the future. But let's stay in there now. We've got finals day tomorrow. Happy Peacock Friday to everybody out there as well. Join us tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. But for now, on behalf of all of us here in Sweden, and of course our sponsors, Desibox.co, as well as Stumpi, Brand Mavericks, as well as Stride and 19 yards. We're going to go the whole 19 yards back and prepare for a big night midsummer. And I do want to thank you for your company today. A big glad midsummer to all of our Swedish viewers and everyone across the world. And well, we do bring you some of the most entertaining cricket on the planet from Vinny Sandu and Tina Golf here on the ground in Butchercats. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow for more Nordic Smash T20 Finals Day.